Chapter 508. When the old man's voice reverberated across the sky, everyone present felt a shock in their hearts. This was especially the case for the few 9-star half-emperors. At this moment, their faces were filled with shock. They had never expected that the matter between the few half-emperors would actually alarm this old man. From the looks of it, this should be the ancestor of the Zhao clan. TSK, it is unexpected that even he has been alarmed. Old Zhao Qi is very protective of Zhao Qi. Usually, that brat is arrogant and despotic. Half of his confidence should come from his grandfather, a 2-star Do Di class expert. The few 9-star half-emperors in the sky were whispering to each other as they discussed the current situation. Their words were filled with fear for that so-called old Zhao Qi. Strange, Zhao Qi has already fainted because of this fellow. Logically speaking, old Zhao Qi should have already shown himself. Why is it that he is being so courteous with this brat today? While the few of them were discussing, they involuntarily felt some suspicion toward this unusual action of the old man. 1 year ago, the ancestor of the Zhao clan had already touched the barrier of a 3-star Do Di. It is likely that he is about to break through now. However, he just so happens to encounter such a matter. Naturally, he is unable to show himself. Otherwise, given that old man's character, this brat would have already been cut into 8 pieces. Moreover, the clan head of the Zhao clan has coincidentally left the Zhao clan because of some matters. Currently, the Zhao clan is without a leader. Even the 2 strongest 9-star half-emperors have been defeated by this brat. The current Zhao clan is naturally unable to do anything to him. Thus, the attitude of the ancestor of the Zhao clan has naturally lowered. Hearing these words, the remaining 9-star half-emperors immediately understood in their hearts. At the same time, they involuntarily revealed shocked expressions. No wonder the ancestor of the Zhao clan doted on his grandson so much. His grandson had yet to show himself. It was because his strength was about to break through again. At the same time, on the other side, Xiao Yang in the sky had also withdrawn his aura. The great heaven creation palm that he had unleashed slowly disappeared. Zhao Ling and Zhao Qi, who had been swallowed by the dark black energy light circle, once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes amidst a series of miserable cries. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes. His sharp eyes slowly swept across the sky. The expression within his pair of dark black eyes swiftly became solemn. He could clearly sense that ever since the old man's voice was emitted, this entire place had been covered by an imposing pressure. Although that pressure did not completely appear, it still caused Xiao Yang's heart to feel a deep chill. It was a long while later before Xiao Yang finally raised his eyes. He cupped his hands together and cupped them toward the sky above his head. His tone was solemn as he spoke. Since Senior has stepped forward, Junior should give Senior some face. Today's matter will end here. Facing a Do Di, even the arrogant Xiao Yang had no choice but to withdraw his temperament. After all, an expert of that level was not someone that the current Xiao Yang could deal with. If he was not careful, once the other party attacked him, Xiao Yang would not even have the strength to refute. Sensing that Xiao Yang had withdrawn his attack, the ancestor of the Zhao clan also unconsciously withdrew his imposing pressure. Just like what the 9-star half-martial emperor had said earlier, the current him was at the critical moment of his breakthrough. It was already very dangerous for him to act rashly. If he continued to maintain this state, it would not be beneficial to him. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. The old me believes that today's matter is only a misunderstanding. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, the old me would like to invite the 2 of you to my Zhao clan as guests. Of course, the first reason is that the 2 of you are strangers and it is likely that this is the first time that you have come to my Sulan city. My Zhao clan would like to act as a host. The second reason is that my clan members have spoiled you and angered you. My Zhao clan also hopes to apologize to the 2 of you. If the 2 of you do not mind, you can stay in my Zhao clan for a few more days. My Zhao clan will definitely treat you with respect. After hearing this, Murong Chanxian no longer cared about the unconscious Zhao Qi. She twisted her lovely body and arrived beside Xiao Yang. Her beautiful eyes glanced at the latter as she smiled and said, "How is it? Do you want to go and have a seat?" I see that this old man seems to have the intention of admitting his mistake. You can go and eat something delicious. Hee hee. Ha, you see? What do you have to see? Have you seen that old man? Humph, if we really go, wouldn't we be delivering ourselves to them to be beaten? It would be like catching a turtle in a jar. It would be difficult for us to escape even if we wanted to. The other party is an elite Do-Di. There might be a reason why he did not attack. However, once he attacks, we will not be able to escape even if we want to. Xiao Yang merely laughed coldly at the young lady's words. His gaze solemnly swept across the sky. A vast and mighty frightening spiritual strength suddenly swept out from between his brows and carefully investigated the empty space that he was standing in. It was a long while later before Xiao Yang once again withdrew his gaze. He glanced at Murong Chanshan by the side and immediately spoke to the empty space above his head in a solemn voice. We appreciate elders' kind intentions. However, we still need to hurry on with our journey and it is inconvenient for us to disturb you. The two of us will bid farewell here. Xiao Yang cupped his hands toward the empty space above his head. He then pulled Murong Chanshan by the side and turned around to leave. Now that the situation had developed in such a manner, Sulan City no longer possessed any safety for Xiao Yang. This was especially the case now when he still needed to protect Murong Chanshan by his side. This caused him to be even more cautious in everything he did. Faced with this elite Do-Di who had yet to appear, it was better to leave and save himself some trouble instead of continuing to stay. However, just as Xiao Yang was leading Murong Chanshan and turning around, the old man's voice was once again transmitted from the sky. This time around, everyone's gazes instantly stared at Xiao Yang after the old man's voice sounded. Cuckoo, why is there a need for you to leave in such a hurry? 2 years ago, you did not even show the slightest fear when you fought against the leaders of the 4 sects. Why is it that today, an old man like me actually caused you, Xiao Yang, to take the initiative to give way? As the old man's voice sounded, everyone's gazes instantly became aghast. Numerous gazes were like spotlights as they landed on Xiao Yang's body. Those gazes contained surprise, doubt, shock, and greed. Xiao Yang. This name, which had already been submerged in everyone's memories with the passing of time, was gradually remembered by everyone present following the old man's words. Even some of those who originally could not recall it were swiftly reminded by the people beside them and swiftly recalled this name that had shaken the entire western region 2 years ago. Xiao Yang. He is Xiao Yang. The Xiao Yang who was jointly chased by the 4 large sects 2 years ago. He is actually still alive. Wasn't he captured by the 4 large sects? Bullshit. Those who were captured were only Xiao Yang's impersonators. I'm afraid this is the real Xiao Yang. In the sky, those 9-star half-martial emperors also stared at Xiao Yang with complicated gazes at this moment. Although they were very tempted by the promise made by the 4 large sects back then, they had also seen the frightening battle strength that the current Xiao Yang possessed. That kind of strength was something that even they would find difficult to shake. At this moment, the crowd on the ground below had already become eager to give it a try. Those 9-star half-martial emperors were able to guard their hearts in the face of such an enormous temptation, but they were unable to. To them, who were not strong enough, emperor-grade medicinal pellets were extremely attractive. Furthermore, there were also other martial skills and Do skills. These gave them even more reason to refuse. The promise made by the 4 large sects immediately caused the hearts of these ordinary experts to become fiery hot. Haha. Who would have thought that after 2 years, Xiao Yang would actually appear again? Everyone, attack together. As long as we can capture him, the bounty from the 4 large sects will all be ours. On the ground, a black mass of human heads were shouting excitedly. One by one, they took out their respective weapons. Numerous Do-Chi light pillars rapidly soared into the sky. Gorgeous rays of light shone between heaven and earth. As they fused with each other, they condensed into a powerful oppressive aura that pressed down on Xiao Yang who was in the sky. Seeing this, Xiao Yang could not help but frown. He did not expect that old man to be able to recognize him. It would appear that the Zhao family's old ancestor wanted to borrow the hands of these people to eliminate him. Humph, how is it? Little girl, do you still think that old man is a good person? His expression was not the slightest bit moved. Xiao Yang's gaze turned to Murong Chanxian and asked with a light smile. Hearing this, the young girl's long and shapely eyebrows were tightly knitted together. After fiercely cursing the Zhao family's old ancestor in her heart, she lightly curled her little mouth. Her beautiful eyes swept over the crowd below, and frowned as she asked Xiao Yang. Then what do we do now? If they all attack together, it will be troublesome. Lightly shaking his head, Xiao Yang smiled and turned his gaze to the few 9-star half-emperors in the sky. From his point of view, only these few people could stop him. As long as they did not attack, no one in Sulan City would be able to stop him today. Of course, the Zhao family's old ancestor was an exception. Seeing the gaze that Xiao Yang shot over, the few of them gave Xiao Yang a good-natured smile. One of them also replied to Xiao Yang. Haha, we have also admired Sir Xiao Yang for a long time. However, we do not care about the bounty from the 4 large sects. Therefore, Sir Xiao Yang, please do as you wish. There is no need to care about us. Once these words were spoken, Xiao Yang immediately felt as if he had eaten a calming pill in his heart. He cupped his hands towards the few people in the sky, and then turned his gaze to the densely packed group of half-emperors on the ground below. With an aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas, a terrifying pressure rapidly rose in front of Xiao Yang. Like an enormous demonic beast, it fiercely pressed down on Xiao Yang. Humph! With an ice-cold expression, Xiao Yang coldly snorted. His eyes narrowed, and a cold light flickered in the depths of his eyes. His body lightly trembled, and then he suddenly took a step forward. Immediately, a vast and terrifying aura swept out from Xiao Yang's body. The instant the two terrifying auras collided, the world became silent. Soon after, Xiao Yang's nose suddenly emitted a cold snort that shook the world. In the next instant, the aura pressure that was condensed by the combined strength of everyone in the city was instantly destroyed by Xiao Yang. The unstoppable power instantly forced everyone in the city below to retreat. At the same time that the aura pressure was crushed by Xiao Yang, everyone's faces instantly turned deathly pale. Humph! If you're not afraid of death, then come. Chapter 509. The stern cry caused the expressions of everyone in the area to change. No one expected that the aura, which was agglomerated from the combined effort of everyone in the city, would actually be completely suppressed by Xiao Yang alone. This kind of result was really unimaginable. At this moment, even the few 9-star half-martial emperors in the sky felt deep shock in their hearts. With his own strength, he was able to suppress an entire city's oppressive might. This ordinary-looking black-gowned youth before them had truly brought them too much shock. Who would have thought that a 6-star half-martial emperor would actually be able to defeat a 9-star half-martial emperor? Furthermore, he had suppressed an entire city's worth of people by himself. Yet today, this sort of thing that no one would believe had actually happened before their very eyes. How could their hearts continue to remain calm? After Xiao Yang's words left his mouth, the aura that had just been ignited in the city below also rapidly dissipated at the same time as Xiao Yang's words left his mouth. Faced with Xiao Yang, who was even more frightening than a 9-star half-martial emperor, these people could only avoid him. At the same time, the Zhao clan's ancestor, who was filled with anger, also calmed down. Xiao Yang's strength came as a great surprise to him. He had originally thought that as long as he revealed Xiao Yang's identity, there would naturally be countless people charging at Xiao Yang. In that case, his Zhao clan would be able to kill Xiao Yang without expending a single soldier. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the strength that Xiao Yang possessed. Before Xiao Yang's oppressive might, those people simply did not even have the courage to charge at him, much less kill him. Xiao Yang's ice-cold gaze slowly swept over the group of people below. Soon after, he retrieved his gaze and once again raised his head to look at the few 9-star half-martial emperors in the sky. He lightly smiled at them and clasped his hands together. Seeing this, the few 9-star half-martial emperors did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. They also clasped their hands together towards Xiao Yang. After that, Xiao Yang pulled Murong Chanxian, who was beside him, and with a movement of his body, he flew out of Sulan City. Right when Xiao Yang and Murong Chanxian were about to leave Sulan City, the Zhao clan's ancestor's voice once again resounded in the sky. Xiao Yang, this old man will remember today's matter. When this old man exits his seclusion, he will definitely meet you personally, anytime. Xiao Yang coldly snorted without turning his head after the somewhat hoarse old voice sounded. Immediately, he pulled Murong Chantian with one hand and moved his body. The sky extinction step was unleashed. In the blink of an eye, they had already disappeared from everyone's sight. Only when Xiao Yang and Murong Chantian's auras completely disappeared from this world did everyone in the city gradually regain their senses. As they recalled everything that had happened earlier, everyone felt that it was unreal in their hearts. However, Xiao Yang's appearance allowed them to gradually understand that not long from now, a great commotion would once again arise in the western region. And this main character was the person who had appeared in Sulan City for the first time after 2 years, Xiao Yang. With Xiao Yang's appearance, the entire western region would be in an uproar because of him. The 4 great sects would no longer be able to return to their peaceful state. The search from 2 years ago would once again take place 2 years later. And now, Xiao Yang's strength was even stronger than 2 years ago. Even a 9-star half-martial emperor was no longer worthy of his attention. It was likely that only a genuine Do Di could deal with him. In the blink of an eye, half a month had already passed since Xiao Yang and Murong Chantian had left Sulan City. During this half a month, Xiao Yang had brought Murong Chantian along as they traveled west through the stars and under the moon. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Xiao Yang and Murong Chantian had both changed into black cloaks. With their auras restrained, the journey could be considered safe. Even though they had met a few groups of people who had come to find trouble with Xiao Yang, they were all swiftly dealt with by Xiao Yang with thunderous methods. Along the way, Murong Chantian did not speak much. She seemed to be worried that she would bring trouble to Xiao Yang. Therefore, she had also hurried along with Xiao Yang without stopping. At the same time, a trace of disappointment gradually surged into the young lady's heart. After half a month of flying, Xiao Yang and Murong Chantian were only less than a week's time away from Shohe. When she thought that she would be separated from Xiao Yang in a week's time, Murong Chantian's heart could not help but feel like a little girl. However, when she thought of Xiao Yang's situation, the young lady had no choice but to hurriedly travel with all her might. The reason why Xiao Yang was hurrying with all his might was not only to avoid those people who wanted to kill him. More importantly, it was to ensure Murong Chantian's safety. Since this was the case, how could she not care about Xiao Yang? In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yang and Murong Chantian had once again appeared in front of a city. Yang City he. I heard that there are quite a number of good things in Yang City's auction this time around. Quite a number of factions and aristocratic families have sent people over. There are even quite a few elite Do Di. Haha, that's right. It is said that even the Alchemist Alliance has sent people over this time around. It seems that it is because a Zhenyan flower has appeared in the auction. That thing is the best among the fire-type medicinal ingredients. I didn't expect that its owner would actually take it out to auction. Hearing the words that were emitted from the mouths of the people around him, Xiao Yang's originally calm face under the dark black doping suddenly revealed a surprised expression at this moment. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes. His gaze turned toward Murong Chantian by his side and said seriously, "You should try your best to be a little more humble when you enter the city this time around. From what I can sense, there is no lack of Do Di class experts here." Hearing this, the young lady under the cloak gently nodded her head. However, she immediately seemed to have suddenly reacted. She hurriedly looked at Xiao Yang and said, "There are Do Di here? Then we should not enter. If you are discovered, it will be dangerous." Haha, relax. As long as we are careful, there won't be any major problems. Even if we are discovered and can't defeat them, we can just run away. Moreover, there are still some things that I need here. When he finished speaking, Xiao Yang's eyes suddenly emitted a glint. A joy involuntarily flashed across the depths of his eyes. Originally, he had thought that it would be difficult to find such a thing. However, Xiao Yang's luck seemed to be quite good. He did not expect that he would be able to find it after leaving the Shalin mountain range for only a month. Since this was the case, how could Xiao Yang easily let it go? After all, if he missed it this time around, he did not know when he would be able to find it again. Zhenyan flower, The zhenyan flower was an essential medicinal ingredient to refine the ice spirit pill. Its importance in refining the ice spirit pill was not inferior to the ice spirit cold liquid. The last time Xiao Yang was in the Flame Lion's cave, he had obtained the zhenyan crystal. That thing was the product of the energy of the zhenyan flower. Originally, Xiao Yang thought that he would also be able to obtain the zhenyan flower. However, in the end, he did not manage to see it. This matter had always been kept in Xiao Yang's heart. Now that he had actually encountered it, Xiao Yang would naturally not easily let himself miss it. As this thought flashed across his heart, Xiao Yang immediately smiled slightly. Immediately, he led Murong Chanxian beside him and the two of them moved together, slowly walking towards Yang City in front of them. Under the unsurprised gazes of the city guards, Xiao Yang and Murong Chanxian slowly walked. At the same time, a vast and mighty spiritual strength quietly spread out from between their brows, probing the various experts in the city. Chapter 5:10. After entering the city, Xiao Yang and Murong Chen randomly found a place to stay. After settling down, the two of them once again walked on the crowded street. The incoming hot sun caused Xiao Yang to involuntarily narrow his eyes. As he eyed the outline of the huge city that appeared in front of his eyes and the crowd that was coming and going on the wide street, Xiao Yang involuntarily clicked his tongue and exclaimed in amazement. In terms of scale, Yang City was much larger than Sulan City. In fact, even the southern region's ancient Desolation City could not compare to it. From this, one could easily imagine the size of this Yang City. Of course, in comparison, the things that this place possessed were naturally not something that the savage ancient city could compare with. Due to the so-called auction, there were currently quite a number of experts gathered in Yang City. In this place, Xiao Yang could sense that even the weakest person had reached the level of a 1-star half DI. Compared to other places, the gap was obvious. At this moment, most of the news that was being transmitted from the crowd was related to the auction. Shops were lined up neatly on both sides of the street. People were coming in and out of the shops unceasingly. As the auction approached, these shops would be able to make a huge profit. Usually, such a grand event like this would be a rare sight. The two of them slowly shuttled through the human traffic. Only at this moment did they truly experience the enormous attraction that this auction contained. After some understanding, Xiao Yang found out that there were still 3 days before the auction began. 3 days. Now that Xiao Yang thought about it, he finally understood that there seemed to be only 3 medicinal pills left on him. 3 DI tier medicinal pills. In this kind of auction, where even elite Do DI would be moved, it was likely that he would really have difficulty obtaining the blazing flame flower. Xiao Yang helplessly laughed bitterly in his heart. He lifted his gaze only to discover that he and Murong Chanxian were already standing in front of a medicinal shop. Seeing the 3 large words 1000 medicinal shop, Xiao Yang involuntarily raised his eyebrows. This name gave him a feeling of déjà vu. Xiao Yang turned his head and exchanged glances with the young lady beside him, who had removed her doping. The young lady smiled while Xiao Yang frowned slightly. He thought for a moment in his heart before carrying the intention of giving it a try as he slowly stepped into the 1000 medicinal house in front of him. Other than gathering some information regarding the auction, Xiao Yang's motive for this trip was also to find a few medicinal ingredients that he needed. Other than the blazing flame flower, the ice spirit pill still required quite a number of other medicinal ingredients. Although Xiao Yang had already gathered quite a number of them, he was ultimately still lacking a few. If he could find them all here, Xiao Yang would save him the effort of searching everywhere. However, along the way, Xiao Yang had only seen some small and medium-sized shops. Xiao Yang clearly knew that it was impossible for those shops to have the medicinal ingredients that he needed. However, the 1000 medicinal shop in front of him caused Xiao Yang to sigh in his heart. The 1000 medicinal shop in front of him was the largest medicinal shop that Xiao Yang had seen along the way. At the same time, Xiao Yang could clearly sense an extremely frightening pressure on the exterior of this medicinal shop. Needless to say, it was definitely a barrier that had been personally set up by an elite Do DI. To be able to get an elite Do DI to personally act, this was enough to show the foundation of this 1000 medicinal shop. If he was able to find the things that Xiao Yang needed here, This trip could be considered worth it for Xiao Yang. The two of them had just stepped into the medicinal shop when a rich medicinal fragrance immediately pounced on Xiao Yang and Murong Qianqian. Faced with this kind of situation, Xiao Yang was naturally already used to it. He frowned slightly, twitched his nose and ignored it. On the other hand, Murong Qianqian, who was beside him, had come to a place with such a rich medicinal fragrance for the first time. This kind of medicinal fragrance caused the young lady's face to swiftly turn red. After which, she could not help but sneeze violently. It was a long while later that the young lady gradually got used to the rich medicinal fragrance within the medicinal shop. Xiao Yang smiled and led Murong Qianqian into the medicinal shop. At this moment, quite a number of people had already gathered within the medicinal shop. Numerous exquisite jade boxes were neatly placed within the many crystal counters. The medicinal fragrance that permeated the air was seeping out from these jade boxes. The counters within the medicinal shop were divided into 3 areas. One was the medicinal pill area, one was the medicinal ingredient area, and the other was the formation plate area. Compared to the 3 areas, the medicinal pill area undoubtedly had more people. After all, to these people, even though they were half-emperors, medicinal pills were still the most important thing that they needed when they traveled. In this western region where there were groups of half-emperors, even if one was a half-emperor, one would still be unable to ensure one's safety. Compared to those medicinal ingredients with wild and violent energies, a medicinal pill could play a life-saving role at a critical moment. Hence, most people did not mind purchasing medicinal pills. As for those medicinal ingredients, other than alchemists, no one else would come in contact with them. As for the formation plate area, there were also over a dozen people thinking about purchasing them. On the other hand, other than a few alchemists, there was not a single person in the medicinal ingredient area. Xiao Yang could only helplessly shake his head in the face of such a phenomenon. There was nothing he could do about it. Medicinal pills could be consumed to recover one's injuries and save one's life. Formation plates could be used to set up mysterious formations that could both attack and defend. As for medicinal ingredients, other than alchemists, no one was willing to touch them. The appearance of Xiao Yang and Murong Qianqian immediately attracted the attention of quite a number of people. This was especially the case when their gazes landed on Murong Qianqian, who was beside Xiao Yang, and a radiance overflowed from within their eyes. There was naturally no need to say much about the gazes of the men. As for those women, they knitted their eyebrows and jealousy involuntarily flashed across their faces. There were even some who unceremoniously pinched the men beside them. Immediately, they turned around and left with displeased faces amidst a wave of miserable cries. The two of them slowly walked closer. However, they did not choose to first look at the medicinal ingredients and medicinal pills. Instead, they directly walked to the front of the counter where the formation plates were placed. Although Xiao Yang had seen the formation plates before, he had only casually glanced at them. However, this was the first time that he was able to carefully observe them from the distance of the counter. Moreover, Xiao Yang had always held a curious attitude towards the so-called formation master. Xiao Yang really wanted to see a terrifying existence that was on par with alchemists. As he walked closer, disc-like metallic formation plates appeared in front of Xiao Yang's eyes. The formation plates here were different from those medicinal ingredients and medicinal pills. They did not need to be protected by jade boxes. Instead, they were neatly placed on the counter. On every formation plate, there was an extremely mysterious formation symbol carved on it. The formation symbol looked crooked and did not follow the rhythm. However, faintly, it released an aura that was hard to describe. This made one feel the profoundness of the formation plate even more. Just as Xiao Yang and Murong Qianqian were curiously observing the formation plates within the crystal counter, an elegant lady who was dressed gorgeously walked over from behind the two of them. He. Sir, may I ask if you want to purchase a formation plate? Chapter 5:11. In the other room, Xiao Yang extended his hand. With a thought, a jade-green heavenly flame immediately rose from Xiao Yang's palm. The moment the heavenly flame appeared, the temperature in the other room rapidly increased. A scorching aura filled the entire room, causing even the air to become scorching hot. Joy involuntarily appeared in Jin Yao's beautiful eyes when she saw the life spirit flame in front of her once again. Compared to its ordinary appearance from before, this cluster of jade-green flames now had the appearance of a heavenly flame. After taking out the heavenly flame, Xiao Yang finally lifted his head and looked at Jin Yao. He smiled faintly and said, "District Owner Jin, due to some personal reasons, the heavenly flame cannot completely leave my body. Therefore, although I can lend the heavenly flame to District Owner Jin, I can only separate a seed flame from it. I hope District Owner Jin can understand this." Hearing this, Jin Yao's pretty face was first startled. Soon after, she chuckled and said, "Mr. Xiao Yang is too serious. Mr. Xiao Yang's words are too serious. You are already extremely benevolent by lending the heavenly flame to me. The heavenly flame originally belongs to Mr. Xiao Yang. Why would I force you?" Seeing this, Xiao Yang smiled again. His gaze shifted downwards and landed on the life flame. Looking at the life flame that was dancing nimbly between his palms, Xiao Yang's eyes flickered with a beautiful flame. With a thought, the jade-green flame in his hand immediately trembled violently. After a few breaths, a jade-green flame the size of a fist was separated from Xiao Yang's palm. Xiao Yang controlled the cluster of jade-green flame with his mind and delivered it to Jin Yao. He smiled and said, "Don't worry." He smiled and said, "Because this life flame is a seed flame, its catalytic effect will be much weaker than the main body. However, it should have half the effect. Cuckoo, it is already enough that Mr. Xiao Yang is willing to lend the heavenly flame to me. After all, this is much faster than allowing the 1,000-fan tree to grow on its own. Regardless, I still have to thank Mr. Xiao Yang." Hearing this, Jin Yao smiled and nodded to Xiao Yang. A seed flame was after all a seed flame. It was normal for its strength to be inferior to the main body. Fortunately, not only was the 1,000-fan tree revived, but she had also obtained a heavenly flame like the life flame. To her, it was worth it. However, she still could not bear to part with 1/5 of the leaves of the 1,000-fan tree. She had waited for the 1,000-fan tree to grow for an unknown number of years. Now that she had to give it up, she was extremely unwilling to do so. However, the words had already left his mouth. It was difficult to take them back. Now, he could only hand the 1,000-fan tree leaf to Xiao Yang. Of course, if it was someone else, an elite Do Di could naturally ignore Xiao Yang. However, Jin Yao was different. Being a woman, she was able to reach this stage and even establish herself in this Yang city where there were many Do Di. Naturally, she had her own outstanding points. When she saw Xiao Yang for the first time, her intuition as a woman told her that this little fellow in front of her, whose strength appeared to be no more than a 6-star half-martial emperor, was definitely not as simple as he appeared to be. Moreover, she was actually able to faintly sense a dangerous aura from Xiao Yang's body. Jin Yao might have been skeptical about her intuition at the beginning, but she ultimately chose to believe it. She would rather believe the peace in front of her than deny the potential danger. Jin Yao wrapped the heavenly flame in front of her with Do Qi and kept it into her body. Her pretty eyes immediately looked at Xiao Yang. She pursed her lips and said, "I have promised Mr. Xiao Yang earlier that if you are able to lend me the heavenly flame, I will be willing to give you 1/5 of the 1,000-fan leaves on the 1,000-fan tree. I will do as I say." Jin Yao raised her hand after saying these words. Her delicate finger gently pointed. Immediately, a bright Do Qi light shot out from Jin Yao's finger with the intention of plucking 1/5 of the leaves from the 1,000-fan tree. "District Owner Jin, please wait." However, just as Jin Yao was about to act, Xiao Yang's voice was suddenly emitted and instantly stopped Jin Yao's actions. "District Owner Jin, I am aware of the value of the 1,000-fan leaves. I am also aware that these 1,000-fan leaves have grown for hundreds or thousands of years. It is not easy for them to grow. I should not so easily pluck them." The expression on Jin Yao's face hardened when she heard Xiao Yang's words. It was unexpected that Xiao Yang was actually willing to give up on the 1,000-fan leaves. It should be known that a 1,000-fan leaf that was over 1,000 years old was something that even an elite Do Di could not help but be tempted by. However, Xiao Yang was able to give up with such a firm tone even though the treasure was right in front of him. It must be said that this determination was not something that an ordinary person could possess. However, Jin Yao had just praised Xiao Yang in her heart when Xiao Yang's words immediately caused the expression on Jin Yao's pretty face to harden. Could it be that she had misjudged the Xiao Yang in front of her? District Owner Jin, is it possible for me to obtain 1,000 fan leaf that has just grown? The words that were immediately transmitted from Xiao Yang's mouth caused the expression on Jin Yao's pretty face to become sluggish. She really did not expect that Xiao Yang would actually make such a request. Who would give up 1,000-year-old 1,000 fan leaf to pursue a newly grown shoot? This was basically neglecting the essentials. If it was an ordinary person, it was likely that they would not be able to resist spitting at him angrily. However, Jin Yao immediately understood what was going on. The black-robed young man in front of her seemed to be even more outstanding than she had imagined. With the life spirit flame in hand, as long as Xiao Yang was able to obtain a young shoot from the 1,000 fan tree, he would be able to use it to grow a new 1,000 fan tree. Why would he need Jin Yao's 1,000 fan leaf? Xiao Yang's actions not only allowed him to obtain the 1,000 fan leaf, but also allowed him to thank Jin Yao, causing her to be even more grateful to Xiao Yang. It could be said that he had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Moreover, this would also be of great help to Xiao Yang in the future. A great favor from an elite Do Di was enough to allow Xiao Yang to travel unimpeded in the Shilin region. Haha, Mr. Xiao Yang, even I am ashamed of my inferiority to your calculations. After thinking through all this, Jin Yao's pretty face involuntarily revealed an enchanting smile that could charm all living things. Her watery eyes stared intently at Xiao Yang, as though she wanted to swallow him whole. Being stared at by the woman in front of him in such a manner, Xiao Yang could not help but smile embarrassedly. District Owner Jin must be joking. The reason why I am doing this is so that both of us can obtain what we need. I know that District Owner Jin values the 1,000 fan tree greatly. I just don't want to snatch away what you love. However, District Owner Jin, I believe that this deal between us will definitely not disappoint you. At the end of his words, Xiao Yang parted his mouth and smiled. A ray of light shot out from his pitch-black eyes that were as deep as a pool. After which, he quickly opened his mouth and said, District Owner Jin is right. A favor from an elite Do Di is indeed very valuable. However, a favor from a rank 3 alchemist, I believe District Owner Jin should also be clear about it. Chapter 512. Cuckoo, Mr. Need not be surprised. The formation plate is created from spirit stones as its foundation. Although it may appear ordinary, the energy contained within it is not inferior to the Do Chi that an ordinary Ban Di possesses. However, the formation plates here are only ordinary goods. Although their defensive strength is frightening, they can only be used once. After one use, they will become a pile of trash. Just as Xiao Yang was feeling surprised at the terrifying defensive strength of the formation plate in front of him, the beautiful woman by his side casually retrieved the formation plate that was suspended in front of Xiao Yang. After which, she rotated her hand and another formation plate was suspended in the empty space in front of Xiao Yang. The formation plate is similar to a Do technique. One is a defensive formation plate while the other is an offensive formation plate. Of course, there is also a compound formation plate that combines the two. That kind of formation plate combines both attack and defense. It can be used both offensively and defensively. Xiao Yang nodded slightly. He had already seen this point when he fought with Mu Han back then. Once she finished speaking, the beautiful woman flicked her finger. The dark black formation plate in front of Xiao Yang immediately shot out numerous glass golden lights. Each golden light was around an inch long and half a thumb thick. Of course, this was only because the formation had not been completely activated. After the 10+ golden lights circled around the formation plate, they were like numerous small swords that were suspended above the formation plate and slowly circled. This kind of formation is an offensive formation. As for its use, there is no need for me to say anything more. I think that it is difficult for this thing to enter Mr.'s eyes. Ha 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 ha. At the end of her words, the beautiful woman used a gaze that was filled with charm to stare at Xiao Yang. The moment their gazes met, the latter hurriedly dodged. Faced with the charm of a Do Di, Xiao Yang really did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. After helplessly laughing bitterly in his heart, Xiao Yang once again raised his head. His gaze swiftly swept across the beautiful woman's enchanting lovely body. He stared at the latter's moist red lips that were about to drip water and said, "Since Workshop Master has already mentioned the first two types, why don't you tell me about the third type as well? It can be considered as broadening my horizons." Xiao Yang didn't care much about formations. The reason why he asked this was because he wanted to have a simple understanding of formations so that he wouldn't be helpless when he met a formation master who specialized in formations in the future. "Haha. Mister, you always call me mistress. It sounds strange. My name is Jin Yarrow, and mister can just call me by my name. As for compound formations, you can only see them on the second floor. If mister has the time, I don't mind introducing them to mister. Then I'll have to trouble you, owner Jin," Xiao Yang said with a smile as he cupped his hands respectfully. Seeing this, Jin Yarrow smiled and returned the greeting to Xiao Yang. Her pretty eyes immediately rotated as she opened her mouth to ask. "That's right. Mister, you didn't come to my 1,000 medicine house just for the disc array, right?" Hearing this, Xiao Yang's expression couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then, it turned into a smile as he nodded and said, "Haha, owner Jin is right. I didn't come to the 1,000 medicine house for the formation array. The main reason is that I need to refine 2 pills. There are some medicinal ingredients that I haven't collected yet, so I came to try my luck. If I can find them, it will be a good thing. If I can't find them, it doesn't matter." As he said this, Xiao Yang and Jin Yarrow had already lifted their feet and slowly walked towards the second floor. While he was checking the disc array earlier, Xiao Yang had also checked the counters where the medicinal ingredients were placed. However, he did not find the medicinal ingredients that Xiao Yang needed. This involuntarily caused him to feel a little disappointed in his heart. At this moment, Jin Yarrow's words caused a fiery hot feeling to once again rise in Xiao Yang's heart. As Xiao Yang and Jin Yarrow walked towards the second floor, Murong Chanxian, who was behind the two of them, had a gloomy expression on her pretty face. Her pretty eyes stared at Jin Yarrow. A strange expression surged out from within her bright eyes. Being a Do Di, Jin Yarrow naturally sensed the enmity in Murong Chanxian's eyes. However, how could she not know the reason behind it? She smiled slightly and ignored it. She chatted and laughed with Xiao Yang beside her as they walked towards the second floor. When they reached the second floor, the space on the second floor was a little smaller than the large hall on the first floor. A number of large rooms divided the entire second floor. Each room was specifically responsible for selling their own goods. Under Jin Yarrow's lead, Xiao Yang and Jin Yarrow passed through a few long corridors. Soon after, a room with the word medicine written on a plaque appeared in front of Xiao Yang and Jin Yarrow. "Hee, mister, this room specializes in selling some precious medicinal ingredients. Moreover, I can say without reservation that anything that is sold in our medicinal shop is definitely a good thing. If there is something that our medicinal shop cannot take out, I believe that there is no other faction in Yang City that can take it out." Jin Yarrow chuckled. However, her words were filled with confidence. "Haha, since this is the case, it looks like this trip will not be in vain. Boss Jin, please lead the way." Xiao Yang smiled as he clasped his hands together towards Jin Yarrow and said. The two of them stepped into the room, while Murong Chanxian casually wandered around the other areas on the second floor. With Xiao Yang's spiritual force following her at all times, there was no hindrance. After entering the room, the first thing that entered their eyes was a strange tree that was 20 feet tall. At first glance, this tree looked just like a fan that was spread open. Even the leaves on it were similarly shaped like fans. The lush green leaves reflected a verdant luster in this brightly lit room. It was as if the entire tree was emitting light, causing one's heart to involuntarily tremble. "Oh, 1,000-fan tree." Upon seeing this tree, a look of astonishment involuntarily appeared on Xiao Yang's face. He had never imagined that he would actually see such a strange tree here. The 1,000-fan tree. It said that each of its leaves takes 10 years to grow, and from the looks of this tree, it's very rare. Looking at it, I'm afraid that it is at least close to 1,000 years old. Haha, Mr. is indeed an expert in alchemy. This 1,000-fan tree in my medicinal shop is indeed over 1,000 years old. Unfortunately, this tree has already withered and died a couple of years ago. No matter how hard we try, we are unable to revive it." Toward the end of her words, even Jin Yao's pretty face involuntarily revealed a regretful expression. Clearly, she valued this 1,000-fan tree greatly. It was not difficult to imagine the value of this tree if it was valued by a Do Di class expert. Originally, I wanted to treat this 1,000-fan tree as the treasure of my shop. However, since the tree has already died, I can only place it here. Xiao Yang involuntarily nodded his head when he heard this. The leaves of the 1,000-fan tree were very valuable medicinal ingredients. This was especially the case for the 1,000-year-old leaves that had accompanied the growth of the 1,000-fan tree. They could be called priceless treasures and were something that many alchemists yearned for. However, since this tree was already dead, there were only a few 1,000-year-old leaves on it. The value of this tree had been greatly reduced. It was no wonder that Jin Yao felt that it was a pity. However, Xiao Yang's eyes turned slightly. His heart involuntarily moved. Currently, he was in dire need of medicinal pills. He wondered if this 1,000-fan tree would be able to give him a pleasant surprise. Haha, District Owner Jin need not feel so regretful. I think that I might have a way to help District Owner Jin revive this 1,000-fan tree. Xiao Yang lifted his eyes and looked at Jin Yao, who had a regretful expression on her face. The corner of his mouth slowly revealed a smile as he spoke softly. The expression on Jin Yao's pretty face involuntarily changed when Xiao Yang's words sounded. She lifted her pretty eyes and looked at Xiao Yang. She seemed to be confirming if she had heard wrongly. It should be known that she had personally acted in order to revive this 1,000-fan tree back then. However, this 1,000-fan tree was ultimately unable to escape death. Yet, where did Xiao Yang get his confidence from? Xiao Yang smiled slightly when he saw this. He did not say anything more. All he did was extend a finger. After which, a thought passed through his mind. Immediately, a cluster of fingernail-sized flame seedlings appeared on Xiao Yang's finger. The expression on Jin Yao's face involuntarily became startled when she saw this wisp of flame. Soon after, her voice was filled with disbelief. It was a long while later before she involuntarily exclaimed to Xiao Yang, "This is a heavenly flame, the life spirit flame." Chapter 5:13. The life spirit flame was ranked 5th on the heavenly flame ranking. The greatest characteristic of this flame was that anyone who possessed it would be able to possess an extremely long lifespan. It would not lose out to even some magical beasts with extremely long lifespans. Another point was that the life spirit flame possessed an extremely terrifying life aura. If a medicinal ingredient seed was thrown into the heavenly flame, the seed would grow into a medicinal ingredient in just a short moment. At the same time, the ability of the life spirit flame could also be used to revive some medicinal ingredients and plants that still possessed life aura. The 1,000-fan tree was one such example. According to what Jin Yao had said, this 1,000-fan tree had withered for a couple of years. However, Xiao Yang could sense that the interior of the 1,000-fan tree still contained an extremely dense life aura. This aura was something that had gradually settled down after the 1,000-fan tree had grown for 1,000 years. Even with Jin Yao's strength, she was unable to sense it. If Xiao Yang did not possess a heavenly flame like the life spirit flame, it was likely that he would also be unable to sense it. The life spirit flame. I really did not expect that Mr. actually possesses such a heavenly flame. As an elite Do Di, Jin Yao was naturally well aware of the effects of the life spirit flame in her heart. She could not help but exclaim when she saw Xiao Yang take out the life spirit flame. It is said that Mr. is able to control many kinds of heavenly flames. In the past, I did not believe it. However, now that I have seen Mr.'s life spirit flame, I really cannot help but feel admiration. Although the heavenly flame was strong, it did not seem to attract Jin Yao. She could only involuntarily purse her lips and praise Xiao Yang a couple of times. After which, her pretty eyes once again landed on the life spirit flame between Xiao Yang's fingers. Compared to the heavenly flame, she seemed to be more interested in the 1,000-fan tree. Cuckoo, it is just a little trick. It is nothing. Xiao Yang laughed softly. He knew that Jin Yarrow was a little impatient at this moment. He did not say anything else. He opened and closed his palm. With a puff sound, a cluster of jade-green flames rose from Xiao Yang's palm. Taking a few steps forward, Xiao Yang stood in front of the 1,000-fan tree. The green light reflected on Xiao Yang's body, making him look like a piece of jade. Owner Jin, this is the first time I've done something like reviving the 1,000-fan tree. Whether or not I succeed depends on the outcome. If it doesn't, don't worry, sir. The 1,000-fan tree is already a dead tree. If you don't come, it will only be placed here. It won't be betrayed. If you really can't revive the 1,000-fan tree, then the tree will be destroyed. However, if you can really revive it, then I can guarantee that you can take 3 things from the 1,000 medicine clinic. Xiao Yang's voice had yet to fade when Jin Yarrow's soft voice was transmitted over. Xiao Yang's heart involuntarily moved when he heard her words. He was currently a truly poor person. He only had 3 DI-tier medicinal pills on him. It was likely that he would only be able to take away 2 or 3 things within this 1,000 medicinal house. Once this was the case, he might not have the chance to participate in the auction a couple of days later. Hence, the words from Jin Yarrow's mouth had undoubtedly caused Xiao Yang's heart to be moved. Cuckoo, in that case, I shall thank owner Jin first. As for reviving this 1,000-fan tree, I will definitely do my best. Xiao Yang nodded heavily. His hand, which was controlling the life spirit flame, suddenly swung backwards with great force. Immediately, jade-green flames swept out in all directions. It was like a huge fire net that completely wrapped around the 1,000-fan tree in front of Xiao Yang. A majestic life force immediately surged out from the heavenly flame the moment the life spirit flame surged out. It swiftly spread across the entire room. Immediately after, Jin Yarrow clearly saw that some of the medicinal ingredients in the air in the other room had their originally withered surfaces rapidly become green like new shoots. At the same time, waves of medicinal fragrance spread out in all directions from the other room, causing one to feel relaxed and happy just by smelling it. Joy immediately surged onto Jin Yarrow's pretty face when she sensed the abnormality in the other room. This was because the life spirit flame had taken effect. Of course, although the other medicinal ingredients in the hall were acting strangely, the 1,000-fan tree in front of Xiao Yang did not react at all. The jade-green flame swiftly covered the entire 1,000-fan tree like liquid. At the same time, spiritual strength wildly surged out from between Xiao Yang's brows. He did his best to control the heavenly flame and slowly seeped into the interior of the 1,000-fan tree. For the sake of the promise that Jin Yarrow had made earlier, Xiao Yang was really going all out this time. Surging spiritual strength swept out like a flood, controlling the jade-green heavenly flame. With a thought from Xiao Yang, it gradually surged into the interior of the 1,000-fan tree. The dark green tree bark did not reveal the slightest life force. Xiao Yang could only attempt to use the heavenly flame to touch the life force in the deepest part of the 1,000-fan tree. Only by touching that life force would the life spirit flame be effective. The thick, tough trunk was like an impenetrable wall. Even though Xiao Yang expended a great deal of effort, to the point where many beads of sweat had appeared on his forehead, it was still extremely difficult for the life spirit flame to enter the trunk. Unfortunately, the life spirit flame was not suited for battle. There was no other way to enter the depths of the 1,000-fan tree apart from using spiritual strength to slowly push it in. As a result, Xiao Yang could only helplessly persevere even though he was mentally exhausted. If it was any other ancient tree that was less than a foot in diameter, Xiao Yang would have been able to easily penetrate it without using the heavenly flame. However, even though Xiao Yang did his best, the speed at which the heavenly flame entered the 1,000-fan tree was still pitifully slow. This slow process continued for a total of 6 hours. During these 6 hours, the expression on Xiao Yang's face had also changed from its initial indifference to a solemn one. Spurt. This continued until a certain moment when a slight muffled sound was suddenly emitted from within the dark green tree trunk. Immediately, Xiao Yang's somewhat pale face was filled with joy. A thought passed through his mind and the life spirit flame within the tree trunk swiftly rose. Sizzle sizzle sizzle, a kai-kai sound was emitted from the tree trunk. The emotions in Xiao Yang's and Jin Yarrow's hearts suddenly became anxious. As the life spirit flame rose, wisps of jade-green flames surged out from within the trunk. Immediately, the entire 1,000-fan tree seemed to be set ablaze. Xiao Yang and Jin Yarrow had no time to worry about this. They stared fixedly at the 1,000-fan tree in front of them as they focused their minds. Their spiritual strength enveloped the surroundings of the 1,000-fan tree as they probed for its presence at all times. However, reality was always so unsatisfactory. Even though the two of them stared blankly at the 1,000-fan tree for a long time, the 1,000-fan tree remained where it was like a statue. It did not move at all. Even with the support of the life spirit flame, the 1,000-fan tree did not change at all. In the end, we still failed. A long while later, just as the two of them felt dejected, just as Xiao Yang was about to withdraw his life spirit flame, a soft cracking sound suddenly rang out from one of the branches of the 1,000-fan tree. Even though the sound was extremely soft, Xiao Yang and Jin Yarrow still heard it clearly with their hearing. Immediately, the two of them raised their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. The depths of their eyes were filled with joy. However, in the next moment, when the two of them clearly saw where the sound had come from, their expressions became stunned once again. The excitement that had just risen in their hearts instantly plummeted. One could see that the branch, which was originally as hard as steel, had actually been forcefully split open and formed an inch-long crack line under the burning of the life spirit flame. Following the focus of Xiao Yang's and Jin Yarrow's gazes, even more crack lines gradually spread over the entire 1,000-fan tree. At a glance, the entire tree appeared to have been covered by an enormous net. A disappointment swiftly surged into Xiao Yang's and Jin Yarrow's hearts. Who would have thought that the hope that the two of them had just found, after spending 6 hours, would be exchanged for such a dilapidated appearance? Under the burning of the heavenly flame, the 1,000-fan tree would probably completely fall apart in no time. Sigh, Xiao Yang sighed helplessly. With a thought, the life spirit flame that was burning on the 1,000-fan tree dissipated. However, the cracking sounds continued to ring out from the 1,000-fan tree. Xiao Yang and Jin Yarrow exchanged glances with each other. The bewitching expression in Jin Yarrow's eyes quietly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced with a true expression of pity. Clearly, she really cared about the 1,000-fan tree. However, since they had already fallen into such a state, there was nothing they could do. Mr. Xiao Yang, don't worry. It doesn't matter if the 1,000-fan tree is destroyed. It's just however, before Jin Yarrow could finish speaking, her eyes suddenly widened as she looked at the 1,000-fan tree. Soon after, a deep look of disbelief appeared in her eyes. Soon after, it turned into an uncontrollable excitement. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yang's face changed once again. The dejected expression on his face a moment ago instantly disappeared at this moment. Instead, it was replaced by a wild joy, as though he had just survived a calamity. His originally pale face had turned red because of the scene that had appeared on the 1,000-fan tree. At this moment, the emotions in their hearts could not be any more excited. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the 1,000-fan tree that was originally riddled with cracks was slowly being exposed to the air as pieces of dark green bark fell from the tree trunk, revealing a brand new piece of green bark that looked like a newly sprouted bud. Chapter 5:14. As the dark green tree bark fell off, what appeared in Xiao Yang's and Jin Yarrow's eyes was a brand new face that was as green as a tender sprout. The green branches were filled with life at a glance. In particular, the new sprouts that had sprouted from the branches made the 1,000-fan tree glow with life. If the 1,000-fan tree from before was an old man in his twilight years, then the one that had appeared before Xiao Yang and Jin Yarrow was a robust young man in his prime. The entire 1,000-fan tree exuded a surging life force. The two of them felt the air around them become fresher, and the fragrance of grass wafted through the air, gradually filling the entire room. On the 1,000-fan tree, green sprouts that were the size of chopsticks swiftly grew. Moreover, they rapidly became thick and solid at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. In a short moment, they had already grown to the size of a person's pinky finger. On top of them, a fan-shaped leaf that was the size of a person's thumb had also grown. All of this was due to Xiao Yang's heavenly flame, the life spirit flames. It was because of the life spirit flames that the 1,000-fan tree could revive and grow so quickly. It had taken close to a year to do so. At this moment, Xiao Yang and Jin Yaro's hearts were filled with joy. After a period of unbearable emotional turmoil, they had finally seen the outcome that they wanted to see. However, the thousand-fan tree, which was swiftly growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, once again came to a stop while Xiao Yang's duo were rejoicing in their hearts. The speed at which the leaves were spreading swiftly slowed until they came to a complete stop. The two of them could not help but be slightly stunned when they saw this. Soon after, Xiao Yang hurriedly returned to his senses. With a wave of his hand, the jade-green heavenly flame immediately surged out of the thousand-fan tree, burning fiercely once again. Without the life-spirit flames, even though the thousand-fan tree had been revived, it was far too unrealistic for it to grow at the same speed as before. Hence, Xiao Yang could only helplessly summon the life-spirit flames again and use the heavenly flame to stimulate the growth of the thousand-fan tree. Seeing the leaves of the thousand-fan tree slowly wriggle under the heat of the heavenly flames, Jin Yaro couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. She patted her chest with her jade-like hand before turning around and bowing slightly. Her red lips pursed into a gentle smile. "Thank you, Mr. Xiao Yang. Owner Jin, you are too kind." The thousand-fan tree can be considered a mysterious tree. Although I have heard of it, I have never seen the real thing. Today, I am fortunate enough to see it. If I can save it, I will do my best. Xiao Yang did not dare to slight her when he heard this. He was really unable to endure being treated in such a manner by an elite DI. Haha, no matter what, I still have to thank Mr. Xiao Yang for saving the thousand-fan tree. Of course, I will definitely not go back on what I said earlier. Today, as long as Mr. Xiao Yang takes a fancy to something in my thousand medicinal house, you can take 3 of them. Jin Yaro smiled. She naturally half believed Xiao Yang's words. After all, with the promise she had made, Xiao Yang would naturally do his best. Of course, she did not doubt the position of her thousand-fan tree in Xiao Yang's heart. The value of the thousand-fan tree was enough to cause an origin transformation expert to be moved. As a DI and an alchemist, how could Xiao Yang's heart not be moved? Xiao Yang immediately let out a long sigh of relief when he heard Jin Yaro's words. He had said so much, but the words he wanted to hear the most were from the woman in front of him. Haha, thank you very much, Owner Jin. Xiao Yang immediately laughed as he cupped his hands toward Jin Yaro. At the same time, a fiery hot expression gradually surfaced in Xiao Yang's eyes. However, just as Jin Yaro was about to lead Xiao Yang into the other room, the heavenly flame on the thousand-fan tree was extinguished once again. At the same time, the growing thousand-fan tree stopped once again. The expressions on Xiao Yang's and Jin Yaro's faces were involuntarily startled when they saw this scene. Immediately, the two of them exchanged glances with each other and quickly knit their brows together. Everyone knew that the thousand-fan tree grew very slowly. Its leaves were extremely valuable medicinal ingredients, but only those that were over 100 years old could be used. The thousand-fan tree produced leaves extremely slowly. It would only produce a single leaf every 10 years, so the leaf could only be used after 100 years of growth. Now, she finally had the life-spirit flame to catalyze it. However, the scene that appeared in front of Xiao Yang and Jin Yaro involuntarily caused Jin Yaro to feel a sense of pity in her heart. If she had the life-spirit flames to nurture it over a long period of time, she believed that she would be able to obtain at least 100-year-old leaves in less than a month. However, without the heavenly flame, the thousand-fan tree would have to return to its normal growth speed. Jin Yaro sighed softly in her heart. It was a long while later before she once again lifted her pretty eyes and looked at Xiao Yang. Her long and narrow eyes that were filled with charm revealed a sigh. Her red lips were slightly pursed. In the next moment, a soft voice that caused one's entire body to feel numb was slowly spat out from Jin Yaro's small cherry mouth. Mr. Xiao Yang, hearing this soft voice that was even more frightening than a female ghost, Xiao Yang could not help but shiver. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He was really unable to accept being addressed in such a manner by an elite DI. Xiao Yang smiled awkwardly. The corner of his mouth twitched as he awkwardly asked, "District Owner Jin, is there anything else?" Seeing Xiao Yang's flattered manner, the expression on Jin Yaro's pretty face could not help but be slightly startled. She immediately withdrew it and once again smiled at Xiao Yang. Mr. Xiao Yang, you should also know that the growth of the 1,000-fan tree's leaves requires an extremely long period of time. That kind of almost unlimited time is not something that we humans can compare with. Therefore, I hope that I can. Don't tell me that district owner Jin wants to borrow my heavenly flame. Before Jin Yarrow finished speaking, Xiao Yang could not help but raise his eyebrows and ask in a frivolous manner. Hearing Xiao Yang's words, Jin Yarrow could not help but smile awkwardly. She immediately knit her eyebrows and clenched her silver teeth. She once again faced Xiao Yang and said, I have no choice but to do this. The growth of the 1,000-fan leaves is really too slow. If Mr. Xiao Yang can lend the life spirit flame to me, I am willing to give you 1/5 of the 1,000-fan leaves on the 1,000-fan tree. Xiao Yang's eyes hardened. He did not expect that Jin Yarrow would actually go to such an extent for the 1,000-fan tree. Soon after, Jin Yarrow once again opened her mouth and said, at the same time, I will also owe Mr. Xiao Yang a favor. Mr. Xiao Yang should be able to understand how important a favor from an elite Dou-Di is. Hearing Jin Yarrow's words, Xiao Yang's expression involuntarily changed. His heart also began to waver. Currently, he and the 4 great sects were like fire and water. Sooner or later, they would meet. What he lacked was an elite Dou-Di class expert. Even though Jin Yarrow could not always be by his side to protect him, if she could owe Xiao Yang a favor, it was likely that she would be of great help to Xiao Yang in the future. No matter where she was, no one would dare to underestimate a Dou-Di class expert. After thinking for a while in his heart, Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes. He immediately nodded fiercely at Jin Yarrow in front of him and said, All right. Chapter 5:15. In the other room, Xiao Yang extended his hand. With a thought, a jade-green heavenly flame immediately rose from Xiao Yang's palm. The moment the heavenly flame appeared, the temperature in the other room rapidly increased. A scorching aura filled the entire room, causing even the air to become scorching hot. Joy involuntarily appeared in Jin Yarrow's beautiful eyes when she saw the life spirit flame in front of her once again. Compared to its ordinary appearance from before, this cluster of jade-green flames now had the appearance of a heavenly flame. After taking out the heavenly flame, Xiao Yang finally lifted his head and looked at Jin Yarrow. He smiled faintly and said, District owner Jin, due to some personal reasons, the heavenly flame cannot completely leave my body. Therefore, although I can lend the heavenly flame to District owner Jin, I can only separate the seed flames from it. I hope District owner Jin can understand this. Hearing this, Jin Yarrow's pretty face was first startled. Soon after, she chuckled and said, Mr. Xiao Yang is too serious. Mr. Xiao Yang's words are too serious. You are already extremely benevolent by lending the heavenly flame to me. The heavenly flame originally belongs to Mr. Xiao Yang. Why would I force you? Seeing this, Xiao Yang smiled once again. His gaze shifted downwards and landed on the life flame. Looking at the life flame that was dancing nimbly between his palms, Xiao Yang's eyes flickered with a beautiful flame. Soon after, with a thought, the jade-green flame in his hand began to tremble violently. After a few breaths, a jade-green flame the size of a fist was separated from Xiao Yang's palm. Xiao Yang controlled the cluster of jade-green flame with his mind and delivered it to Jin Yarrow. He smiled and said, Don't worry. He smiled and said, Because this life flame is a seed flame, its catalytic effect will be much weaker than the main body. However, it should be half as effective. Haha, it's enough that Mr. Xiao Yang is willing to lend me the heavenly fire. After all, this is much faster than letting the 1,000-fan tree grow on its own. No matter what, I still have to thank Mr. Xiao Yang. Jin Yarrow smiled and nodded towards Xiao Yang when she heard this. A seed flame was after all a seed flame. It was normal for its strength to be inferior to its main body. Fortunately, not only had the 1,000-fan tree been revived, but she had also obtained a heavenly flame like the life flame. This was considered worth it for her. However, she still could not bear to give up 1/5 of the 1,000-fan tree's leaves. She had been waiting for the 1,000-fan tree to grow for countless years. Now that she had to hand it over to someone else, she was extremely reluctant. However, the words had already been spoken, and they could not be taken back. Now, he could only hand the leaf of the 1,000-fan tree to Xiao Yang. Of course, if it was someone else, as an elite Do Di, they could naturally ignore Xiao Yang. However, Jin Yaro was different. Being a woman, she was able to reach this stage and even establish herself in this Yang city where there were many Do Di. Naturally, she had her own outstanding points. When she saw Xiao Yang for the first time, her intuition as a woman told her that this little fellow in front of her, whose strength appeared to be no more than a 6-star half-martial emperor, was definitely not as simple as he appeared to be. In fact, she had even faintly sensed a dangerous aura from Xiao Yang's body. Jin Yaro might have been doubtful about her instincts at the beginning, but she ultimately chose to believe them. She would rather believe in the peace in front of her than to deny the potential danger. Jin Yaro wrapped the heavenly flame in front of her with Do Qi and absorbed it into her body. Her pretty eyes immediately looked at Xiao Yang. She pursed her lips and said, "I have promised Mr. Xiao Yang earlier that if you are able to lend me the heavenly flame, I will be willing to give Mr. 1/5 of the 1,000 fan leaves on the 1,000 fan tree. I will keep my word." Jin Yaro raised her hand after saying these words. Her delicate finger gently pointed. Immediately, a bright Do Qi light shot out from Jin Yaro's finger in an attempt to pluck 1/5 of the leaves from the 1,000 fan tree. "District Mistress Jin, please wait." However, just as Jin Yaro was about to act, Xiao Yang's voice was suddenly emitted, stopping Jin Yaro's actions. "District Mistress Jin, I am aware of the value of the 1,000 fan leaves. I am also aware that these 1,000 fan leaves have grown for hundreds or thousands of years. It is not easy for them to grow. I should not so easily pluck them." The expression on Jin Yaro's face hardened when Xiao Yang's words were uttered. It was unexpected that Xiao Yang was actually willing to give up on the 1,000 fan leaves. It should be known that a 1,000 fan leaf that was over 1,000 years old was something that even an elite Do Di could not help but be tempted by. However, Xiao Yang was able to give up with such a firm tone even though the treasure was right in front of him. It must be said that this determination was not something that an ordinary person could possess. However, Jin Yaro had just praised Xiao Yang in her heart when Xiao Yang's words immediately caused the expression on Jin Yaro's pretty face to harden. Could it be that she had misjudged the Xiao Yang in front of her? "District Mistress Jin, can I take a piece of the 1,000 fan leaf that has just grown?" The words that were immediately transmitted from Xiao Yang's mouth caused the expression on Jin Yaro's pretty face to become a little dull. She really did not expect that Xiao Yang would actually make such a request. Who would give up a 1,000-year-old 1,000 fan leaf to pursue a newly grown shoot? This was really neglecting the essentials. If it was an ordinary person, it was likely that no one would be able to resist spitting at him. However, Jin Yaro immediately understood what was going on. The black-robed young man in front of her seemed to be even more outstanding than she had imagined. With the life spirit flame in his hand, as long as Xiao Yang was able to obtain a single leaf from the 1,000 fan tree, he would be able to use it to grow a new 1,000 fan tree. Why would he need Jin Yaro's 1,000 fan leaf? Xiao Yang's actions not only allowed him to obtain the 1,000 fan leaf, but also allowed him to thank Jin Yaro. This caused her to feel even more grateful toward Xiao Yang. It could be said that he had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Moreover, this would also be of great help to Xiao Yang in the future. A great favor from an elite Do Di was enough to allow Xiao Yang to move unimpeded in the Shilin region. "Hehe, Mr. Xiao Yang, even I am ashamed of my inferiority to your calculations." After thinking through all this, Jin Yaro's pretty face involuntarily revealed an enchanting smile that could charm all living things. Her watery eyes stared intently at Xiao Yang, as though she wanted to swallow him whole. Being stared at by the woman in front of him in such a manner, Xiao Yang could not help but smile embarrassedly. "District Owner Jin must be joking. The reason why I am doing this is so that both of us can obtain what we need. I know that District Owner Jin values the 1,000 fan tree greatly. I just don't want to take away what you love. However, District Owner Jin, I believe that this deal between us will definitely not disappoint you." At the end of his words, Xiao Yang parted his mouth and smiled. A glint flashed across his pitch-black eyes. After which, he quickly opened his mouth and said, "District Owner Jin is indeed right. A favor from an elite Do Di is indeed very valuable. However, District Owner Jin should also be clear about the favor from a rank 3 alchemist. Chapter 516. Rank 3 Alchemist. The expression on Jin Yao's pretty face could not help but be shocked when she heard Xiao Yang's words. A rank 3 alchemist was someone who could even move a dou di. Could it be that the Xiao Yang in front of her was actually a rank 3 alchemist? Astonishment involuntarily surged in Jin Yao's heart when she thought of this. Such a young rank 3 alchemist. It was likely that this was extremely rare even in the entire continent. Mr. Xiao Yang is actually a rank 3 alchemist. Even though she felt shocked in her heart, Jin Yao could not help but ask Xiao Yang. Hearing this, Xiao Yang smiled but did not reply. His face revealed an expression that did not appear to be fake. At the same time, his white palm slowly extended 2 fingers toward Jin Yao. A thought passed through his mind and a light flashed between his 2 fingers. A medicinal formula filled with various medicinal ingredients appeared in Xiao Yang's hand. Seeing this scene, Jin Yao could not help but gently raise her eyebrows. She extended her hand and received the medicinal formula that Xiao Yang handed to her. Jin Yao's gaze slowly swept across the rows of medicinal ingredients listed in the medicinal formula. The gaze in her beautiful eyes gradually became solemn. Although she could not recognize what kind of medicinal pill this medicinal formula was, from the medicinal ingredients required, it was undoubtedly a medicinal formula for a rank 3 medicinal pill. This medicinal formula was naturally the medicinal formula for the rank 3 medicinal pill, the Bodhisattva returning pill. In order to make it easier to find those medicinal ingredients, Xiao Yang had first written down the medicinal ingredients on a piece of paper before he left. District Owner Jin, please help me take a look. Is it possible for District Owner Jin to gather all the medicinal ingredients in this medicinal formula? Jin Yao knitted her eyebrows and shook her head. Her gaze once again swept across the medicinal formula in her hand. Only then did she look at Xiao Yang and said, Mr. Xiao Yang thinks too highly of me. My 1,000 medicinal house may have a great collection, but I can at most find 2 of the medicinal ingredients in your medicinal formula. As for the rest, I do not have them. After all, most of the medicinal ingredients are extremely precious. If you wish to gather all of them, it is likely that only a larger medicinal house or the Alchemist Alliance would be able to gather all of them. Hearing the mention of the Alchemist Alliance, Xiao Yang's expression involuntarily changed. The Alchemist Alliance was a faction directly under the Pill Tower. If he could enter it, it would be of great help to Xiao Yang. Haha, that's right. Given Mr. Xiao Yang's status as a rank 3 alchemist, if you take the initiative to join the Alchemist Alliance, those fellows will definitely take the initiative to help Xiao Yang gather all the medicinal ingredients. Appearing to have seen through Xiao Yang's thoughts, Jin Yao pursed her lips and smiled as she spoke. Hearing this, Xiao Yang's expression did not change. However, he laughed embarrassedly in his heart. Did this woman in front of him really think that he was a rank 3 alchemist? Haha, I am temporarily not interested in joining the Alchemist Alliance. We will talk about this in the future. However, I wonder if Owner Jin will agree to my request. Hearing Xiao Yang's words, Jin Yao involuntarily frowned. She did not expect that the Xiao Yang in front of her would actually be able to say such shocking words to the Alchemist Alliance, which tens of thousands of alchemists wanted to join. If other alchemists were to hear this, it was likely that they would not be able to resist attacking him. Jin Yao clicked her tongue and sighed in her heart. Immediately, she gave Xiao Yang a bewitching smile. She extended her hand and a thought passed through her mind. An invisible strength agglomerated in the air. Under the control of Jin Yao's mind, it plucked a palm-sized 1,000-fan leaf from the 1,000-fan tree and delivered it to Xiao Yang. Looking at the 1,000-fan leaf in front of him, Xiao Yang's eyes involuntarily lit up. He clasped his hands together towards Jin Yao and said with a smile, "Thank you, Owner Jin." After speaking, Xiao Yang carefully placed the palm-sized 1,000-fan leaf in his palm. Soon after, he swiftly took out a jade box and placed it into his storage ring. "Hehe, Mr. Xiao Yang, you don't have to be so courteous. Just like you said, we are just taking what we need. This 1,000-fan leaf is something that you should have." Jin Yao merely smiled when she saw this. That smile really caused an evil fire to grow. If Xiao Yang's mental strength was not extraordinary, It was likely that just this smile alone would be sufficient to cause a calamity to befall him. Cough cough. Coughing dryly, Xiao Yang withdrew his gaze with an unnatural expression. Jin Yarrow pursed her red lips slightly. Soon after, she once again spoke to Xiao Yang in a gentle voice. May I know if Mr. Xiao Yang needs the medicinal ingredients on this prescription? Ah, and these. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Xiao Yang's old face. Soon after, he took out another piece of paper with the medicinal ingredients needed for the ice spirit pill and handed it to Jin Yarrow. Jin Yarrow's gaze roughly swept over it and involuntarily frowned. On the list that Xiao Yang handed to her, a portion of the medicinal ingredients on it caused her to feel extremely troubled. I really don't know what medicinal pill you are refining. The medicinal ingredients needed are actually things that only some high-tier medicinal pills can use. Jin Yarrow involuntarily clicked her tongue and exclaimed at Xiao Yang. When the latter heard this, he helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Seeing this, Jin Yarrow involuntarily used her hand to gently rub her forehead. The 2 pill formulas that Xiao Yang had consecutively taken out seemed to cause this DI class expert in front of her to feel an endless headache. Mr. Xiao Yang, you have really given me a huge surprise. It was a long while later when Jin Yarrow finally smiled bitterly at Xiao Yang with a helpless face. Seeing Jin Yarrow's appearance, Xiao Yang's heart involuntarily sank. The heart in his chest also began to beat faster at this moment. My 1000 medicinal house does indeed possess the medicinal ingredients that Mr. Xiao Yang needs. However, Mr. Xiao Yang should not hold too much hope. This is because my 1000 medicinal house can only take out 5 of these 2 medicinal formulas when they are added together. As for the remaining medicinal ingredients, please forgive me for being unable to provide them even though I have the heart. Jin Yarrow gently shook her head and casually returned the 2 pill formulas to Xiao Yang as she spoke. Hearing this, the expression on Xiao Yang's face involuntarily changed. Originally, he thought that he would only be able to find 2 or 3 medicinal ingredients this time. However, Jin Yarrow's answer had exceeded Xiao Yang's expectations. 5 medicinal ingredients. From Xiao Yang's point of view, this trip was already worth it. After all, the medicinal ingredients recorded on the 2 pill formulas were all extremely precious in this world. Even if they were placed on the market, they were existences that had a price but no supply. At this moment, Xiao Yang was able to find 5 of them in this 1000 medicinal house. This was already quite a big surprise to him. Haha, 5, huh? This is already enough. Xiao Yang smiled. The worry on his face had already disappeared in an instant. Instead, it was replaced by a satisfied smile. Chapter 5:17. Following Jin Yarrow, Xiao Yang duo slowly walked deeper into the 1000 medicine house. Because those 5 medicinal ingredients were extremely precious, Jin Yarrow had kept them in a separate hall within the 1000 medicine house. At this moment, Xiao Yang and Jin Yarrow were heading to this place. As they walked within the 1000 medicinal house, there would occasionally be people who would pass by Xiao Yang and Shui Yang. When these people saw the renowned owner of the 1000 medicinal house within Yang City, they would involuntarily stop in their tracks because of the latter's alluring appearance. Only when Xiao Yang and Jin Yarrow had left their line of sight, did they reluctantly withdraw their gazes. At the same time, a sense of enmity rose in their hearts towards the man who had accompanied Jin Yarrow. Xiao Yang naturally sensed the gazes that were filled with enmity being shot at him from behind. Immediately, he could only helplessly smile bitterly and shake his head. He quickened his forward footsteps. However, he unintentionally walked shoulder to shoulder with Jin Yarrow in front of him, causing the killing intent in the gazes that the group of people behind him threw at him to appear even crazier. As he felt the increasingly icy gazes behind him, the muscles on Xiao Yang's face involuntarily twitched. As he glanced at the lady in red beside him, Xiao Yang was completely stunned. No wonder this woman was able to establish herself in Yang City. Strength was one aspect, but her bewitchment techniques were even more frightening. He did not even need to lift a finger, yet she was able to make so many people go crazy for her. This kind of woman was the most dangerous. Jin Yarrow merely smiled when she saw the expression that was revealed on Xiao Yang's face. She did not say anything more. However, her swaying body caused one to be even more mesmerized. Moments later, the two of them had already arrived at a deserted area within the 1,000 Medicine House. The originally spacious hall was now only left with the corridor in front of them. In the depths of the corridor, there was a pitch-black wall, causing this place to look like an extremely strange dead end. With regards to this, Xiao Yang was already used to it. Immediately, he arrived in front of the black wall. "Hehe, the medicinal ingredients that Mr. Xiao Yang needs are here." When they arrived in front of the black wall, Jin Yarrow casually chuckled. Soon after, she gently lifted her lily-white hand and slowly placed her palm on the black wall in front of her. Ka. Immediately, the pitch-black wall began to gently vibrate. Jin Yarrow took half a step back as the black wall in front of her slowly opened with a series of Ka sounds. Behind the wall, there was a sealed stone room. The stone room was surrounded by a thick stone wall, completely isolating this space from the outside world. The only exit that led to the outside world was the stone door that Xiao Yang and Jin Yarrow were standing in front of. Inside the stone room, the walls of the stone room, emitting a gentle glow, illuminating the entire stone room. Inside the room, the stone rooms to Jin Yarrow and Jin Yarrow was to time. Jin's to Yarrow, Yarrow's Yarrow, Yarrow, and Yarrow, Yarrow, Yarrow's, Yarrow. The stone pillar was completely black, and there were some carvings of magical beasts carved on it, as well as some cryptic words. On a small platform carved out of the stone pillar, there was a small piece of unknown fragment about the size of a palm. Although Xiao Yang was slightly curious about this, he ignored it at first glance. Looking around, Xiao Yang quickly discovered a large number of medicinal ingredients in the stone room, as well as some special metal materials. There were also a few strange things that even Xiao Yang could not understand. Moreover, what surprised Xiao Yang the most was that the medicinal ingredients in the stone room were all alive. These medicinal herbs were not stored in jade boxes like ordinary pharmacies. Instead, they were planted in a way that allowed them to be planted under special conditions. In this way, not only could they ensure that the medicinal properties of the medicinal herbs were preserved to the greatest extent, but they could also greatly increase the value of the medicinal herbs when they were sold, thus bringing greater profits to the pharmacies. It had to be said that the way the 1,000 Medicine Shop did things was really worthy of praise. Most of the precious medicinal ingredients had different growing conditions. If one wanted to plant precious medicinal ingredients in this stone room, not only did one have to have a deep understanding of the medicinal ingredients, one also had to grasp the living environment. If one did not grasp any of these conditions well, it was extremely likely that the medicinal ingredients would be lost. At this moment, the medicinal ingredients in front of Xiao Yang were full of vitality. Clearly, they were planted in an extremely good condition. To be able to do this was enough to prove the uniqueness of the 1,000 Medicine Shop. Seeing the amazed expression on Xiao Yang's face, Jin Yarrow could not help but laugh secretly in her heart. In order to perfectly preserve the medicinal properties of these medicinal ingredients, she had spent a lot of money when she first built this stone room. However, she was extremely satisfied with the function of this stone room. At this moment, when she saw Xiao Yang's expression, she could not help but feel a little happy in her heart. "Hehe, Mr. Xiao Yang, the medicinal ingredients that you need are in here. Please." Pursing her red lips, Jin Yarrow bowed slightly to Xiao Yang and gestured for him to enter as she said with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Yang nodded. With a move of his body, he leaped into the stone room. After entering the stone room, Xiao Yang did not stand on ceremony. He directly walked in front of the medicinal ingredients. His sharp eyes instantly locked onto 5 of the medicinal ingredients that he needed. As for the rest, although Xiao Yang was tempted, he did not take another look. Although it is not much, I hope that Mr. Xiao Yang will not mind. Just as Xiao Yang was about to store the 5 medicinal ingredients into his storage ring, Jin Yarrow's apologetic voice faintly sounded from behind him. "Hehe, owner Jin need not mind. I am already satisfied to be able to find these." Hearing this, Xiao Yang turned around and smiled at Jin Yarrow. At the same time, he stored the last medicinal ingredient into his storage ring with one hand as he spoke. Xiao Yang immediately felt a lot more at ease after storing the 5 medicinal ingredients into his storage ring. The expression on his face also became relaxed. His heart let out a long sigh of relief. After which, he turned around and walked out of the stone room. However, just as Xiao Yang reached the door, Jiu, who was within his body, suddenly spoke. Xiao Yang's footsteps suddenly paused. Brat, wait. There is something that the old me feels that there is a need to take a look at. The elderly voice that was filled with solemnity was just like a steel nail that caused Xiao Yang's body to freeze on the spot. At the same time, a surprise suddenly rose in his heart. Since Jiu had said it in such a tone, it must be extraordinary. Xiao Yang's eyes slowly narrowed as he quietly thought in his heart. Chapter 518. Old Jiu, have you discovered something? Xiao Yang frowned slightly within the stone room. His footsteps, which had originally taken a step forward, paused at this moment as he quietly asked Jiu in his heart. I have indeed discovered something. Jiu spoke in a faint voice. It was not difficult to hear the seriousness in his tone. Xiao Yang's eyes slowly narrowed upon hearing this. A glint flashed deep within his eyes. Since Jiu had personally spoken, it was likely something extraordinary. Old Jiu, may I know what you are referring to? Xiao Yang turned around. His sharp eyes slowly swept over the stone room behind him. However, he did not discover any strange objects. Hence, he could only open his mouth and ask Jiu. It is on that stone pillar. Do you see that fragment? I am referring to that thing. Jiu's calm voice was once again transmitted. Xiao Yang also lifted his eyes and looked over. His eyes saw a platform that had been carved out of the stone pillar. At this moment, there was a palm-sized, jade-like, shell-like fragment suspended on a thin rope. It was suspended on a thin rope like a piece of shell-like material. That is, Xiao Yang frowned slightly. Only then did he discover that the fragment was indeed a little strange. Numerous distorted broken symbols appeared in Xiao Yang's eyes on the fragments. The lustrous treasure light was being emitted from these symbols. This is a formation plate. Xiao Yang immediately associated it with the formation plates that he had seen earlier when he saw those symbols. Those formation plates had some sharp and difficult to understand words carved on them. At this moment, the fragment in front of Xiao Yang was carved with those same symbols. Although it was different, Xiao Yang was able to recognize it at a glance. More accurately speaking, this is a fragment from a certain formation plate. Jiu slowly explained. Xiao Yang gently nodded. Both of his eyes stared at the formation plate fragment. His footsteps slowly approached it as he extended his hand with the intention of grabbing it. Mr. Xiao Yang. Just as Xiao Yang was about to act to remove the fragment, Jin Yaro's somewhat solemn voice was suddenly transmitted from behind him. The voice was filled with an invisible deterrence, causing Xiao Yang to instantly recover. The expression in his eyes hardened and his dark black pupils involuntarily shrank. Immediately, Xiao Yang's feet staggered as he took 2 steps back. He turned his gaze and looked at Jin Yaro with a solemn face. Xiao Yang could hear a trace of enmity from Jin Yaro's voice. Xiao Yang's hair stood on end when he sensed this. It would be troublesome if this woman in front of him attacked him. At the same time, Jin Yaro's pretty face was slightly startled when she saw the grave expression on Xiao Yang's face. Immediately, her ice-cold expression gradually turned for the better. Her fluctuating aura also calmed down. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao Yang. I was a little agitated just now. Jin Yaro slowly spoke as she bowed to Xiao Yang. Cough cough. I am unable to accept these words from owner Jin. Moreover, this thing belongs to your 1,000 medicinal house. It is indeed wrong for me to take it without permission. Xiao Yang coughed dryly and hurriedly waved his hand while wearing a wary expression. His tone was a little apologetic as he carefully spoke. This woman in front of him had just revealed a murderous intent toward him. However, in the blink of an eye, she had turned into a nonchalant manner. This caused Xiao Yang to feel as though he was a cicada in winter. Mr. Xiao Yang is too courteous. You have helped me revive the 1,000-fan tree. If Mr. Xiao Yang needs the things inside, you don't have to be courteous. Feel free to take them. However, the fragment behind you. At this point, Jin Yaro's voice paused slightly. The words that were at the tip of her tongue could not be spat out. Haha, it's fine. I was just curious and could not help but want to take a look. If it is inconvenient for owner Jin, I will take my leave. Xiao Yang's eyelids lowered slightly. A glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. With a dry laugh, he lifted his foot and walked out of the stone room. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Jin Yaro's pretty face became somewhat unsettled. Currently, she wholeheartedly regarded Xiao Yang as a rank 3 alchemist. Even in the entire western region, there were only a few alchemists of that level. If she could establish a good relationship with him, it would be endlessly beneficial for both her and the Thousand Medicine House in the future. If at this moment, her relationship with Xiao Yang was broken because of an unknown array fragment, the gains would not make up for the losses. Mr. Xiao Yang, please wait. Just as Xiao Yang gritted his teeth and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Just as he was about to walk out of the stone room, Jin Yaro behind him also gritted her teeth and made a decision in her heart. As she turned around, she spoke to Xiao Yang in a serious voice. Phew, Xiao Yang quietly sighed in relief in his heart. He wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead in an undetectable manner. His frightening face swiftly recovered its calmness. Immediately, he slowly turned around, smiled at Jin Yaro and deliberately asked, "Is there anything else owner Jin needs?" Jin Yaro's beautiful eyes narrowed. A glint flashed across her bright eyes. Only then did she come to her senses. From the looks of it, she had been tricked by Xiao Yang, but now that things had come to this, she could only accept this losing deal. Helplessly laughing bitterly in her heart, Jin Yaro finally lifted her beautiful eyes. Her red lips pursed slightly, revealing a warm smile that would move one's heart. She looked at Xiao Yang and slowly said, "If Mr. Xiao Yang wishes to take a look at this fragment, I will hand it over to Mr. Actually, the reason why I called out to Mr. just now is because there is a barrier that I have personally placed on this stone pillar." As she spoke, Jin Yaro's soft lovely body slowly turned around. She raised her hand and swiftly formed a couple of seals. Sure enough, a layer of thin film like dochi barrier actually surfaced on the dark black stone pillar. Following the scattering of the seals on Jin Yaro's hand, the barrier finally began to slowly disappear. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yang's eyes involuntarily hardened. It seemed that this fragment was really not an ordinary accessory. Otherwise, it would not be sealed so carefully by a Do Di. That barrier was something that even Xiao Yang's spiritual strength was unable to discover. Just this point alone was enough to prove the degree of concealment of the barrier. If Xiao Yang had accidentally touched it, the result would have been difficult to imagine. Quietly awed in his heart, Xiao Yang's face involuntarily revealed an alarmed expression. Only then did he take a few steps forward and arrive in front of the huge stone pillar. This time around, without the protection of the dochi barrier, the fragment was completely exposed to the air. Jin Yaro by the side looked at the formation plate fragment in her eyes before sweeping her eyes over Xiao Yang. Seeing that the latter similarly revealed a doubtful expression, she could not help but feel a little suspicious in her heart. Since Xiao Yang did not know the origin of this formation plate fragment, why was he so persistent in wanting to see this thing? Just as Jin Yaro was pondering with a stomach full of doubt, Xiao Yang extended both his hands and carefully removed the fragment from the hanging rope before placing it in his palm. Seeing the formation plate fragment in his palm, the curiosity in Xiao Yang's eyes grew even denser. He was really unable to see just what was so special about this palm-sized formation plate fragment. Chapter 519. After sending Shu Songming flying with a single blow, everyone within the Thousand Medicinal House could not help but feel aghast at Xiao Yang's actions. They did not expect that this ordinary-looking black-robed, young man would actually dare to hit an elder of the Alchemist Alliance. However, when everyone came back to their senses and thought about it again, they felt relieved. Although Shu Songming was indeed an elder of the Alchemist Alliance and Xiao Yang did not seem to have any special status when compared to him, if they were to truly compare, even if Shu Songming was a member of the Alchemist Alliance, it was likely that the Alchemist Alliance would not hesitate to choose the latter in front of a rank 3 alchemist. Moreover, this was a rank 3 alchemist at such a young age. This kind of genius was a rare existence even in the entire continent. Why would the Alchemist Alliance go and find Xiao Yang to settle the score because of Shu Songming? On the other side, when the young lady saw that her grandfather was sent flying by Xiao Yang's spiritual strength attack, the expression on her pretty face involuntarily turned ghastly white in an instant. Her delicate body involuntarily trembled intensely. Immediately, she moved her delicate body and attempted to flee out of the 1,000 medicinal house. Halt! However, just as the young lady was about to move, Murong Qianqian's voice that was filled with iciness exploded within the young lady's mind like thunder, causing her body to suddenly freeze on the spot. At the same time, waves of cold sweat involuntarily appeared all over her body, swiftly drenching the long dress that the young lady was wearing. Immediately, her well-proportioned lovely figure was completely captured in the eyes of everyone present. At this moment, the young lady did not have the heart to bother about all this. After Murong Qianqian's cry sounded, her delicate body trembled even more intensely before she turned around with a heart filled with apprehension. Usually, with her grandfather protecting her by her side, the young lady was used to being arrogant and despotic. Now that she had personally seen her grandfather, who she did not need to worry about, being sent flying with a single blow, the young lady's heart finally felt the taste of despair at this moment. Return the bracelet to this young lady. Casually walking in front of the young lady, Murong Qianqian's pretty face was ice-cold as she unceremoniously spoke out. Hearing those words, the young lady could not help but heave a sigh of relief in her heart, as if she was rejoicing that Murong Qianqian did not let Xiao Yang kill her. Murong Qianqian naturally did not know what the young lady was thinking. Even if she knew, she would only scoff at it. Although Murong Qianqian was extremely dissatisfied with this young lady in her heart, it was far from being angered to the point of wanting to kill her. Perhaps, it was due to her identity, disdain towards this kind of person. The young girl's jade-like hands trembled slightly as she hurriedly took off the bracelet that was already on her wrist. Only when she left the 1,000 medicinal house, did she discover the wound on her wrist. Only when she left the 1,000 medicinal house did she discover the wound to the point of it. And did she discover the wound? Only until she left the 1,000 to leave the 1,000. When she left the place, not leave it. Only leave the she leave to not to Murong Qian. 2. To the point, have to be she. To the point use the use to not. To the Qian to not let not to the not to be in front to not to not to not to not to the not to in, to not in, to the extent did not have had to be. To her to the point. Was not to the extent. Within the 1,000 medicine house. Following the end of this farce, everyone within the medicinal house had either left or stayed. Looking at the almost destroyed room in front of her, a helpless expression was revealed on Jin Yao's pretty face. Soon after, her gaze turned towards Xiao Yang. The latter's frightening spiritual strength was swiftly withdrawn after using it for a short few breaths. This involuntarily caused Jin Yao to frown once again. However, it quickly turned into a helpless sigh. Lifting her pretty eyes, the corners of her eyes were slightly raised as she teased Xiao Yang. Every item in my 1,000 medicine house is worth over 10,000 spirit coins. You have destroyed so many of them in an instant. This is an entire room. Tell me, how do you plan on compensating me? Xiao Yang's attack just now had destroyed more than half of the accessories in this room. Not only were those items beautiful, most of them were embedded with monster cores. There were even some that had small-scale formations carved on them. Their value was naturally not something that ordinary accessories could compare with. Here, I still have a bracelet left. I'll return it to you first. Just as Xiao Yang was about to open his mouth to speak, Murong Qianqian suddenly walked in front of Jin Yao. She opened her jade-like hands and a bracelet quietly stood there. Her pretty eyes stared at the bracelet in her palm as a reluctant expression appeared on the young girl's pretty face. Seeing this, Jin Yao naturally understood the young girl's thoughts in an instant. Soon after, Jin Yao's gaze swept past the young girl in front of her and exchanged glances with Xiao Yang who was behind her. The latter's face was also filled with astonishment as he spread his hands towards her. In his heart, he did not expect this to happen. Seeing the helpless expression on Xiao Yang's face, Jin Yao could not help but smile in her heart. After that, her pair of bright pretty eyes once again returned to Murong Qianqian in front of her as she covered her mouth and laughed. Hee hee. Elder sister was only joking. Little sister, you don't have to take it seriously. It's only a bracelet and it's not worth much. Since little sister likes it, I'll give it to you. Hearing this, the expression on Murong Qianqian's pretty face could not help but be slightly startled. Soon after, she turned her head to look at Xiao Yang, who was behind her. Other than Xiao Yang, it was likely that there was no other reason that could cause this woman in front of him to reveal such an attitude. Seeing the young girl's gaze shoot towards him, Xiao Yang's old face could only reveal a helpless expression. Seeing this, the former's small mouth immediately pouted as she furiously curled her lips in her heart. The bracelet in her hand was unceremoniously kept away. Hihi, District Owner Jin, I still have some matters to attend to and will not stay any longer. As for the medicinal ingredients that I need, if possible, I hope District Owner Jin can help me keep an eye out for them. If there is an opportunity, I am willing to do business with District Owner Jin. Seeing that the two women in front of him no longer spoke, the atmosphere could not help but become awkward. Xiao Yang even cried out in his heart. This woman, Jin Yaro, not only did not stop Murong Qianqian's misunderstanding, she even revealed an expression as if she was watching a good show. This really caused Xiao Yang to feel an incomparable headache. Since Mr. still has matters to attend to, this concubine shall not stay any longer. Since today's situation has become like this concubine indeed needs some time to clean things up. In that case, I won't send you off any further. Both of you, please take your leave. As if she had guessed Xiao Yang's thoughts, Jin Yaro chuckled and bowed slightly towards Xiao Yang and Murong Qianqian. Her graceful posture caused one's imagination to run wild. At this moment, Xiao Yang's heart violently trembled when he saw this. He hurriedly pulled Murong Qianqian and swiftly left the 1,000 Medicine House as if he was escaping. Chapter 520. What is it? When she sensed the change in expression on Xiao Yang's face, Jin Yaro involuntarily knitted her eyebrows. Her lily-white hand that was wrapped around Xiao Yang's arm slowly loosened as she looked at Xiao Yang with a somewhat puzzled expression on her pretty face. She could clearly sense that there was a fury swiftly rising within Xiao Yang's body at this moment. This caused the aura all over his body to fluctuate along with it. It seemed that something had happened that had infuriated him without him noticing. To be able to cause the usually calm and steady Xiao Yang to reveal such an expression, it was likely that the matter was no small matter. Jin Yaro's bright eyes turned. In the blink of an eye, she thought of Murong Qianqian. Ever since they had gone up to the second floor, Murong Qianqian had gone elsewhere and did not follow them. The reason why Xiao Yang had suddenly become angry was very likely related to her. Something has happened to that girl again. Xiao Yang's eyes narrowed as a sharp glint shot out from his eyes. His figure moved and dashed towards Murong Qianqian's current location. Wait, I will also go. In Yang City, there are quite a few people who can recognize you. If you recklessly rush over like this, I'm afraid that it will not be a good thing. Just as Xiao Yang was about to move, Jin Yaro solemnly spoke out. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang's figure paused. He pondered for a moment in his heart, before heavily nodding his head. He cupped his fists towards Jin Yaro and thanked her many thanks. Xiao Yang Didi need not be so courteous. Sharing my brother's burdens is an elder sister's duty. Upon hearing Jin Yaro's words, Xiao Yang's expression, which was filled with anger, involuntarily turned somewhat awkward. He fiercely curled his lips in his heart. Soon after, he moved together with Jin Yaro and swiftly headed towards Murong Qianqian's current location. Humph, this bracelet was first seen by this lady. What right do you have to take it away? TCH, what right do I have? Because this lady's price is higher than yours. But I bought it first. In front of me, I don't care who buys first or last. The highest bidder wins. If you have the ability, then take out more spirit coins. Since you don't have the money to buy it, then hurry up and leave the 1,000 Medicine House. This is not a place where a brat like you can enter. You're simply an eyesore here. In a room filled with all kinds of jewelry, a group of people was gathered in a circle. All kinds of eyes were looking at the two girls in the middle of the room. At the same time, whispers were quietly spreading. Who says I can't afford it? It's just that my money has always been kept by my subordinates. Murong Qianqian's phoenix eyes widened. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at the girl in front of her, who was also of the same age as her, as if she wanted to devour a person. Her eyes revealed a deep anger. Originally, she had taken a fancy to a bracelet and was preparing to use spirit coins to purchase it. However, she did not expect that the girl in front of her would catch up and snatch it from her hands. She even casually paid the price. Most importantly, the girl's price was so high that even with all of Murong Chantian's assets, she was unable to suppress it. This caused her to feel unreconciled in her heart, and at the same time, she could not help but feel a little angry. However, what made Murong Chantian even more unable to tolerate was that after the girl snatched the item, she even used a domineering tone to insult Murong Chantian. How could Murong Chantian, who had never placed anyone in her eyes, endure this? She immediately began to argue with the latter. Thinking about this, Murong Chantian became even more resentful towards Xiao Yang. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Yang was not by her side, with the latter's financial strength, it would naturally not be a problem for him to obtain this bracelet. In her anger, the girl opened her mouth and said that Xiao Yang was her subordinate. When she said those words, her fierce appearance caused the exquisite girl in front of her to involuntarily take 2 steps back. Me. Stupid girl, you said that your money is in your subordinate's hands. Where is he? After taking 2 steps back, the girl's charming face revealed an unreconciled expression. Her fierce and overbearing beautiful eyes swept across everyone present. However, those who met her gaze could not help but withdraw their gazes. Although the girl's strength was not much, her identity was enough to make a majority of the people present fear her. After sweeping her gaze around, the girl saw that no one stood out for Murong Chantian. Her charming face immediately revealed a complacent cold smile. Soon after, she looked towards Murong Chantian and coldly said, "Stupid girl, you simply don't have the money to buy this bracelet. You actually want to use words to excuse yourself. Now that I've seen through you, you actually have the cheek to stand here. Why aren't you scramming?" The girl approached Murong Chantian with large strides. After coldly insulting the latter, she retreated. At the same time, she did not forget to proudly wave the bracelet on her wrist at Murong Chantian. The corner of her rosy lips revealed a cold smile that contained provocation. Soon after, she turned around and left. Damn it! Seeing the girl's appearance, anger instantly rose in Murong Chantian's heart. Her charming body twisted and rushed towards the girl, wanting to snatch the bracelet back. Tempage, where did this little girl come from? You don't even have the slightest bit of upbringing. You actually want to use force to snatch something that you can't buy. You really don't teach or discipline. Today, allow me to represent your elders and teach you a lesson. However, just as Murong Chantian's charming body twisted forward, a hoarse voice that contained a terrifying pressure was suddenly emitted from the other room. At the same time, a formless and terrifying spiritual pressure swiftly attacked. It carried a vast and boundless powerful aura as it ruthlessly pressed down on Murong Chantian from all directions. The expression on Murong Chantian's pretty face swiftly turned pale when she sensed the frightening spiritual pressure that was transmitted from around her. Just from this spiritual pressure, one could tell that the strength of the person who had arrived was extraordinary. Xiao Yang, when the spiritual pressure descended, Murong Chantian could not help but close her eyes. Her somewhat pale face revealed a terrified expression. At this moment, the first person that she thought of in her heart was not her family. Instead, it was the black-robed man that she usually loathed and had complicated emotions. In the end, Murong Chantian was only a girl. Even though she had the cultivation of a half-emperor, one must not forget that in the western region where hidden dragons and crouching tigers were hidden, even half-emperor experts were the most common. Now that she was being pressured by the spiritual pressure, Murong Chantian naturally revealed the feelings of a girl deep within her heart. The frightening spiritual pressure was like a horse's hooves as it ruthlessly stepped on the bodies of everyone present. Soon after, it had already descended above Murong Chantian's head. The frightening aura caused the empty space to tremble endlessly. Soon after, it carried a vast aura as it ruthlessly pressed down on Murong Chantian's head. However, just as everyone thought that the frightening spiritual pressure was about to land on the lovely and moving face of Murong Chantian, an extremely overbearing aura was suddenly emitted from outside the other room. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual pressure was forcefully scattered with an unstoppable force. The next moment, when everyone recovered, they heard a domineering voice that was filled with anger being mightily transmitted from outside the other room. "Old brat, do you think that you are qualified to teach her a lesson?" Chapter 521. You think you are worthy? The instant this overbearing voice was transmitted over, the frightening spiritual pressure that enveloped the entire room was instantly scattered and disappeared. At the same time, in front of the other room, an old man in embroidered robes, who was holding a walking stick, could not help but emit a low muffled groan from his mouth. His throat rolled slightly, and only then was he able to suppress the fishy sweetness. In the next instant, when this old man turned around and raised his head, the expression on his old face gradually became gloomy. His pair of sunken dark old eyes instantly saw Xiao Yang, who had swiftly rushed over from outside the other room. Seeing Xiao Yang's handsome face, the old man's eyes involuntarily shrunk slightly. He did not expect that the person who had forced back his spiritual pressure earlier would actually be a young brat. Some seriousness surged into his heart. Being able to possess such a powerful strength at such a young age meant that he was definitely not some unknown person. If he were to come with an elder from his family, it would not be fun. "May I ask who you are?" The old man narrowed his old eyes and blocked the entrance of the other room. The walking stick in the old man's hand heavily tapped on the floor. With a kcha sound, numerous tiny crack lines began to spread. Scram. However, what the old man said in return was an extremely straightforward overbearing word. Hearing the words that were emitted from Xiao Yang's mouth, the old man's expression involuntarily changed once again. His originally gloomy face had completely sunk after hearing these words. "Good brat, the old me wants to see what qualifications a young brat like you have to make the old me scram." A low and deep stern cry sounded. The old man's somewhat stooped body suddenly shook. Immediately, a frightening aura and pressure swept out from within his body, transforming into a do-chi storm that swiftly swept across the entire other room. Sensing this overbearing aura and pressure, the expressions of everyone in the other room instantly became solemn. An 8-star half-emperor was indeed not an existence that an ordinary expert could compare with. At the same time as the aura and pressure was emitted, a bright light suddenly shot out from the old man's deep eyes. Immediately, the old man emitted a cold snort from his nose. His shriveled hand violently rotated in the empty space in front of him. His palm shook and a puff sound was emitted. A surging flame surged out from his palm. Under the control of the old man's powerful spiritual strength, it turned into a crimson fire dragon that violently shot toward Xiao Yang, who was rushing over. The appearance of this scene not only caused the expressions of the people in the other hall to change, but it also caused the people in the other halls outside the other hall to be startled. All of them involuntarily walked out of the other halls and saw the scene that had appeared in the Thousand Medicinal House. Immediately, the expressions of everyone in the Thousand Medicinal House changed. Even some of the experts with the strength of 8-star half-martial emperors revealed serious expressions when they saw the fire dragon. Evidently, although this old man did not appear to be much, his strength was truly not something that could be looked down upon. HMPH, Fire Controlling Technique. Alchemist. So what if you're an alchemist? Scram. Seeing the incoming fire dragon, a hint of surprise involuntarily flashed past Xiao Yang's eyes. He did not expect the old man to actually be an alchemist. However, this was still unable to suppress the fury in Xiao Yang's heart. Ever since he left Sulan City, Xiao Yang had already sworn in his heart that he would absolutely not allow Murong Chanxian to be injured again. Yet, this old man actually wanted to injure Murong Chanxian in front of him. This was something that Xiao Yang absolutely could not tolerate. Puff, with a clench of his palm, a cyan-colored flame immediately appeared in Xiao Yang's palm. In order to not be seen through, Xiao Yang had no choice but to temporarily use the cyan lotus core flame that he was most familiar with. When the flame entered his hand, Xiao Yang's body, which was charging forward, suddenly trembled. As the fire dragon approached, he waved his hand and cyan-colored flames covered his entire palm. Then, he grabbed at the fire dragon. At the same time, the fire dragon angrily opened its mouth. Its body, which was over 100 feet long, emitted a frightening temperature within the 1,000 medicine house. With its mouth wide open, it attempted to swallow Xiao Yang whole. Boy, even if your strength is not weak, you are still no match for this old man's scarlet flame dragon. Seeing that Xiao Yang was about to be swallowed by the fire dragon, a sneer appeared on the old man's face. It was as if he had absolute confidence in his fire dragon. However, in the next instant, just as the fire dragon was about to swallow Xiao Yang in one gulp, Xiao Yang stretched out both of his hands. As the flames covered the upper and lower jaws of the fire dragon, each of his hands grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the fire dragon respectively. With Xiao Yang's physical strength, even though the fire dragon was not weak, it was still unable to escape from Xiao Yang's physical strength, which was even more frightening than a magical beast's physical strength. The corner of Xiao Yang's mouth was lifted into a disdainful ridicule. Both of his arms abruptly pulled to both sides. Immediately, the entire body of the fire dragon uncontrollably swayed horizontally. Seeing this scene, the sneer that had just appeared on the old man's face instantly disappeared. Immediately after, just as the old man was about to make a move, Xiao Yang's opened arms suddenly pulled outwards with force. Immediately, a tearing sound was heard. Under the stunned gazes of everyone in the 1,000 medicine house, the fire dragon, which was more than 10 times larger than Xiao Yang's body, was forcefully torn apart by Xiao Yang in an extremely unbelievable manner. After the fire dragon was torn apart, Xiao Yang's body did not stop. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the old man. With a twist of his body, a large foot viciously kicked out. Bang, following a bang, the walking stick in the old man's hand instantly broke into 2 pieces. At the same time, his feet could not help but move backwards at an extremely fast speed. After retreating for more than 10 steps, he finally could not help but roll backwards twice before crashing into the crowd behind him. His body was in a sorry state as he violently panted. Humph! At the same time, Xiao Yang, who was at the entrance of the other hall, once again emitted a disdainful cold snort. Immediately, he slowly walked into the other hall. Immediately, the expressions of those who were close to him changed upon seeing this. One after another, they opened up a path for him. At the same time, within the other hall, the paleness on Murong Qianqian's pretty face was instantly swept away when she saw Xiao Yang at this moment. What replaced it was a wild joy as though she had just survived a disaster. The young lady's lovely body moved. In 3 steps, she took 2 steps. In the blink of an eye, she had arrived in front of Xiao Yang. She threw herself into Xiao Yang's embrace and hugged him tightly from behind with her hands. This action of the young lady also caused the expression on Xiao Yang's face to be involuntarily stunned. Just as he was about to gently push the young lady's lovely body away, an aggrieved sob was emitted from the young lady in his embrace, causing Xiao Yang's hands, which had just been raised, to once again fall down. At the same time, on the other side, the embroidered-robed old man also stood up from the ground in a sorry state with the support of the young lady. He violently threw down the walking stick in his hand that had already broken into 2. Immediately, the old man's face was gloomy as he raised his eyes to look at Xiao Yang. A trace of fresh blood slowly flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Brat, after so many years, you are really the first person who is able to injure this old man. The old man wiped off the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth with one hand. His shriveled hands suddenly clenched together tightly. A pair of shady old eyes were overflowing with killing intent. Oh, is that so? Then it is truly an honor. Xiao Yang gently pushed away the young lady in his embrace. His gaze swept up and down the young lady in front of him as he coldly said without even turning his head. Brat, you are seeking death. Hearing Xiao Yang's words that were filled with disdain, the old man's heart immediately felt a violent rage. After his hunched body trembled intensely, the old man suddenly let out a stern cry. The dou qi in his body churned and he was about to attack Xiao Yang once again. Grandmaster Shu, this is the 1,000 medicine house. Do you really want to attack here? However, just as the old man was about to attack, a somewhat icy-cold and bewitching delicate voice was transmitted from outside the hall. Immediately, the dou qi that had just surged within the old man's body calmed down in the blink of an eye. His gloomy old face was also filled with a deep fear. Chapter 522. Grandmaster Shu, it has been a few years since we last met. Your temper does not seem to have calmed down. The delicate and gentle voice was filled with charm. However, under these words, even with the old man's character, he could not help but feel a wave of fear in his heart. One was not allowed to fight within the 1,000 medicinal house. This was a rule that everyone in Yang City knew. Of course, even though this old man was not from Yang City, he also knew that no one had been able to break this rule until now. There was no other reason other than the fact that this red-dressed lady, who had slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes, was the owner of the 1,000 medicinal house and a true elite Do Di. Even though Shu Songming was a rank 2 alchemist, he was still not worth mentioning when faced with Jin Yao. After all, only a medicinal pill refined by a rank 3 alchemist would be able to move a Do Di. Cuckoo, District Owner Jin, how have you been? It has been a few years since we last met. District Owner Jin has become even more charming. On the other hand, time does not spare us. We have grown old. Shu Songming narrowed his old eyes. He lifted his gaze and watched Jin Yao's lovely body slowly appear in the other hall. His old face revealed a sigh as he spoke. Hehe, Grandmaster Shu, I don't want to hear too many polite words, nor do I want to say too much. However, I still hope that you can stop with this matter. I already know the general situation of this matter. It was your granddaughter who went overboard with her actions. If you are implicated because of such a small matter and you are injured, my 1,000 medicine house doesn't have that many medicinal herbs to compensate you. The delicate and gentle voice caused quite a number of men who had accompanied her to involuntarily turn red. However, when Jin Yao's words entered Shu Songming's ears, it caused fury to immediately form in his heart. He could ignore the matter between the two young ladies. However, the brat behind Jin Yao had caused him, Shu Songming, to lose his old face. If he did not teach this brat a lesson today, he would be ridiculed by others in the future. Humph, District Owner Jin, the old me advises you. It is best that you do not intervene in this matter. Shu Songming lowered his eyelids slightly. A cold glint gathered in his sinister old eyes as he spoke with a gloomy expression. Hearing this, Jin Yao's red lips curled as a mocking smile appeared on her pretty face. With a twist of her wrist, her jade-like hand casually played with a strand of black hair. Soon after, she looked at Shu Songming and spoke in an indifferent tone. Shu Songming, you're just a rank 2 alchemist. Don't tell me that you really think you're something. In my 1,000 medicine house, not to mention you, even a Do Di would have to follow my rules. Shu Songming, do you think that with your strength of an 8-star half-martial emperor, you can order me around? As Jin Yao's voice faded, a pair of beautiful eyes instantly lifted. Her ice-cold gaze was like a sharp sword that pierced Shu Songming. With just a glance, it caused the latter to retreat in panic. Jin Yao, today is different from the past. Do you really think that this old man's alchemy skills have not improved at all these years? To tell you the truth, this old man has already touched the barrier of a rank 3 alchemist. I believe that in less than 2 months, this old man will be able to officially become a rank 3 alchemist. At that time, you can forget about. Ha 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 ha. I thought that you had already broken through. It turns out that you are only about to break through. Even if this is the case, aren't you still unable to break through? At the end of the day, you are still a rank 2 alchemist. Before Shu Songming could finish speaking, Jin Yao interrupted him with a cold laugh. The disdain and cold laughter in her words caused Shu Songming's heart to immediately become furious upon hearing it. Jin Yao, don't think that this old man is afraid of you just because you are a Do Di. This old man has already contacted another Do Di. If you dare to stop me today, this old man will definitely lead people to flatten your 1,000 medicine house 3 months later, with just you. Do you believe that this owner will not allow you to return today? You will no longer have the chance to break through to a rank 3 alchemist. The words that were filled with hatred had just left his mouth when Jin Yao immediately let out a cold snort. At the same time, an extremely frightening invisible pressure instantly agglomerated in front of Jin Yao. It carried an incomparably frightening aura and pressure as it violently smashed toward Shu Songming. Without any explanation, that frightening aura and pressure violently smashed onto Xu Songming's body before he could even react. Bang! One could only hear a bang sound. It was merely an aura and pressure, but it randomly sent Xu Songming flying. It directly penetrated the entire room from front to back. At the same time, even the entire room was trembling slightly. Grug, when Xu Songming's body came to a stop with a pale face, a mouthful of old blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. The expression on his face became increasingly savage and vicious. Jin Yao, you dare to kill this old man? This old man is a member of the Alchemist Alliance. You, a rank 2 alchemist. If this owner kills him, then so be it. What can the Alchemist Alliance do to this owner? You. Hearing Jin Yao's unhesitant words, Xu Songming's heart finally could not help but feel fear. Jin Yao was a genuine elite Do Di. A strong person of this level was a peak existence even in the entire Western region. Although the Alchemist Alliance was strong, it was impossible for them to seek revenge from a Do Di for a rank 2 alchemist. If Jin Yao really killed him today, he would have died for nothing. Alright. Jin Yao, just you wait. 3 months later. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Don't think that you can do whatever you want in my 1000 medicinal house just because you will become a rank 3 alchemist in 3 months' time. I don't mind telling you that the Mr. standing behind this owner is a rank 3 alchemist. If you think that you can deal with him, this owner will wait for Grandmaster Xu's arrival in Yang City in 3 months' time. Before the vicious words from Xu Songming's mouth could fade, Jin Yao's following words caused the expression on his face to suddenly stiffen. When he raised his head to look, Jin Yao's lovely body moved and moved aside for everyone present. Immediately, everyone's gazes were like numerous spotlights that uniformly landed on Xiao Yang's body. A rank 3 alchemist. Moreover, he was such a young rank 3 alchemist. If this news were to spread, it was likely that those elite Do Di that Xu Songming had painstakingly gathered would instantly abandon him and leave. How is this possible? No, this is impossible. How can this brat be a rank 3 alchemist? The old Ms. current level has been stagnant for an unknown number of years. How can a young brat like him be a rank 3 alchemist? Xu Songming's pair of shady old eyes were filled with a rich expression of disbelief. His entire body involuntarily trembled intensely because of the fury and unwillingness in his heart. Numerous green veins twisted intensely like worms that had corroded into his skin. A hoarse low roar was forcefully squeezed out from between his teeth. Even the air was buzzing and trembling. Haha, elder sister has said so much. As a younger brother, shouldn't you also express something? You can't possibly allow elder sister to slap your face with her words, right? In response to this, Jin Yao directly shot her pretty eyes toward Xiao Yang. Her slightly raised red lips caused one's heart to be filled with wild and fanciful thoughts. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, was silently cursing and laughing bitterly in his heart. It seemed that this group of people in front of him had really treated him as a rank 3 alchemist. It should be known that the reason he had spoken in this manner earlier was merely to send Jin Yao off. It was unexpected that he would end up in such a situation. Hee, brat, who asked you to be so arrogant? It is going to be fun now. As long as you dare to unleash your spiritual strength, they will immediately sense that you are not a rank 3 alchemist. At that time, TSK, I wonder just how this little girl will treat you. Yu acted as though this matter did not concern him even though he was aware of Xiao Yang's current predicament. He opened his mouth and teased Xiao Yang. Old Yu, things have already developed to such a state. Can't you say something normal? Xiao Yang curled his mouth violently in his heart. All he could do was helplessly smile bitterly at Yu. Hee, you have suffered the consequences of your own actions. You should remember this lesson. If there is a next time, don't expect the old me to help you. Yu laughed. It seemed that he had already expected this. In the next moment, an incomparably majestic spiritual strength surged into Xiao Yang's mind like a fountain. With the injection of this spiritual strength, Xiao Yang's spiritual strength instantly surpassed the level of a rank 2 alchemist and successfully stepped into rank 3. Xiao Yang involuntarily exhaled a long breath as he sensed the fullness that was transmitted from his mind. Murong Chantian by the side involuntarily frowned when she saw Xiao Yang's appearance. Although she was unable to tell, her instincts as a girl made her feel that the current Xiao Yang seemed to be a little different from earlier. At the same time, the pretty face of Jin Yao, who was a short distance in front of the two of them, also changed slightly. A glint flashed across her pretty eyes. Clearly, she had also sensed a little strangeness from Xiao Yang's body. However, it was merely an inexplicable feeling and she was unable to grasp it in her hand. The next moment, buzz, a brilliant flame flashed across Xiao Yang's eyes when they landed. At the same time, the fire seal between his brows suddenly shone brightly. Soon after, a majestic and vast spiritual strength suddenly swept out from between his brows. Clamor. The expressions of everyone in the Thousand Medicinal House changed drastically when this spiritual strength swept out. Few people present were able to withstand this spiritual pressure. This fellow is actually a rank 3 alchemist. As he sensed the frightening spiritual pressure swiftly pouncing towards him, the expression on Xu Songming's old face changed drastically. The moment the spiritual pressure landed on him, he involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Brat, in the future, we will get lost. Before the vicious words from Xu Songming's mouth could be spat out, Xiao Yang suddenly emitted a cold snort. That invisible spiritual strength violently smashed onto Xu Songming's body, completely blasting him out of the Thousand Medicinal House and appearing in front of everyone's eyes in Yang City. Chapter 523. After sending Xu Songming flying with a single blow, everyone within the Thousand Medicinal House could not help but feel aghast at Xiao Yang's actions. They did not expect that this ordinary-looking black-robed young man would actually dare to hit an elder of the Alchemist Alliance. However, when everyone came back to their senses and thought about it again, they felt relieved. Although Xu Songming was indeed an elder of the Alchemist Alliance and Xiao Yang did not seem to have any special status when compared to him, if they were to truly compare, even if Xu Songming was a member of the Alchemist Alliance, it was likely that the Alchemist Alliance would unhesitatingly choose the latter in front of a rank 3 alchemist. Moreover, this was such a young rank 3 alchemist. Even in the entire continent, this kind of genius was an existence that was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Why would the Alchemist Alliance go and find Xiao Yang for a mere Xu Songming? On the other side, when the young lady saw that her grandfather was sent flying by Xiao Yang's spiritual strength attack, the expression on her pretty face involuntarily turned ghastly white in an instant. Her delicate body involuntarily trembled intensely. Immediately, she moved her delicate body and attempted to flee out of the Thousand Medicinal House. Halt! However, just as the young lady was about to move, Murong Chantian's voice that was filled with iciness exploded within the young lady's mind like thunder, causing her body to suddenly freeze on the spot. At the same time, waves of cold sweat involuntarily appeared all over her body, swiftly drenching the long dress that the young lady was wearing. Immediately, her well-proportioned lovely figure was completely captured in the eyes of everyone present. At this moment, the young lady did not have the heart to bother about all this. As Murong Chantian's cry sounded, her delicate body trembled even more intensely before she turned around with a heart filled with apprehension. Usually, with her grandfather protecting her by her side, the young lady was used to being arrogant and despotic. Now that she had personally seen her grandfather, who she did not need to worry about, being sent flying with a single blow, the young lady's heart finally felt the taste of despair at this moment. Return the bracelet to this young lady. Murong Chantian leisurely walked to the front of that young girl. The expression on her charming face was ice-cold as she spoke without the slightest trace of politeness. Hearing these words, the young girl could not help but heave a sigh of relief in her heart. It was as if she was rejoicing that Murong Chantian did not order Xiao Yang to kill her. Murong Chantian naturally did not know about the young girl's thoughts. Even if she knew, she would likely only snort disdainfully. Although Murong Chantian was extremely dissatisfied with this young girl, it was still far from the point where she wanted to kill her. Perhaps it was also because of her status that she felt disdain for people like her. The young girl's jade-like hands trembled slightly as she hurriedly took off the bracelet on her wrist. When she fiercely pulled off the bracelet, she even hated herself for wearing the bracelet so tightly. So much so that when she took it off, for the sake of not angering Murong Chantian, She actually used the bracelet to forcibly tear off a layer of skin from her wrist. Only when she left the 1000 Medicine House did she discover the wound on her wrist. Immediately, tears filled with fright and grievance uncontrollably flowed down. Within the 1000 Medicine House. Following the end of the farce, everyone within the medicinal house had either left or stayed. Looking at the room that was almost completely destroyed, a helpless expression appeared on Jin Yao's pretty face. Soon after, her gaze turned towards Xiao Yang. The latter's frightening spiritual strength was rapidly withdrawn after using it for a short few breaths. This involuntarily caused Jin Yao to frown once again. However, it immediately turned into a helpless sigh. Raising her beautiful eyes, the corners of her eyes were slightly raised as she teased Xiao Yang. Everything within my 1000 Medicine House is worth over 10,000 spirit coins. You've destroyed so many of them in an instant. This is an entire room. Tell me, how do you plan on compensating me? Xiao Yang's attack just now had destroyed more than half of the accessories within the room. Not only were those accessories beautiful, most of them were embedded with monster cores. There were even some that were carved with small formations. Their value was naturally not something that ordinary accessories could compare with. Here, I still have a bracelet left. I'll return it to you first. Just as Xiao Yang was about to open his mouth to speak, Murong Qianqian suddenly walked in front of Jin Yao. She opened her hand and a string of bracelets was quietly placed on it. As her beautiful eyes stared at the bracelet in her palm, a reluctant expression appeared on the young girl's pretty face. Seeing this, Jin Yao naturally understood the young girl's thoughts in an instant. Soon after, Jin Yao's gaze swept past the young girl in front of her and exchanged glances with Xiao Yang who was behind her. The latter's face was also filled with astonishment as he spread his hands towards her. In his heart, he did not expect this to happen. Seeing the helpless expression on Xiao Yang's face, Jin Yao could not help but smile in her heart. After which, her pair of bright and beautiful eyes once again returned to Murong Qianqian in front of her. She covered her mouth and laughed. Hee hee. Elder sister was only joking. Little sister, you don't have to take it seriously. It's only a bracelet and it's not worth much. Since little sister likes it, I'll give it to you. Hearing this, the expression on Murong Qianqian's pretty face could not help but be slightly startled. Soon after, she turned her head to look at Xiao Yang who was behind her. Other than Xiao Yang, it was likely that there was no other reason that could cause this woman in front of him to reveal such an attitude. Seeing the young girl's gaze shoot towards him, Xiao Yang's old face could only reveal a helpless expression. When the former saw this, her small mouth immediately pouted as she curled her lips angrily in her heart. The bracelet in her hand was unceremoniously kept away. Hee hee, District Owner Jin, I still have some matters to attend to and shall not stay any longer. As for the medicinal ingredients I need, if possible, I hope District Owner Jin can help me keep an eye out for them. If there is an opportunity, I am willing to do business with District Owner Jin. Seeing that the two women in front of him no longer spoke, the atmosphere could not help but become awkward. Xiao Yang groaned in his heart. This woman, Jin Yao, not only did not stop Murong Qianqian's misunderstanding, she even revealed an expression as if she was watching a good show. This really caused Xiao Yang to feel an incomparable headache. Hee hee, since Mr. still has matters to attend to, this concubine shall not stay any longer. Since today's situation has become like this concubine indeed needs some time to clean things up. In that case, I won't send you off any further. Both of you, please take your leave. As if she had guessed Xiao Yang's thoughts, Jin Yao chuckled and bowed slightly towards Xiao Yang and Murong Qianqian. Her graceful posture caused one's imagination to run wild. At this moment, Xiao Yang's heart violently trembled when he saw this. He hurriedly pulled Murong Qianqian and swiftly left the 1000 Medicine House as if he was escaping. Chapter 524. After Xiao Yang returned to his residence, he spent the remaining 2 days holed up in his room, quietly waiting for the arrival of the auction. At the same time, news regarding the rank 3 alchemist swiftly swept across the entire Yang city like a storm. A rank 3 alchemist. This was a person who could cause the expressions of a Do Di class expert to change. Even a Do Di would have to treat this kind of person politely. Yet, There was actually such a person existing within Yang City. How could the various experts within the city not be moved by this? The various forces sent people to investigate one after another, seemingly wanting to find out the specific origins of that rank 3 alchemist. But unfortunately, after 2 days of investigation, the results they obtained in the end were still completely clueless. At this moment, it was time for the Yang City auction to begin. When the first rays of the morning sun scattered over the land, Yang City, which had been suppressed for an entire night, had already become lively. A large group of people swarmed in and out of the city like flowing water. The dawn had yet to fade from the horizon, but the entire Yang City was already packed with people. At a glance, one could see countless human heads moving about in the streets and alleys. In the sky, there were also 100 high-class half-emperors standing in the air, waiting for the auction to begin. In a room whose door had been tightly shut for 2 days, Xiao Yang, who was seated on a bed, finally slowly opened his eyes at this moment. The moment he opened his eyes, a white flame flashed in the depths of his pupils like lightning, and a smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. A thought passed through his mind and a majestic spiritual strength immediately swept out from between his brows, investigating the situation in the outside world. At the same time that Xiao Yang's spiritual strength spread out, the expressions on the faces of the few human figures within Yang City involuntarily changed. They exchanged glances with one another. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. "Are you that rank 3 alchemist?" A voice was imperceptibly transmitted into Xiao Yang's mind from a distance, causing the expression on his ordinary face to change slightly. "I think that the few of you should be the elite Do Di who have come to participate in the auction this time around." In merely an instant, the expression on Xiao Yang's face once again recovered its calmness. As elite Do Di, their sensitivity to their surroundings was naturally not something that an ordinary half-emperor could compare with. Even though it was a rank 3 alchemist's spiritual strength that had probed them, they would still be able to sense it as long as the alchemist's spiritual strength had not reached a certain level. Cuckoo, Grandmaster should have come because of the auction this time around. Since this is the case, the few of us wish to invite Grandmaster for a chat. The status of a rank 3 alchemist caused this group of usually arrogant elite Do Di to not dare to be careless. Although an elite Do Di was frightening, he was ultimately alone no matter where he went. However, an alchemist was different. Even though the strength of a high-tier alchemist was not great, he would still be an existence that was surrounded by many people no matter where he went. Such a person could not be easily offended. As the saying goes, an alchemist was just like a hornet's nest. It would explode with a poke. They did not wish to offend such a frightening person. "I appreciate your kind intentions. However, I think that there is no need for an invitation." Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes. How could he not guess the intentions of this group of people? However, he was currently being attacked from both front and back. If there was no need, he was unwilling to easily reveal his identity. That would not be beneficial to him. The few of them involuntarily frowned quietly when they heard this. However, they also knew that an alchemist had a strange temper. This was a common occurrence. It was also normal for an alchemist to not accept an invitation. The only thing that caused them to feel a pity was that a rank 3 alchemist was a person that they could not easily miss out on. It would be best if they could befriend such a person. However, if they could not, they should definitely not make an enemy out of him. Otherwise, even though they were also elite Do Di, they would not be able to bear the consequences. A thought passed through Xiao Yang's mind within the room. The spiritual strength that he had spread out swiftly shrank back like a deflated balloon. In the blink of an eye, it was completely withdrawn by Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang exhaled a long breath. He involuntarily knit his brows slightly. In his heart, he did not expect that a rank 3 alchemist would actually have such a great face. Even an elite Do Di had to be courteous. He did not know just when he would be able to truly reach this stage. The spiritual strength that Xiao Yang had unleashed earlier was merely the spiritual strength that Ji Yu had lent him. Xiao Yang's spiritual strength was even inferior to Xu Songming. There was no telling just how long it would take for him to become a rank 3 alchemist. "Come in. The door is not locked." The next moment, Murong Qianqian, who was outside Xiao Yang's door, was about to knock when Xiao Yang suddenly spat out these words for no reason. Murong Qianqian curled her mouth when she heard Xiao Yang's words from outside the door. She pushed open the door with her hand and quickly walked into the room. "Hey, the auction is about to begin. Why are you still waiting in your room? There are so many people participating in the auction. Even with your strength, you will not be able to enter if you are late. Don't tell me that you do not plan on participating in the auction." The young lady's words contained a displeasure. Ever since they had left the 1,000 medicinal house 2 days ago, the young lady in front of him had been calling Xiao Yang hey in this manner. Although Xiao Yang was not used to hearing it, he still smiled bitterly and agreed. "Ha ha, all right. Aren't I awake now? The auction this time around is going to be quite grand. I have to prepare something. Otherwise, what can I use to compete with those fellows?" Xiao Yang smiled. He did not continue to pester the young lady about how she addressed him. Both of his hands patted the bed beneath him. Immediately, his body, which was seated cross-legged on the bed, stood up like a spring. His pitch-black eyes slowly lifted. He looked at the young lady in front of him. The corners of his mouth slowly lifted into a slight smile. "Let's go to the auction house. Someone will come and fetch us there." Xiao Yang laughed softly. He lifted his feet and walked out of the door. Behind him, Murong Qianqian's beautiful eyes curiously sized up Xiao Yang. Her lily-white hands could not help but scratch her head. Ever since the incident 2 days ago, she felt that there was something different about the Xiao Yang in front of her. However, she did not know exactly where this difference came from. The young lady curled her lips slightly. She thought for a while and could not help but be curious. Xiao Yang said that someone would come and fetch them when they reached the auction house. What did this mean? Chapter 525. Today's Yang City was clearly even more lively than before. The noise of people was like the sound of gongs and drums. There was a sea of people in the sky and on the ground. The crowded human tide on the ground of the city was just like a group of ants. An increasing number of Bandi experts gathered in the sky above Yang City. They appeared like a dense dark cloud that covered the sky above Yang City, blocking over half of the sunlight that was originally shining in the sky. Xiao Yang and Murong Qianqian did not stop after leaving their residence. The two of them stepped through the air. Their bodies moved and flew towards the auction house in the middle of the city. With the incident that had occurred in the 1,000 medicinal house 2 days ago, there were quite a number of people in Yang City who were familiar with Xiao Yang's face. Hence, Xiao Yang and Murong Qianqian had only walked for less than 1,000 feet when quite a number of people in the sky and on the ground discovered their existence. Immediately, quite a number of people threw respectful gazes towards Xiao Yang. Some of the nearby Bandi experts hurriedly bowed and cupped their hands to Xiao Yang with a humble smile. Xiao Yang also smiled and returned the greeting. At the same time, he involuntarily clicked his tongue in his heart. From what he had seen today, it was easy to see the difference in ability. When he was only a rank 2 alchemist, even though he would receive all sorts of astonished gazes when he was seen by others, it was merely this and nothing more. The number of people behind him that wanted to kill him was even more innumerable. So long as a quasi-emperor expert saw him, all of them would reveal a greedy expression that was like a wolf or a tiger. However, at this moment, when he was a rank 3 alchemist, not only would Bandi experts be respectful to him, but even a genuine elite Do Di, a frightening person with great strength, would be extremely courteous to him. It must be said that the gap between them paled in comparison. Xiao Yang involuntarily sighed in his heart. Although the current Xiao Yang appeared to be extremely glorious on the surface, only he knew that he was merely relying on Guu's strength. In a short moment, Xiao Yang and Murong Qianqian, who was following closely behind, had already arrived in front of a huge ring-shaped ancient building. The entire ancient building was like a huge ring lying on the ground. Inside the ancient building, there was a huge open-air stone platform. At the edge of the stone platform, there were layers of platforms that spread out like stairs. Further up the platform, there were cubicles that were supported by stone pillars. Looking down from above, the first thing that came into view were those cubicles. This auction house was actually an open-air auction house. One had to know that in order to ensure that no one would snatch the auction items and escape, the auction house would usually be built in a heavily guarded room. In this way, under the premise of ensuring that no one would cause trouble, it would also serve as a deterrent to those who came to participate in the auction. However, it was the first time that Xiao Yang had seen an auction house like the one that had appeared in front of him since he had started training. TSK, Xiao Yang gently shook his head. His mouth involuntarily clicked its tongue and sighed. Even if there was an elite Do Di present, this auction house was really a little too bold and wild. If there was really an expert who dared to cause trouble in the auction house, even an elite Do Di present might not be able to protect the auction items. Of course, this matter had nothing to do with Xiao Yang. He was naturally too lazy to think too much about it. He sighed in his heart and led Murong Qianqian. Their bodies moved and they flew down to the auction house below. Although the flow of people in Yang City today was many times more than usual, there was quite a large area around the auction house. Xiao Yang and Murong Qianqian landed in this area. At a glance, one could see an enormous doorway in this area. This was the entrance to the auction house. At this moment, there were quite a number of people lined up around Xiao Yang and Murong Qianqian. They were orderly following the order to enter the auction house. All of these people were elite half-emperors. In this place, even the elite half-emperors, who were usually respected in front of others, could only line up like ordinary people to enter the auction house. It must be said that the foundation of this auction house could really be described as terrifying. Murong Qianqian involuntarily knit her brows when she saw that there was a long line of nearly 100 people in front of her. Her pretty eyes ruthlessly glared at Xiao Yang by the side as she angrily said, "It's all your fault. I told you to come earlier. Now that the line is so long, won't we have to wait until the sky turns dark before we can enter?" Xiao Yang was slightly startled. He involuntarily laughed bitterly in his heart. It seemed that he was the one who wanted to participate in the auction the most between the two of them. Why was it that Murong Qianqian was actually even more anxious than him when the auction was about to begin? Xiao Yang did not think too much about the young girl's thoughts. As for guessing, that was even more out of the question. Of course, Xiao Yang did not know that the young girl was not anxious to participate in the auction. Merely, the thing that Xiao Yang wanted to obtain was inside. In order to prevent Xiao Yang from regretfully missing out on it, she was so anxious. From the beginning to the end, the young girl had never thought about whether she wanted to participate in the auction or not. The only person she thought about was Xiao Yang before her. It was all because there was something that he wanted to find here. Perhaps that thing was not important to the young girl. However, the young girl understood in her heart that that thing was extremely important to Xiao Yang. This was the reason why Murong Qianqian was even more anxious than Xiao Yang to enter the auction house. Haha, all right. Don't worry. Didn't I say that someone will come to pick us up? Just wait and see. Xiao Yang softly chuckled in response to Murong Qianqian's words. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. His hands crossed over his chest as he slowly lifted his pitch-black eyes and looked towards the tall and large ancient building in front of him. The depths of his eyes faintly flickered. Right above the entrance of the ancient building, on the thick and sturdy stone wall, there was a flamboyant Tian word carved on it. After a few breaths, the smile at the corners of Xiao Yang's mouth grew even wider. Soon after, he turned his head and smiled towards Murong Qianqian. "It's here." As his voice sounded, the expression on Murong Qianqian's pretty face involuntarily changed slightly. A curious expression surfaced on her face. She lifted her beautiful eyes and swept them all around. Suddenly, a somewhat hoarse and aged voice rang out from the empty space. "Haha, Grandmaster, the old me is Fang Qian. I am the manager of the Tianyun auction house. I have received a request from a few sirs and have come to invite Grandmaster to enter." At the same time this aged voice was emitted, the empty space in front of Xiao Yang and Murong Qianqian suddenly became distorted. Immediately, a white-haired old man with an amiable face appeared in front of Xiao Yang and Murong Qianqian. The old man appeared and immediately cupped his hands respectfully to Xiao Yang. His face was filled with a smile as he spoke to Xiao Yang. "Elder is too courteous. This younger generation does not dare to call themselves Grandmaster. Hearing the old man's words, Xiao Yang did not dare to slight him. From the way this old man had suddenly appeared, he was without a doubt an elite Dou Di. In the face of such a person, Xiao Yang still adopted the most respectful attitude. After all, if he were to be honest, he was ultimately only a rank 2 alchemist. Making things convenient for others was also making things convenient for oneself. Perhaps, this would be of some help to Xiao Yang if they were to be respectful to each other. Haha, Grandmaster is too humble. However, since this is the case, we should invite Grandmaster to enter the auction house first. Those few people have already prepared a private room for Grandmaster. Fang Qian's old eyes carried some admiration as he looked at Xiao Yang in front of him. Fang Qian involuntarily felt a shock in his heart. The black-robed young man in front of him was not only young and promising, but his character was also neither arrogant nor impatient. This kind of thing was something that the old man had never seen from other members of the younger generation. Just from this point alone, the old man's favorable impression of Xiao Yang swiftly rose by quite a lot. All right, I have indeed come for the auction. However, I will have to trouble Elder to help me decline the private room that those few people have reserved for me. This younger generation has never liked to receive favors from others. This younger generation can handle such a small matter by myself. Xiao Yang laughed softly. His tone was extremely firm as he refuted the so-called private room. Hearing this, a glint involuntarily flashed across Fang Qian's old eyes. This kind of meticulous character in addition to this frightening training talent meant that this person would definitely be extraordinary in the future. The old man and the young man exchanged a few polite words in succession. Murong Qianqian, who was behind Xiao Yang, had a somewhat wooden expression on her pretty face as she was stunned on the spot. She did not expect that there would actually be someone who would come to receive Xiao Yang. Haha, all right, don't just stand there. Let's go. Aren't you anxious to enter? I will bring you in now. Chapter 526. Under Fang Qian's guidance, Xiao Yang and Murong Qianqian slowly walked past the crowd of half-step emperors who were painstakingly queuing up in front of the crowd of envious gazers outside the auction house, and leisurely arrived in front of the door. Manager Fang. When Fang Qian approached the stone door, 2 black-armored soldiers standing guard respectfully bowed and shouted to Fang Qian, "Sir, please come in." From their respectful tone, it was clear that Fang Qian held a rather high position in their hearts. This scene caused Xiao Yang to involuntarily praise quietly in his heart. If Fang Qian had relied on his strength to cause these people to feel fear, his voice should have sounded extremely weak. It was as though a rock had been forcefully knocked on. However, the scene that appeared in front of Xiao Yang at this moment was completely different from that. These 2 soldiers had clearly expressed their admiration for Fang Qian from the bottom of their hearts. This also meant that Fang Qian had won them over with his virtue, causing these soldiers to truly respect him from the bottom of their hearts. In this chaotic continent, it was extremely rare to see a person who could win over others with his heart. Yes. When he heard the 2 soldiers' respectful words, Fang Qian smiled amiably as he nodded towards the 2 of them. Soon after, he once again took a step forward, intending to bring Xiao Yang and Murong Qianqian into the auction house. However, at this moment, Manager Fang. This time, it was different from before. This voice was extremely domineering and one could clearly hear that the owner of this voice seemed to be feeling a sense of injustice in his heart. Oh! A puzzled expression involuntarily appeared on Fang Qian's wrinkled old face. He slowly turned around, his muddy old eyes looking towards the source of the voice. Manager Fang, a large group of us have been rushing towards Yang City since 10 days ago, all for the sake of participating in the auction. Today, the 5 of us finally managed to reach Yang City before daybreak with much difficulty. We have bitterly waited for several hours, yet this brat has only just arrived. What right does he have to enter the auction house before us? Fang Qian's aged face involuntarily revealed a look of astonishment when he saw the person who spoke. The person who spoke was the first person in the line, a middle-aged man with a face full of stubble. His aura was incomparably strong. Even when compared to Xu Songming, who had been sent flying by Xiao Yang 2 days ago, his aura was no weaker. Evidently, he was also an 8-star half-martial emperor. Furthermore, even when placed among 8-star half-martial emperors, His strength was most definitely top-notch. From his words, it seemed like he had just arrived in Yang City today. It was no wonder that he did not know about it. At the same time, the burly man also turned his gaze to Xiao Yang. He was naturally able to tell that the black-gowned youth before him was a 6-star half-martial emperor. To be able to reach the level of a 6-star half-martial emperor at such a young age, this was indeed enough for others to call him a demon-level character. However, this was not enough to give him the priority to do anything. Hence, at this moment, this large middle-aged man's gaze also revealed enmity when he looked at Xiao Yang. Slightly startled in his heart, Xiao Yang could only bitterly smile in his heart. He did not expect that he would be hated by someone over such a small matter. This burly man was clearly the first in line. Why did he have to do this? Haha, mister, this old one is also able to understand that you have all waited here for a long time. Your goal is only to be able to enter the auction house as soon as possible. This old one is also able to understand what you have said. However, there are always exceptions to everything. Some people will always have some special privileges. The reason why this mister was able to enter the auction house before you all is because he has his own reasons. Therefore, this old one also hopes that this mister will be able to understand. If you wish to know the reason, please ask the people behind you. I believe that the majority of the people in Yang City know the reason behind this. After Fang Qian's words left his mouth, the crowd behind began to whisper to each other. At the same time, a gloating expression appeared in their eyes when they looked at the middle-aged man. I don't care. We have bitterly waited for such a long time. In the end, this brat entered the moment we met. No matter what, he must give us an explanation. With a fierce expression on his face, the middle-aged man stubbornly roared out in an unresigned manner. When the middle-aged man's words left his mouth, Fang Qian's expression involuntarily darkened. He had always believed that he was easy to talk to. However, this middle-aged man before him was being unreasonable, causing him to feel that he was purposely looking for trouble. Haha, it's fine. I would like to know, mister, what kind of explanation do you want from me? Just as Fang Qian was about to speak, Xiao Yang slowly took a step forward. With a smile on his face, he looked towards the middle-aged man. The expression on his face gave off an incomparably warm feeling, as if he was a person without any temper. Seeing this, Fang Qian could not help but frown slightly. He did not think that Xiao Yang was such a person. Although Xiao Yang looked amiable and approachable, he was definitely not a person who could be trampled on by others. The burly man's face was filled with displeasure as he sized up the skinny black-robed youth in front of him. The expression in his eyes changed, and he immediately snorted coldly. A hint of viciousness appeared on his fierce-looking face as he sternly said, I won't compete with you in terms of chi. I don't want to be cursed for bullying the weak. How about this? As long as you can block a punch from me, I will treat this as if it never happened. Otherwise, you will let the 5 of us brothers enter first. As he said this, the burly man raised his thumb and fiercely pointed at the 4 people behind him. Immediately, the 4 people behind him took half a step forward, revealing their rough faces. Mr. Hey! Hearing the burly man's words, Fang Qian and Murong Qianqian couldn't help but exclaim at Xiao Yang at the same time. Especially Fang Qian, he couldn't help but want to step forward. He believed that as long as he stepped forward, no matter how unwilling these people were, they wouldn't say anything else. However, just as Fang Qian was about to take a step forward, the corner of Xiao Yang's mouth was lifted into a faint smile. He gently lifted his hand and stopped the actions of the 2 people behind him. At the same time, his mouth contained a smile as he spoke to the large man. Sure. These simple words caused the expressions on everyone's faces to be involuntarily stunned. Everyone's gazes swept between Xiao Yang and the burly man. When the 2 of them stood together, it was like a skinny monkey and a huge bear. The gap between them was self-evident. However, just like that, Xiao Yang actually agreed to it. It had to be known that just based on physique, this burly man was more than twice the size of Xiao Yang. If the 2 of them were to meet, the scene was simply unimaginable to everyone present. Regarding this, the corners of Xiao Yang's mouth slowly curled into an inexplicable smile. He tilted his head slightly and looked at the burly man. He raised his hand and hooked his finger at the burly man. Come. Chapter 527. As the words from Xiao Yang's mouth fell, the surrounding crowd who had come to watch immediately began to whisper. In their hearts, they could not help but sigh at Xiao Yang's arrogance and boldness. Even if he was a rank 3 alchemist, this character was too arrogant. Without the help of spiritual soul strength and do qi, he actually wanted to clash head-on with a strong man whose physique far exceeded his own. This was no different from sending himself to his death. Compared to the size of regret on everyone's faces, Fang Qian and Murong Qianqian appeared to be much calmer at this moment. There was no need to say anything more about Murong Qianqian. With her understanding of Xiao Yang, the latter was definitely not a person who acted on impulse. As long as he made a move, he would definitely have confidence. Since Xiao Yang dared to face this large man alone at this moment, perhaps he had that ability. As for Fang Qian, although he also had some worried emotions in his heart, he also believed that as a rank 3 alchemist, Xiao Yang would not do such an action for no reason. When the large man saw Xiao Yang make such a provocative gesture, the expression in his pair of fierce eyes immediately became ruthless. A wave of anger also involuntarily rose from the bottom of his heart. The large man let out a cold snort. His eyebrows were vertical as his furious eyes shot toward Xiao Yang. A pair of enormous hands slowly clenched together. A frightening strength caused the surrounding empty space to involuntarily emit waves of trembling sounds. Brat, you have guts. Let me finish you off with a punch. I'll let you know which is more important between talent and strength. As his voice fell, the large man's fists violently collided with each other in front of his chest. A muffled thud caused the surrounding space to tremble intensely. At the same time, an ear-piercing buzzing sound also reverberated in the ears of everyone present at this moment, causing them to be unable to endure it. Seeing this, Xiao Yang's eyes narrowed. He actually slowly placed his left hand behind his back and raised his right hand. With a twist of his wrist, his palm faced the large man and said in a serious voice, "Please." As the word "please" sounded, a ferocious expression immediately surfaced on the large man's fierce face. Xiao Yang's repeated disdain had really caused him to feel incomparably furious in his heart. His strong body suddenly shook. He withdrew his right fist to the back of his waist. Immediately, his feet abruptly stepped on the floor tiles under his feet. A frightening huge force erupted from his feet and immediately shattered the ground under his body into a pile of powder. At the same time, it also left a footprint that was a few inches deep at the place where the large man's feet landed. Quickly following this, the large man's body was like a cannonball that had been shot out of the barrel. With a lightning-like speed, he arrived in front of Xiao Yang in the blink of an eye. His body leaned to the side and a fist was immediately thrown out, directly smashing toward Xiao Yang's face. "Brat, remember this. This is the consequence of your carelessness." The heavy voice was like a low and deep beast roar as it spread. At the same time, Fang Qian, who was behind Xiao Yang, could not resist maneuvering the do qi in his body. With Xiao Yang's status as a rank 3 alchemist, the treatment he received when entering the auction house was at the level of a VIP. Even an elite do di could not compare with it. If such a person were to be injured in front of his auction house today, his Qianyun auction house would no longer have the chance to befriend him. The expression on Fang Qian's old face involuntarily changed when he thought of this. A resentment rose in his heart toward the large man. If this large man really dared to hurt Xiao Yang today, he would definitely not be stingy and attack to kill all 5 of them. This was the attraction of a rank 3 alchemist. However, in the next moment, the corner of Xiao Yang's mouth was slowly lifted and he revealed a soft smile just as the expression on Fang Qian's old face became increasingly cold as everyone present looked at Xiao Yang with regretful faces. Immediately, his extended hand tilted slightly. At an extremely strange angle, it coincidentally blocked the large man's enormous fist. The large man's eyes involuntarily shrank when he saw this scene. He did not expect that Xiao Yang would actually be able to block his attack even at this stage. However, all of this was too late. The large man's enormous fist had already arrived in front of Xiao Yang's face. It was only a short distance of 1 foot. Even if Xiao Yang used his hand to protect himself, how could he possibly block it? Ha! The large man laughed coldly in his heart. The expression on his face became even more ferocious at this moment. At the same time, the enormous fist that was thrown toward Xiao Yang also became increasingly frightening. Bang! However, in the next moment, when the large man's enormous fist violently smashed down, it was as if it had smashed onto a city wall. The enormous fist that contained extreme power was easily blocked by a fair palm that looked like a woman's. Such a comical and dramatic scene caused the expressions on everyone's faces to immediately freeze. At this moment, everyone present was like a statue. Their bodies were frozen on the spot and their faces were filled with disbelief and shock. The scene before their eyes was truly unimaginable to them. It was to the extent that they could not believe it. The large man's punch that contained such power was actually so easily blocked by Xiao Yang. Moreover, when he blocked the large man's punch, his hand did not even tremble at all. This also meant that the large man's punch did not even have the possibility of shaking Xiao Yang. How is this possible? The large man stared at his fist that had been blocked by Xiao Yang. His heart was filled with shock and fear. He really could not imagine how this black-robed young man in front of him, who clearly had a body that was as thin as straw, could possess such a frightening physical strength. He was certain that Xiao Yang had not used even the slightest bit of dou qi in the collision just now. He had only relied on his own physical strength. Cuckoo, from the looks of it, you have lost. A harmless and warm smile was revealed on Xiao Yang's handsome face. Immediately, his palm shook slightly. Immediately, a frightening strength that caused one to be shocked erupted from Xiao Yang's palm like a dragon emerging from the sea. In just one exchange, he had sent the large man flying with his palm. Being attacked by this distance, the expression on the large man's face instantly changed wildly. His sturdy body was like a bear as he involuntarily retreated. Every time his foot landed, it would cause the ground under his feet to collapse with a loud bang. It was only after the large man's footsteps had retreated by over 10 steps that he violently collided with the crowd behind him. The crowd fell and the large man's body finally came to a halt at this moment. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with incomparable shock as they looked at Xiao Yang. Chapter 528. Outside the auction hall, at this moment, the word disbelief was written all over the faces of the people present. Every single one of them had dumbstruck expressions with their mouths wide open. None of the people present had anticipated the scene before them. The guesses in their hearts were actually overturned by this black-gowned young man. Cough cough. The large man let out a couple of intense coughs. It was a long while later before he climbed up from the ground with the help of the few people behind him. Immediately, a pair of large round eyes instantly focused on Xiao Yang. At this moment, the disdainful expression in the burly man's eyes had already disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by shock and reverence from the bottom of his heart. He had never imagined that this seemingly frail black-gowned young man before him would possess such frightening physical strength. It was no wonder that he would be treated in such a manner by Fang Qian. Little brother, your strength is extraordinary. This lowly one admires you. As for what happened earlier, this lowly one will apologize to little brother. I hope that you will not take it to heart. After standing up, the burly man respectfully bowed to Xiao Yang with his hands clasped together. This was the respect one would have toward an expert. At the same time, it also displayed the reverence he had toward Xiao Yang. Even though the exchange of blows earlier was hasty and short, the burly man was still able to tell that the Xiao Yang before him possessed strength that greatly surpassed his own. Even though the latter's cultivation appeared to only be that of a 6-star half-martial emperor, it was still insufficient to fully describe the strength that he possessed. This was something that had been vividly displayed by the collision between the two of them earlier. Furthermore, judging from the power that had erupted from Xiao Yang's palm strike earlier, it was clear that Xiao Yang had held back when he unleashed his attack. Else, this burly man would not have been sent flying with only a single blow. Seeing the burly man displaying such a respectful attitude toward Xiao Yang, the 4 people behind the burly man all looked to one another. Then, without the slightest hesitation, they also bowed to Xiao Yang with their hands clasped together. From this, it could be seen that the relationship between these 5 people was extremely close. Else, it would not have been possible for the 4 people behind the burly man to react in unison because of the actions of the burly man alone. Seeing the 5 people before him displaying such a respectful attitude toward him, Xiao Yang involuntarily revealed an astonished expression. This was especially true for the 4 people behind the burly man. In this chaotic continent, to be able to have brothers who had shared weal and woe with him was truly something worthy of admiration. Haha, there is no need to be so courteous. This lowly one has merely been unable to exercise for a long time. That is why I wanted to give this friend here a try. If I am injured in any way, please forgive me. This attitude of the 5 of them also caused Xiao Yang to have a good impression of them in his heart. He waved his sleeves while he spoke and an invisible, majestic spiritual strength swiftly swept out. Immediately, it gently lifted the 5 people who were bowing. This is soul force. This action of Xiao Yang caused the hearts of the 5 people to solidify slightly. The 5 of them lowered their heads and exchanged glances with one another. All of them saw surprise in the other party's eyes. The thing that caused them to be surprised was not that Xiao Yang had used spiritual strength. Instead, it was that this spiritual strength was so strong that even they could feel an invisible pressure from it. Don't tell me that you are an array master or an alchemist. The 5 of them straightened their bodies. The burly man, who was the leader, looked at Xiao Yang with eyes that were filled with astonishment. His tone was solemn as he asked. Xiao Yang's physical strength was already sufficient to cause them to have a good impression of him. However, if he was also a powerful alchemist or a formation master, he would really have to be described as defying the heaven. Haha, this mister is an alchemist. Moreover, he is a rank 3 alchemist. The reason why he does not need to queue is actually because he was invited by the few elite DI in the auction house. However, haha. At this moment, Fang Qian, who had recovered from his shock, slowly took a step forward. He looked at the burly man with a smile on his face. A smile surfaced in his turbid old eyes as he said. When Fang Qian's words came out, the 5 people's bodies suddenly turned violently on the spot. They quickly rose to their feet. This was especially so for the burly man who was the leader. His heart was filled with regret. He had actually stopped the person who was invited by the elite DI and had even fought with him. At this moment, it was likely that the few elite DI had already sensed all of this. Once they were dissatisfied with him, wouldn't he and the brothers behind him be in danger? The burly man felt a wave of sadness in his heart when he thought of how he had sent his brothers into danger because of a moment of rashness. It was as though death was already in front of them and their doomsday was not far away. Haha, relax. They will not do anything to you. It is just a small exchange of pointers. It is nothing much. Moreover, I think that the current them will not only not be dissatisfied with you, but will instead feel extremely satisfied. Xiao Yang appeared to have guessed the burly man's thoughts as he smiled faintly. After he finished speaking, Xiao Yang once again turned around. His dark black eyes looked at the auction house in front of him. A light flashed deep within his eyes as though he had seen something. At the same time, within the few private rooms in the auction house, a few old men with strong auras could not help but frown slightly. This little fellow does not appear to be a good person. Physical strength, do qi, alchemist skills. He is actually able to train these 3 areas to such an extent at the same time. Just who is this little fellow? In a somewhat dim and quiet private room, an old man whose entire body was wrapped in a black robe revealed a pair of blade-like sharp eyes. A sharp glint flashed deep within his dark eyes. His old eyes narrowed as he softly muttered. At the same time, in another private room, a square-faced middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe narrowed his eyes. He appeared to be thinking about something in his heart. Black-robed young man, young lady in the prime of her youth. It seems that the people who injured my son are these 2. That man is Xiao Yang. As for that woman, it is not important, the middle-aged man softly muttered in his mouth. Immediately, he gently lifted his hand and randomly curled his finger. The next moment, the empty space beside the middle-aged man immediately became distorted. A black-robed person whose face could not be seen clearly bowed and half knelt beside the middle-aged man. Clan leader. Yes, go and investigate. When did these two people arrive in Yang City and from which direction did they enter? Investigate carefully. If they are, humph. At the end of his words, an uncontrollable killing intent suddenly surged into the middle-aged man's silver eyes. Soon after, the black-robed person beside the middle-aged man also respectfully cried out before disappearing from the private room. In the outside world, Xiao Yang slowly withdrew his gaze and randomly swept it across Murong Chanxian, whose pretty face was still in a daze. He curled his lips and said, "Why are you in a daze? Aren't you in a hurry to enter? Let's go." After saying these words, the young lady recovered her senses. Xiao Yang's gaze once again turned towards Fang Qian. He smiled and said, "Manager Fang, please lead the way." "Haha, mister, please enter." Hearing this, Fang Qian did not stand on ceremony and made a please gesture towards Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang nodded and smiled. Under the respectful and envious gazes of the crowd behind them, the three of them slowly disappeared from the dimly lit auction house. Chapter 529. At this moment, Xiao Yang and Murong Chanxian were seated in a brightly lit private room. Fang Qian had left the place because of official business. In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Yang and Murong Chanxian were left in the large private room. The private room was very large. It was able to accommodate 20 to 30 people at the same time without feeling crowded. At this moment, only Xiao Yang and Murong Chanxian were left in the private room. In addition to the two of them being silent, the atmosphere immediately became dull. Her soft and delicate body was nestled in the chair that was covered with milky white fur. At this moment, Murong Chanxian looked like a rabbit that was returning to its nest. Her delicate and charming face revealed an expression that was bored to death. Her pair of clear and beautiful eyes were staring at the other side. On the pitch-black wall, there was a light screen that was currently projecting the current scene in the auction house onto it. Following the continuous influx of people, the originally empty stone steps in the auction house were swiftly filled with people. The noise in this ring-shaped auction house became even noisier, transforming into a buzzing sound that reverberated unceasingly, causing people to involuntarily feel uneasy when they heard it. "Hey, is the medicinal ingredient that you mentioned very important to you?" Until a certain moment, Murong Chanxian, whose heart was filled with boredom, finally turned her pretty eyes towards Xiao Yang. Her pretty face revealed a doubtful expression as she opened her mouth to ask Xiao Yang. Hearing this, Xiao Yang's expression was slightly startled. After which, he knit his eyebrows slightly. He immediately nodded slightly and said, "That's right. The blazing flame flower is related to my breakthrough to the Do Di class." Do Di class. After Xiao Yang's words sounded, the expression on Murong Chanxian's pretty face involuntarily solidified. A strange expression flashed across the deep part of her pretty eyes. Immediately, the young lady once again knit her eyebrows. She lifted her pretty eyes and stared at Xiao Yang with a doubtful expression. She once again asked, "Are you lying to me? Don't think that I don't know just because I'm not an alchemist. The Emperor Calamity pill that is needed to break through to the Do Di class does not have a medicinal ingredient like the blazing flame flower. This should be a medicinal ingredient used by another medicinal pill." His eyes narrowed imperceptibly. Xiao Yang did not comment on this. Seeing that Xiao Yang did not answer, the doubt in the young girl's heart grew even more. Just as she was about to continue asking, on the light screen opposite the two of them, the originally noisy crowd had unknowingly quieted down. At the same time, the originally flat stone platform in the middle of the auction hall suddenly began to tremble violently. Immediately, a square crystal pillar slowly rose from the middle of the stone platform. At this moment, everyone's gazes gathered over. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement because they knew that the long-awaited auction was finally about to begin. Dang! The familiar sound of the bell rang in the auction house. Immediately, everyone's eyes focused on the source of the sound. At the same time, on the stone platform, beside the crystal pillar that had just been erected, the invisible void distorted for a while, and the figure of an old man slowly appeared in front of everyone present. Within the private room, Xiao Yang watched the old man who had appeared on the light screen. His dark black eyes involuntarily hardened. He did not expect that the old man who had appeared on the stone platform was actually Fang Qian. Cuckoo, No wonder they dare to conduct the auction in this kind of open-air environment. The auction item is personally guarded by a Do Di. As long as one is not a fugitive, it is likely that no one will cause trouble in this auction. Xiao Yang clicked his tongue and sighed in his heart. He smiled softly and shook his head. To be able to get a Do Di to host an auction, it must be said that this could really be called extravagant. At the very least, since Xiao Yang had started training until now, he had never seen such a large amount of money in his life. However, immediately after, just as everyone thought that the auction was about to begin, a buzzing sound suddenly appeared in the sky above the auction hall. Soon after, a layer of glittering golden energy barrier enveloped the entire auction house from the outside like an inverted bowl. This is a formation. Within the private room, Murong Chantian opened her watery large eyes. Through the light screen in front of her, she carefully observed the golden energy barrier. Her jade-like finger gently touched her exquisite chin. Her pretty face revealed a trace of doubt as she asked. It is a formation. Moreover, it is a kind of formation that is definitely not of a low rank. With this thing around, it is likely that even a Do Di would have a great difficulty breaking it in a short period of time. Compared to the young lady, Xiao Yang wanted to see it more comprehensively. The moment he opened his mouth, he gave a rough description of the extraordinariness of this energy barrier. Hiss, hearing this, the expression on Murong Chantian's pretty face instantly changed. To be able to block the formation of a Do Di, what rank did this formation have to be in order to do so? To the side, Xiao Yang, who was originally nestled in his chair, slowly straightened his body. His dark black eyes revealed a solemn expression. To be able to block a Do Di, even if this formation's rank is high, it would definitely not be inferior to a rank 3 formation. Moreover, even if it was placed among rank 3 formations, it would definitely be considered top quality. However, from the looks of this formation, it might even be a rank 4 formation. Just as Xiao Yang's voice sounded, the expression on Murong Chantian's pretty face involuntarily became one of astonishment. A rank 4 formation. That was a terrifying formation that was sufficient to cause a Do Di to be afraid. Ka. Just as Xiao Yang and Murong Chantian were discussing the energy barrier, there was once again a change on the stone platform in the outside world. Amidst the Ka sound of a mechanical wheel, the ground around the crystal pillar actually slowly split apart. Immediately, a staircase that extended deep into the ground appeared in front of the gazes of countless people in the auction house. As the staircase appeared, an old man wearing a long golden robe slowly walked out from it with a smile on his face. The moment the old man appeared, a majestic aura that was difficult to suppress immediately swept out from his body. Under this aura, the expressions of everyone in the auction house involuntarily changed. The crowd, who had already quietened down because of Fang Qian's appearance, did not even dare to breathe loudly at this moment. What a powerful aura! I think that this person should be the chairman of the Tianyun auction house, Dong Chuan. The appearance of the old man caused the hearts of everyone present to turn solemn. At the same time, some of the people present, who had come to Yang City for the first time, involuntarily let out an exclamation in their hearts. At the same time, the faces of the elite Do Di in the few private rooms also revealed some fear. Numerous pairs of dark eyes passed through the light curtain and stared at the old man who had appeared on the stone platform. Clearly, even they did not dare to be the slightest bit careless when facing this Dong Chuan. At the same time, Xiao Yang, who was also in the private room, also had a face that was filled with a deep solemnness. Under the current Xiao Yang's frightening spiritual strength, which was comparable to that of a rank 3 alchemist, the cultivation of Dong Chuan, who had appeared on the stone platform, was naturally seen through by Xiao Yang at a glance. The frightening strength of this Dong Chuan was the strongest elite Do Di that Xiao Yang had seen since he had arrived in the western region after the leaders of the 4 large sects. The depth of his cultivation indicated that he had already reached the level of a 5-star Do Di. Chapter 530. No. When Xiao Yang's words sounded, the entire place instantly turned silent. At this moment, even Fang Qian, who was on the auction stage below, and Xu Songming, who was standing on the viewing gallery, could not help but tremble slightly. The expressions on the 2 old men's faces instantly froze. No matter what, The two of them did not expect that Xiao Yang would actually say such words that would shock the entire place. At the same time, they were not the only ones. Even the expressions on the faces of the other alchemists on the viewing gallery, as well as the group of half-emperors, were extremely interesting at this moment. The words that Xiao Yang had said at this moment could be said to be the weirdest joke that everyone present had ever heard. A rank 3 alchemist actually did not have as many medicinal pills as a rank 2 alchemist. If news of this spread, wouldn't everyone laugh their heads off? Ha 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 ha. After being stunned for a moment, an earth-shattering laughter suddenly rang out from the viewing gallery. There was no need to think too much. At this moment, the only person who could laugh out loud was likely Xu Songming. Humph humph, looks like this old man is determined to obtain this blazing flower. Since no one is going to bid against this old man, Manager Fang, please make the final decision. Xu Songming sneered as he lifted his eyes to look at Xiao Yang, who was standing in the sky. He did not expect that the worries in his heart were actually groundless. Fang Qian acted as though he did not hear Xu Songming's cold laughter. At this moment, his pair of turbid old eyes were firmly staring at Xiao Yang. His heart did not dare to believe that as a rank 3 alchemist, Xiao Yang would easily lose to someone like Xu Songming. Unfortunately, Xiao Yang, who was standing in the sky, had his eyebrows tightly knitted together since the beginning. The expression on his face did not relax at all. It was as if he was helpless and anxious, but also as if he was thinking about something. However, in the end, Xiao Yang still did not give an answer. This caused Fang Qian, who was standing on the auction stage below, to involuntarily feel a little disappointed. Even the crowd in the viewing gallery could not help but throw a disappointed gaze at Xiao Yang. Sighing helplessly in his heart, Fang Qian could only look at Xu Songming with a heart full of disappointment. Helplessly, the rules of the auction house were like this. No matter who the guest was, as long as he had the ability to win the auction item would belong to him. This rule was something that Fang Qian could not change even though he was an elite Do Di. The expression on his old face gradually turned gloomy. It was not until a long time later that Fang Qian once again raised his eyes to look at Xu Songming. He paused for a long time before he slowly opened his mouth. Every word sounded as if it was squeezed out from between his teeth. His tone was stiff as he said, Xu Songming has offered 20 emperor-grade pills in exchange for the blazing flower. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? Xu Songming had a victorious expression on his face. His thin lips curled into a cold smile that was as sharp as a blade. The resentment that he had accumulated because of Xiao Yang 2 days ago seemed to have disappeared at this moment. As expected, there isn't any. The soft voice was almost inaudible. The atmosphere within the auction house had also become pressuring. It was as though there was a thick dark cloud covering everyone's heads. However, just as Fang Qian was about to speak again with a helpless face, Xiao Yang, who was high up in the sky, slowly raised his head. The corner of his mouth was slowly lifted into a playful smile. A pair of dark black eyes looked at Fang Qian, who was on the auction stage below. At the same time, the latter seemed to have sensed something. His brows, which were filled with wrinkles, were lifted violently. His turbid old eyes were instantly lifted. His gaze was like a sword as it instantly looked at Xiao Yang. Huh! The expression on Fang Qian's old face was initially stunned when he saw the smile that was revealed on the corner of Xiao Yang's mouth. Immediately, he seemed to have recalled something. The gloomy expression on his old face instantly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a pleasantly surprised expression. Good brat. You have really caused the old me to worry for nothing. While he laughed and scolded Xiao Yang in his heart, a pleasantly surprised smile appeared on Fang Qian's old face. At the same time, Xu Songming and the others in the stands also simultaneously shot their gazes towards Xiao Yang because of the change in expression on Fang Qian's old face. When the crowd saw the smile that was revealed on the corner of Xiao Yang's mouth, their faces could not help but be slightly stunned. Immediately, they cast pitiful gazes towards Xu Songming, who was in front of the stands. Looking at Xiao Yang's expression, it was obvious that they could not fully believe what he had said previously. Since that was the case, this time around, Xu Songming was really going to fail miserably at such an easy task. Humph! Brat, stop trying to be mysterious. If you can't produce the medicinal pill, don't even think about competing with me for this blazing flower. When he saw the confident look on Xiao Yang's face, Xu Songming was suddenly shocked. His body could not help but tremble as he stood on the spot. However, in the end, he could not help but shout at Xiao Yang. He did not believe that Xiao Yang before him could not produce an emperor-grade medicinal pill. What right did he have to compete with him? Unless what Xiao Yang had said previously was a lie and he was simply deceiving the crowd. Haha, you are right. I really can't produce a medicinal pill. However, Xiao Yang's following words caused the crowd to be stunned once again. Since he did not have a medicinal pill, how could Xiao Yang compete with Xu Songming? Ha 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 ha. When he heard Xiao Yang's words, Xu Songming could not help but laugh out loud once again. On the auction stage, Fang Qian narrowed his old eyes as he stared at Xiao Yang with his turbid eyes. His eyes flickered as if he had already guessed something. May I ask Manager Fang Qian if this blazing flower can only be exchanged with medicinal pills? Xiao Yang smiled and ignored Xu Songming. Instead, he looked towards Fang Qian and smiled as he cupped his hands together and asked, Haha, of course not. I have already said that as long as you can produce something of equivalent value, you can use it to auction off this blazing flower. The expression in Xu Songming's eyes suddenly solidified when he heard the words from the mouths of the two. At the same time, everyone on the stage appeared to have heard something from Xiao Yang's words. All of their eyes immediately revealed a curious expression. Could it be that this black-robed, young man in front of them could really take out something of equal value to the Zhenyan flower? Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, the smile on Xiao Yang's lips grew even wider. His gaze calmly swept across Xu Songming below as the corners of his mouth curled, revealing a row of spotlessly white teeth. In Xu Songming's eyes, this appearance was akin to a cold and sharp blade being waved at him. Above the empty space, Xiao Yang slowly extended one of his hands towards the empty space in front of him. Immediately, under the focused gazes of everyone present, a thought passed through his mind. In the next instant, an emerald-green flowing light swiftly flashed in Xiao Yang's palm. Immediately, an emerald-green fan leaf the size of a washbasin appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at this fan leaf, it was undoubtedly a 1,000 fan leaf. Chapter 531. Everyone in the auction ground had stunned faces as they looked at the feather on the auction stage below. A moment ago, this thing had erupted with a powerful aura that caused most of the people present to be moved. However, it had only been a short couple of breaths. This change was a little too quick. What is going on? Everyone's faces were stunned as they looked at Fang Qian on the auction stage below. Everyone's faces revealed a suspicious expression. Could it be that the so-called treasure, the man-class dough technique, was this appearance? At this moment, there were even quite a number of people in the auction ground who had originally planned to bid for it. They withdrew their gazes with bitter faces. At the same time, their eyes involuntarily revealed a suspicious expression as they looked at Fang Qian. If even the first auction item was fake, the people present would no longer be able to feel assured about the subsequent auction items. Dong Chuan, who was standing at the edge of the auction ground, also involuntarily frowned slightly in the face of the unexpected change in the auction ground. His heart felt a little troubled. If this Feng Yu were to point out this matter, it was likely that there would not be any need for the auction today to continue. A single mistake was sufficient to cause their entire auction to be burned to the ground. At the same time, the few elite Do Di within the few private rooms also revealed various expressions. Some were smiles, some were surprised, and some were suspicious. In short, the unexpected change that had occurred in the auction ground at this moment caused everyone to feel uneasy. At this moment, Xiao Yang was naturally able to clearly see the situation in the outside world through the light curtain in front of him. This included Fang Qian, who was standing on the auction stage with a stunned and embarrassed face. Xiao Yang was also able to see everything. Seeing that the atmosphere in the auction ground had become somewhat pressurized because of him, Xiao Yang involuntarily felt a little apologetic in his heart. He knit his brows tightly and swiftly thought of a countermeasure in his heart. No matter how one put it, everything in front of him had become like this because of him. If he continued to remain silent, this matter would eventually become a knot in Xiao Yang's heart, regardless of whether other people knew about it or not. If he was unable to resolve this matter today, it was likely that it might even affect Xiao Yang's training in the future. Cough cough. I'm sorry. Just now, I was interested and used my spiritual strength to investigate the demon phoenix. However, I did not expect that thing to actually be unable to withstand my investigation, resulting in it becoming like this. If I have disturbed everyone, please do not take it to heart. At the very most, I am willing to give up this Do technique. Suddenly, a voice that was filled with embarrassment suddenly resounded over the entire auction ground and reverberated beside everyone's ears. Hearing this, everyone's faces immediately revealed a strange expression. They looked towards the direction of the voice, but could only see the empty sky above their heads. At the same time, the Do Di on the auction stage and the few Do Di in the private rooms instantly turned their gazes to the private room that Xiao Yang was in. Although other people were unable to see it, they knew that the voice had been transmitted from this place. Hearing these words, a doubtful expression involuntarily flashed across the faces of the few elite Do Di in the private room. They immediately laughed coldly and continued to be silent. As for Fang Qian, who was currently on the stone platform, there was a look of gratitude in his turbid old eyes. Other people might not know, but as the manager of the auction house, how could he not know that there were some special formations around the auction stage? These formations were able to block all spiritual perception below the rank 4 alchemist. Unfortunately, although Xiao Yang was a rank 3 alchemist, his spiritual strength was not sufficient to pass through the formation. It was even more impossible for him to not be detected by these elite Do Di. Hence, Fang Qian knew that these words of his were false the moment he heard them. However, even though his words were fake, it would be best if he could use it to help them out of their predicament in the current situation. Cuckoo, no wonder. So it was Mr. who used his spiritual strength to investigate. Fang Qian cupped his hands toward the private room Xiao Yang was in. He clearly understood in his heart, but his face was filled with gratitude as he spoke with a smile. Once Fang Qian's words were spoken, everyone present immediately turned their gazes toward the private room Xiao Yang was in. Everyone's eyes were filled with doubt. They were also extremely curious about the Mr. that Fang Qian had mentioned. Soon after, the gazes of everyone present landed on the private room Xiao Yang was in. The empty space outside the private room suddenly became distorted. Soon after, a young man wearing a black robe slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Once they saw Xiao Yang, everyone in the auction ground immediately went into an uproar. Only then did they react. At this moment, the only person in the auction ground who could cause Fang Qian to be so respectful was likely this rank 3 alchemist. However, when everyone recovered and recalled the words that Xiao Yang had said earlier, numerous wolf-like eyes instantly stared at the Do technique scroll on the crystal pillar in front of Fang Qian. It should be known that this Do technique was something that even a rank 3 alchemist would be interested in. Just from this point alone, it was enough to prove that this Do technique was not cheap. Now that Xiao Yang had taken the initiative to give it up, was this not helping the others present? Of course, if they were to know that those words earlier were intentionally said by Xiao Yang, it was unknown just what kind of interesting expression they would have on their faces. In the blink of an eye, he was stared at by so many people in such a manner. Even with Fang Qian's mental strength, his eyebrows could not help but twitch. After which, he once again used a grateful gaze to look at Xiao Yang's slowly disappearing figure in the sky. Thank you very much. At the edge of the auction stage, Dong Chuan also stared at Xiao Yang's disappearing figure and quietly thanked Xiao Yang in his heart. At the same time, the atmosphere in the auction ground, which had become silent because of the unforeseen event earlier, was instantly broken by Xiao Yang's words. At this very moment, everyone in the auction ground turned their gazes toward Fang Qian. Fang Qian had yet to state his starting bid, but the sounds of bidding had already risen and fell repeatedly. This scene also caused Fang Qian's old face to once again reveal a stunned expression. However, compared to before, the expression on Fang Qian's face at this moment was clearly much more relaxed. Within the private room, Xiao Yang watched the scene that was currently displayed in the auction ground. The emotions in his heart also gradually disappeared. It was as though the stone that was blocking his heart had been shattered with a bang at this moment. Even his breathing had unknowingly become much smoother. Cuckoo, everyone. The auction ground has its own order. Everyone seated, please do not be agitated. Next, our first auction item will officially be auctioned. Phoenix Feather Finger, a DI Class DO technique. I think that everyone has seen its value just now. The starting price of the auction will be 1,300,000 spirit coins. Each bid must not be lower than 50,000 spirit coins. There will be a ceiling of 8 million spirit coins. If anyone were to bid this price first, this Phoenix Feather Finger will belong to that person regardless of who bids a higher price later on. Everyone, you must not miss this opportunity. These words, which were intentionally rapped by Fang Qian's Do Qi, were like the sound of a bell that resounded beside the ears of everyone present. Additionally, his tone was ingenious and he used some tactics to immediately stir up the atmosphere in the auction ground. Cuckoo, everyone, please. Chapter 532. The fiery atmosphere of the auction continued. After the blazing flame flower was auctioned off, Xiao Yang in the private room rarely called out a price. Xiao Yang's main objective for this trip had been completed after obtaining the blazing flame flower. Xiao Yang was not interested in anything else. Secondly, he did not have much capital left. It was not easy to catalyze 2,000 fan leaves. Moreover, it was all thanks to Guu. If it was possible, Xiao Yang hoped to keep the remaining 1,000 fan leaf so that he could use it to refine pills in the future. Even with Xiao Yang's mental strength, he could not help but feel shocked at the large scale of the auction this time around as the dazzling auction items flowed out one by one from the auction stage. The rarity of some of the auction items during this auction caused Xiao Yang to involuntarily feel a rush of excitement. However, after a struggle in his heart, he finally became quiet. Originally, Xiao Yang wanted to try his luck and see if some of the medicinal ingredients that he needed would appear. Unfortunately, the heavens did not allow Xiao Yang to do as he wished despite his good intentions. The blazing flame flower was an extremely rare medicinal ingredient. Being able to get Xiao Yang to bid for it in this auction could already be considered extremely lucky. However, Xiao Yang's thoughts at this moment were a little greedy. The auction gradually approached its end while Xiao Yang waited in anticipation. At the same time, the value of the auction items that appeared on the auction stage became increasingly high. They had even reached the point where they could be called priceless treasures. At the very least, these things were worthy of being called priceless in the eyes of everyone in the auction ground. At this moment, the many elite Do Di in the private rooms had also taken out their true capital. Round after round of intense competition was carried out like a wildfire. Tens of millions of spirit coins, various rare medicinal ingredients, medicinal pills, and high-class chi methods and do skills were swiftly being traded like many ordinary goods. Xiao Yang sighed softly. He saw that the auction was nearing its end. However, there was still no item that could move him. Xiao Yang felt a little dissatisfied in his heart. It's so boring here. Can we go now? Murong Qianqian pouted her small mouth and laid on the armrest with an expressionless face. She asked Xiao Yang in an uninterested manner. Let's wait a little longer. The auction is about to end. Moreover, the blazing flower is still in the auction house. I will only be able to obtain it after the auction ends. For now, just bear with it for a little longer. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang could only bitterly smile and shake his head. As he comforted Murong Qianqian, his gaze once again returned to the light screen. At this moment, on the auction stage, the tempo was rapidly approaching the end. Therefore, all the items that were brought out were some important items. For example, right now, a scroll of high human rank cultivation method was being pushed to the peak by the crowd at a rapid speed like stars surrounding the moon. This scroll was called Devouring Shadow Skill. It was a darkness affinity chi method. The darkness affinity was relatively rare among all the cultivator affinity. It was also because of this that its value was even more valuable. Within a short moment, this scroll of Devouring Shadow Skill had already been raised to a high price. Its value had already reached the level of tens of millions of spirit coins. Compared to a Do technique of the same class, the value of a chi method in the eyes of a cultivator was slightly higher. After all, The strength of a dough technique ultimately originated from the foundation of a cultivator. A good qi method was able to raise the overall strength of a cultivator. Compared to a dough technique, this would undoubtedly cause a cultivator to be even more tempted. Hence, even though the value of this scroll of devouring shadow skill had already been raised to the level of 50 million spirit coins, from the looks of it, it did not seem to have any intention of stopping. This also caused Xiao Yang, who was currently in the private room, to involuntarily let out an exclamation of surprise. Tens of millions of spirit coins. Xiao Yang admitted that he would definitely not be able to exchange for so many spirit coins even if he were to sell all the things he had on him. Yet, those elite Dou Di were able to randomly raise such a sky-high price for a scroll of a qi method. It must be said that this could really be called a heroic spirit that reached the cloud. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yang did not have much interest in this so-called devouring shadow skill. Compared to the former, from the way Xiao Yang saw it, his flame mantra was only superior. Although the current flame mantra could only be called a low human rank qi method, its growth ability was something that no qi method in the world could compare with. As long as Xiao Yang was able to obtain a sufficient amount of heavenly flame, the flame mantra could similarly reach the high human rank or even the Sheng class qi method. Of course, the precondition was that Xiao Yang needed to possess a sufficient amount of heavenly flame to raise the level of the flame mantra. Xiao Yang involuntarily nodded violently in his heart when he thought of this. He knew that the only way to allow the flame mantra to evolve was to quickly find the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the ice spirit pill, refine the medicinal pill, and swallow the bone-chilling flame. Although Xiao Yang was extremely unwilling in his heart, he also understood that Ji Yu's intentions were here. If he did not accept it, it would only cause Ji Yu to feel a chill in his heart. At the same time, it would be even more dangerous for him to face the so-called Ghost Hall. Ever since he had met the first Hall Master of the Ghost Hall, Xiao Yang had become increasingly aware of the importance of strength. With the strength of that group, they could easily deal with him. The reason why Xiao Yang was able to survive until now was merely because of Ji Yu within his body. If he wanted to truly protect himself, Xiao Yang needed an even greater strength. The source of this strength was the heavenly flame. Looks like I need to speed up the search for medicinal ingredients. Currently, I am still lacking 6 medicinal ingredients to refine the ice spirit pill and the ice spirit cold liquid. These 6 medicinal ingredients will be quite troublesome. Xiao Yang frowned slightly. He could not help but feel a pressure in his heart. This was especially so now that he was in the Shilin region. The 4 great sects had once again begun to covet him. It was likely that the entire western region would become his enemy. If he did not possess sufficient strength, it would be impossible for him to survive in front of the 4 great sects. Just by relying on Ji Yu, Xiao Yang no longer had any hope. When he thought that even the spiritual strength that he was so proud of had been borrowed from Ji Yu, Xiao Yang felt ashamed of himself in his heart. Xiao Yang calmed himself. He had just withdrawn his thoughts when a smiling Fang Qian on the auction stage in the outside world once again took out a silver plate. Under the cover of the cloth, no one could see what was placed on the silver plate. However, one could roughly see the outline of the item. The auction item appeared to be square in shape. One could roughly guess that it was a box. The true auction item was likely within that box. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the elite Dou Di in each of the private rooms gradually became solemn. Finally, the thing that they had been waiting for since the beginning had finally appeared. A lovely figure wrapped in a red dress slowly stood up from the chair in a private room. Her pretty eyes revealed an anxious expression. In the other private rooms, the middle-aged man, who had been seated without moving, also slowly stood up at this moment. A glint overflowed from deep within his eyes. Ha ha, everyone, the next auction item will be the final auction item of this auction. After this auction item is auctioned, this auction will officially end. The old me sincerely hopes that everyone present will be able to return with satisfaction. Hence, everyone must not miss this final auction item. Fang Qian chuckled as he spoke. At the same time, his shriveled hand slowly removed the cloth covering the silver plate. Soon after, a completely white jade box that emitted a sparkling treasure light appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 533. Blazing Flame Flower. Everyone's eyes focused on the scene displayed on the light screen at this moment. A bright red petal slowly surfaced in front of everyone's eyes like a cluster of flames. Its emerald green roots were like a new bud that emitted a luster. When this flower was exposed in the air, everyone could clearly sense that the temperature of the place had clearly risen following the appearance of this flower. Heh! At this moment, not only were the people in the viewing gallery shocked, but even the few elite DI in the private rooms involuntarily revealed a surprise in their eyes when they looked at the flower. To be able to cause a change in the world, this flower was definitely not ordinary. Blazing Flame Flower. It contains an extremely domineering fire attribute energy. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to touch it. I didn't expect that the news that spread before the auction was actually true. I can't believe that we'll be able to see such a natural wonder at this auction. There was naturally no lack of experienced and knowledgeable people among the band DI. There were already people who had recognized this blazing flame flower the moment they saw it. Immediately, the auction stage once again erupted into an uproar. Although most of the people seated had never personally seen the blazing flame flower, they were extremely familiar with its reputation. This kind of medicinal ingredient was extremely rare. Among all the fire attribute medicinal ingredients, it could be ranked among the top. In the refinement of many high-grade medicinal pills, the blazing flower would be used as the main ingredient. Hence, its value was immeasurable. However, such a precious medicinal ingredient had now appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Who would be willing to miss such an opportunity? Cuckoo. Looks like everyone recognizes this flower. That's right, this flower is the blazing flame flower. The old me shall not speak about its medicinal properties for now. I think that everyone seated here should have some understanding of it. In that case, let's not say any more unnecessary words. Everyone, prepare your capital. On the auction stage, Fang Qian's old face was filled with a smile as he looked at the surrounding people in the viewing gallery. His shriveled hand gently stroked his beard as he immediately opened his mouth to speak. Due to the uniqueness of the blazing flame flower, its owner does not intend to auction it using spirit coins. Instead, he hopes that it can be exchanged with items of equal value. Therefore, if anyone here wishes to exchange for it, I hope that you can take out items of equal value. Of course, I will personally appraise its value. Fang Qian's deep gaze slowly swept across the entire place. As Fang Qian's words fell, the originally noisy crowd immediately became much quieter. There was no need to elaborate on the value of the blazing flower. Although there were many items in the world that could be compared to it, there were definitely not many. At the very least, none of the people present had anything that could be used to exchange for the blazing flower. Hihi, Fang Qian laughed dryly. Soon after, he turned his gaze towards the private room at the top of the tall platform. At this very moment, it was likely that only the people there had the ability to take him down. Everyone, this blazing flame flower is already more than 1,000 years old. Its medicinal properties can be said to be the best of the best. If it is used to refine an elixir, I believe that the medicinal properties of the refined elixir will increase by quite a lot. There are quite a number of alchemists among the people seated here. This blazing flame flower is extremely suitable for all of you. After all, the first thing to judge the quality of an elixir is the medicinal ingredients used in the refinement of the elixir. I believe that there is no need for me to explain this point. All of the alchemists here should be able to understand this. As Fang Qian's words fell, his pair of muddy old eyes slowly swept across some of the people in the viewing gallery. His old face was filled with smiles. All of the people that he was looking at were alchemists. Among them, there were even a few rank 2 alchemists. At the same time, even Xu Songming, who had a conflict with Xiaoyang 2 days ago, was also present. Haha, everyone, please. Fang Qian's footsteps slowly took half a step to the side as he raised his hand with a smile. His hand pointed at the blazing flame flower placed on the silver plate. His gaze once again swept across the entire place as he laughed. As Fang Qian's words fell, everyone in the auction ground gradually became silent. Only an extremely small portion of people would throw greedy gazes at the blazing flame flower. Fang Qian on the auction stage was not surprised by this. After all, compared to an ordinary qi method or dough technique, the attraction of medicinal ingredients was only aimed at alchemists. An ordinary person would not be interested in it. I am willing to offer 3 rank 2 medicinal pills in exchange for the blazing flame flower. The silent atmosphere in the auction ground continued for a short moment before a grey-robed old man in the viewing gallery slowly stood up from his seat. His old and hoarse voice reverberated across the entire auction ground, causing everyone's gazes to involuntarily look towards the grey-robed old man at this moment. I am willing to offer 4 DI tier medicinal pills. Humph. All of you are actually only willing to offer this little amount for such a good medicinal ingredient. How unsightly. The old me is willing to offer 7 DI tier medicinal pills. Today, this blazing flame flower will definitely land in my hand. 8. Soon after, another bid that was unwilling to be left behind sounded. Following which, a continuous barrage of bids rose and fell in succession as they swiftly resounded unceasingly in the auction ground. Within a short moment, the price of the blazing flame flower had already risen from 8 DI tier medicinal pills to the frightening level of 13 DI tier medicinal pills. Everyone on the stage couldn't help but feel a wave of shock as they listened to the bids that were being shouted one after another in the arena. 13 DI tier medicinal pills. If they were to be auctioned, their value would far exceed 10 million spirit coins. However, even though this was the case, the number of people shouting to bid increased. At the same time, the price of the blazing flame flower also swiftly rose. Humph. 20 DI tier medicinal pills. The old me is determined to obtain this blazing flame flower. Let's see who dares to compete with me. However, at a certain moment, Xu Songming, who had been quietly sitting in the VIP seats at the front of the viewing platform, suddenly slammed his shriveled hand viciously against the armrest. As the chair beneath him exploded, his entire body instantly stood up. A pair of stern eyes contained an ominous glint as they slowly swept across the entire auction ground. Anyone who met his gaze hurriedly averted their eyes. Most of the people present had heard of Xu Songming's name and were naturally not unfamiliar with him. Moreover, he was a member of the Alchemist Alliance and there were even more people who knew of him. At this moment, when Xu Songming appeared, most of the alchemists present could not help but shut their mouths. Even though there was no lack of Tier 2 alchemists present, they were still slightly inferior when compared to Xu Songming. After all, Xu Songming was about to break through to a Tier 3 alchemist. This news had already spread throughout the entire Yang City 2 days ago. At this moment, anyone who met his gaze was extremely fearful of him. Otherwise, how could they so easily let go of this blazing flame flower? Humph. Xu Songming, this is my Heavenly Clouds auction house. Don't you think your actions are a little overboard? Fang Qian had also heard that the former was about to break through to a Tier 3 alchemist. However, his words were still not the slightest bit courteous. Others might be afraid of a Tier 3 alchemist, but he was not. As for the Alchemist Alliance, his Heavenly Clouds auction house was even more fearless. Hence, his words were naturally not courteous. Haha, Manager Fang, I am only competing in a normal manner. I do not have any intention of forcefully monopolizing it. Of course, if any of the friends present still wishes to continue, feel free to raise the price. However, I believe that none of the alchemist friends present will be able to bid more than my 20 Emperor tier pills. When he heard these words, Xu Songming laughed out loud. It was as if he had already expected this. Once he spoke, most of the alchemists present helplessly lowered their heads. Even though some of them wanted to compete with him, when they thought of the latter's background, they could not help but sigh and withdraw their gazes. When he saw this, the expression on Xu Songming's old face became even more insolent. He looked at Fang Qian with a ferocious smile and laughed. How is it? Manager Fang, I believe that none of the alchemists present can offer a higher price than me. Of course, if there is someone who can offer a higher price than me, I will immediately turn around and leave. When Xu Songming's words came out, Fang Qian narrowed his old eyes and sneered. He slowly lifted his turbid eyes and looked at Xiao Yang's private room. He believed that as long as Xiao Yang was willing to step in, even if Xu Songming had the support of the Alchemist Alliance, he would not be able to do anything to him. At the same time, Shu Songming seemed to have discovered Fang Qian's intention. Immediately, the expression on his face changed slightly. He hurriedly lifted his head and looked at Xiao Yang's private room. He knew that things were not going well. If Xiao Yang really stepped in, it was likely that he would not be able to obtain the blazing flower today. When he thought of this, hatred involuntarily surged in Shu Songming's heart. However, at this moment, Xiao Yang's figure once again slowly appeared outside the private room. When Fang Qian saw this, the expression on his old face instantly became pleasantly surprised. Since Xiao Yang had stepped in, Shu Songming could only return regretfully. Fang Qian did not have a good impression of this old fellow. Now that he had done this in his own territory, Fang Qian was naturally displeased. If it were not for the auction, Fang Qian would have already attacked Shu Songming. When he saw Xiao Yang step in, Shu Songming's expression could not help but quickly become gloomy. Bastard! Don't tell me that this fellow is really going to spoil my plans. However, just as Fang Qian's face was filled with surprise and Shu Songming's gloomy face was cursing Xiao Yang, a helpless expression appeared on Xiao Yang's face. His gaze swept across Fang Qian and Shu Songming below, and a light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Soon after, he sighed, shook his head, and said helplessly, "Sorry, 20 Emperor-grade elixirs. I don't have them." Chapter 534. No. When Xiao Yang's words sounded, the entire place instantly turned silent. At this moment, even Fang Qian, who was on the auction stage below, and Shu Songming, who was standing on the viewing gallery, could not help but tremble slightly. The expressions on the two old men's faces instantly froze. No matter what, the two of them did not expect that Xiao Yang would actually say such words that would shock the entire place. At the same time, they were not the only ones. Even the expressions on the faces of the other alchemists on the viewing gallery, as well as the group of half-emperors, were extremely interesting at this moment. The words that Xiao Yang had said at this moment could be said to be the weirdest joke that everyone present had ever heard. A rank 3 alchemist actually did not have as many medicinal pills as a rank 2 alchemist. If news of this matter were to spread, everyone would laugh their heads off. Ha 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 ha. After being stunned for a moment, an earth-shaking loud laughter suddenly rang out from the viewing gallery. There was no need to think too much. At this moment, the only person who could laugh out loud was likely Shu Songming. Humph humph, looks like this old man is determined to obtain this blazing flame flower. Since no one is going to bid against this old man, Manager Fang, please make the final decision. Shu Songming sneered as he lifted his eyes to look at Xiao Yang, who was standing in the sky. He did not expect that the worries in his heart were actually groundless. Fang Qian acted as though he did not hear Shu Songming's cold laughter. At this moment, his pair of turbid old eyes were firmly staring at Xiao Yang. His heart did not dare to believe that as a rank 3 alchemist, Xiao Yang would easily lose to someone like Shu Songming. Unfortunately, Xiao Yang, who was standing in the sky, had his eyebrows tightly knitted together since the beginning. The expression on his face did not relax at all. It was as if he was helpless and anxious, but also as if he was thinking about something. However, in the end, Xiao Yang still did not give an answer. This caused Fang Qian, who was standing on the auction stage below, to involuntarily feel a little disappointed. Even the crowd in the viewing gallery could not help but throw a disappointed gaze at Xiao Yang. Sighing helplessly in his heart, Fang Qian could only look at Shu Songming with a heart full of disappointment. Helplessly, the rules of the auction house were like this. No matter who the guest was, as long as he had the ability to win the auction item would belong to him. This rule was something that Fang Qian could not change even though he was an elite Do Di. The expression on his old face gradually turned gloomy. It was not until a long time later that Fang Qian once again raised his eyes to look at Shu Songming. He paused for a long time before he slowly opened his mouth. Every word sounded as if it was squeezed out from between his teeth. His tone was stiff as he said, "Shu Songming has offered 20 Emperor-grade pills in exchange for the blazing flower. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price?" Shu Songming had a victorious expression on his face. His thin lips curled into a cold smile that was as sharp as a blade. The resentment that he had accumulated because of Xiao Yang 2 days ago seemed to have disappeared at this moment. As expected, there isn't any, the soft voice was almost inaudible. The atmosphere within the auction house had also become pressuring. It was as though there was a thick dark cloud covering everyone's heads. However, just as Fang Qian was about to speak again with a helpless face, Xiao Yang, who was high up in the sky, slowly raised his head. The corner of his mouth was slowly lifted into a playful smile. A pair of dark black eyes looked at Fang Qian, who was on the auction stage below. At the same time, the latter seemed to have sensed something. His brows, which were filled with wrinkles, were lifted violently. His turbid old eyes were instantly lifted. His gaze was like a sword as it instantly looked at Xiao Yang. Huh! Fang Qian's old face was slightly stunned when he saw the smile that was revealed on the corner of Xiao Yang's mouth. Immediately, he seemed to have recalled something. The gloomy expression on his old face instantly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a joyous expression. Good brat. You have really made the old me worry for nothing. While he laughed and scolded Xiao Yang in his heart, a joyous smile appeared on Fang Qian's old face. At the same time, Xu Songming and the others in the stands also simultaneously shot their gazes towards Xiao Yang because of the change in expression on Fang Qian's old face. When everyone saw the smile that was lifted from the corner of Xiao Yang's mouth, the expressions on everyone's faces were involuntarily a little stunned. Immediately, they threw their pitiful gazes toward Xu Songming in front of the viewing gallery. Looking at Xiao Yang's expression, it was obvious that they could not completely believe what he had said previously. Since that was the case, this time, Xu Songming was really going to fail miserably. Humph! Brat, stop trying to act mysterious. If you can't produce the medicinal pill, don't even think about fighting with me for this blazing flower. Seeing the confident manner on Xiao Yang's face, Xu Songming's heart was suddenly shocked. His body, which was standing in the same spot, could not help but tremble. Finally, he could not resist shouting sternly at Xiao Yang. He did not believe that Xiao Yang could not produce an emperor-grade medicinal pill. What right did he have to compete with him? Unless Xiao Yang's previous words were all lies and he was simply deceiving the crowd. Haha, you are right. I really can't produce a medicinal pill. However, Xiao Yang's following words caused the crowd to be stunned once again. Since he did not have a medicinal pill, how could Xiao Yang compete with Xu Songming? Ha 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 ha. When he heard Xiao Yang's words, Xu Songming could not help but laugh out loud again. On the auction stage, Fang Qian narrowed his old eyes and stared at Xiao Yang with his turbid old eyes. His eyes flickered as if he had already guessed something. May I ask Manager Fang Qian if this blazing flower can only be exchanged with medicinal pills? Xiao Yang smiled and ignored Xu Songming. Instead, he looked at Fang Qian and smiled as he cupped his hands together and asked, Haha, of course not. I have already said that as long as you can produce something of equivalent value, you can use it to auction this blazing flower. The expression in Xu Songming's eyes suddenly solidified when he heard the words from the mouths of the two. At the same time, everyone on the stage appeared to have heard something from Xiao Yang's words. All of their eyes immediately revealed a curious expression. Could it be that this black-robed, young man in front of them could really take out something of equal value to the Zhenyan flower? Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, the smile on Xiao Yang's lips grew even wider. His gaze calmly swept over Xu Songming below as the corners of his mouth curled, revealing a row of spotlessly white teeth. In Xu Songming's eyes, this appearance was akin to a cold sharp blade being waved at him. In the air, Xiao Yang slowly extended one of his hands towards the empty space in front of him. Immediately, under the focused gazes of everyone present, a thought passed through his mind. In the next instant, an emerald-green flowing light swiftly flashed in Xiao Yang's palm. Immediately, an emerald-green fan leaf the size of a washbasin appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at this fan leaf, it was undoubtedly a 1,000 fan leaf. Chapter 535. This is the 1,000 fan leaf. The pupils of most of the people present involuntarily shrunk when they saw the 1,000 fan leaf. Even the elite Do Di in the other private rooms and Dong Chuan, who was standing at the side of the viewing gallery, could not help but have a slight change in expression. A pair of sharp eyes instantly stared at the 1,000 fan leaf in Xiao Yang's hand. That's right. This is indeed the 1,000 fan leaf. However, It is strange. This 1,000-fan leaf has always been that woman Jin Yaro's treasure. Outsiders are not even allowed to touch it. How can it appear in this little fellow's hands at this moment? Dong Chuan's eyes were filled with doubt as he stared at the 1,000-fan leaf in Xiao Yang's hand. He could not help but curse in his heart. He naturally had some understanding of the matter regarding the 1,000-fan tree. In his heart, he understood that Jin Yaro valued the 1,000-fan tree greatly. Other than herself, no one else was allowed to touch it, much less pluck the leaves from the 1,000-fan tree. Even though the 1,000-fan tree had withered and died, Jin Yaro still viewed it as her exclusive property. However, the 1,000-fan leaf had appeared in Xiao Yang's hand. This involuntarily caused a feeling of surprise to rise in the hearts of everyone present. Dong Chuan's sharp eyes suddenly turned. He raised his eyes and looked at a certain private room in the auction ground. That place was where Jin Yaro was located. Being in Yang City and being a Do Di, Jin Yaro would naturally not miss out on such a grand auction. At this moment, a curvaceous beauty wearing a tight red dress was seated in the private room. A pair of long beautiful eyes involuntarily revealed an expression of surprise when they looked at Xiao Yang on the light screen in front of her. Her tender and beautiful red lips trembled slightly. Her white hand was gently pressed against her chest. Following Jin Yaro's breathing, the pair of snow-white peaks in front of her chest appeared even fuller. Under the contrast of her red dress, the current Jin Yaro caused one to feel a suffocating feeling just by looking at her. This guy, he actually managed to push the sprout to such an extent in just 2 days. The soft voice from her mouth caused the surrounding empty space to tremble slightly. However, Jin Yaro was unaware that the 1,000-fan leaf in Xiao Yang's hand was the tender shoot from 2 days ago. In reality, that tender shoot had already turned into a large tree that was similar to Jin Yaro's 1,000-fan tree under the catalysis of GUU. This 1,000-fan leaf had been plucked from it. During these 2 days, Xiao Yang had continuously squandered the Do Qi within his body. GUU, on the other hand, controlled the life flame and unleashed its greatest strength. Hard work paid off. After 2 days, Xiao Yang had obtained 2,000 fan leaves that were over 1,000 years old and even more 1,000 fan leaves that were less than 1,000 years old. The one who benefited the most was naturally the parent body of these 1,000 fan leaves. Xiao Yang currently possessed a 1,000 fan tree that belonged to him. The trip to the 1,000 medicinal house had allowed Xiao Yang to earn a lot. The 1,000 fan leaf in his hand was one of the 2,000 fan leaves that he possessed. Of course, all of this was due to GUU. If GUU had not intervened, it was likely that Xiao Yang would not have been able to catalyze a 1,000 fan leaf that was over 1,000 years old within 2 days even if he used all his strength. A 1,000 fan leaf that was over 1,000 years old was something that could even tempt an elite Do Di. Now that Xiao Yang had taken out a 1,000 fan leaf, the elite Do Di present immediately threw numerous greedy eyes toward the 1,000 fan leaf in Xiao Yang's hand. Xiao Yang in the sky suddenly emitted a cold snort from his nose when he sensed the overflowing aura within the bodies of everyone present. At the same time, his body suddenly shook. A thought passed through his mind and a frighteningly vast spiritual pressure between his brows immediately turned into an invisible spiritual wave. It swept over the entire auction ground in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it caused the expressions of everyone present to drastically change. The frightening spiritual pressure was just like an enormous mountain that pressed down on the heads of everyone present under the control of Xiao Yang's mind. The extremely frightening aura caused everyone present to be unable to breathe. Some of the weaker ones even felt giddy and fainted. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the elite Do Di in the private rooms changed. However, without exception, all of them felt a solemnness toward the current Xiao Yang. Only at this moment did they recall that this black-robed, young man standing in front of them was not only a 6-star ban Di. He was also a rank 3 alchemist who would cause even an elite Do Di to feel fear in their hearts when they met him. They couldn't afford to underestimate this kind of person at all. Xu Songming's expression was extremely gloomy as he stood in the viewing gallery. He resisted the frightening spiritual pressure that was transmitted from above his head. He had never expected that Xiao Yang would actually be able to take out a 1,000 fan leaf. Regardless of how unwilling Xu Songming was in his heart, he could only bitterly return. Cuckoo, mister, there will definitely not be any forceful robbery within my heavenly cloud auction house. You can rest assured about this. Therefore, I hope that you can withdraw your spiritual strength. After all, this auction still needs to continue. At this moment, Fang Qian's warm laughter was faintly transmitted over. It was like the sound of an ancient bell that reverberated throughout the auction ground. Xiao Yang only withdrew his gaze after hearing Fang Qian's words. Coincidentally, he saw the latter looking at him with a smile. The latter cupped his hands together and cupped them toward him. Immediately, Xiao Yang nodded slightly. A thought passed through his mind and he withdrew the spiritual strength that had spread out. Since Fang Qian had already given him a way out, Xiao Yang would naturally not continue to ask for a rebuff. Currently, he had already achieved the deterrence effect that he wanted. He believed that these Do Di would not easily have any ideas about him. As for those Ban Di experts, Xiao Yang was even less concerned about them. With the strength that he currently possessed, other than experts at the Do Di class and above, Xiao Yang was already unconcerned about an ordinary Ban Di. Cuckoo, everyone, is there anyone who is willing to bid a higher price than this, mister? If there is no one, the old me will announce that the winner of today's auction is this mister. At this moment, Fang Qian's old face was filled with a smile. Xu Songming's defeat seemed to be something that caused him to feel quite happy. Xu Songming involuntarily snorted angrily when he heard these words. Although his heart was filled with an unjust feeling, he could not vent the anger in his heart. In front of Xiao Yang, regardless of how mighty he was in the past, it was difficult for him to block the latter's dazzling brilliance. After a series of curses in his heart, Xu Songming could only leave the auction house with an ashen face. He angrily waved his sleeves and left the auction house. As for the people on the stage, their thoughts had already forgotten about Xu Songming because of Xiao Yang. Even his departure was not known by anyone. The smile that was lifted on the corner of Xiao Yang's mouth within the private room gradually widened. Finally, he could not resist laughing out loud. This caused Murong Chanqian's pretty face to involuntarily reveal a joyous smile. Soon after, a new round of auctions began in the outside world. After the matter of the Zhenyan flower, the atmosphere in the auction ground had become increasingly high. As one auction item after another was brought onto the stage, the emotions of the people in the viewing gallery also became increasingly excited. At the same time, the smile on Fang Qian's old face also became increasingly cheerful. Although there were some elite Do Di within the private room who competed, they were still in the minority. At a certain moment, a middle-aged man, whose eyes had been tightly shut in a certain private room that had been quiet for a long time, finally slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, a sharp overbearing cold glint flashed deep within his eyes. The instant the middle-aged man opened his eyes, one could see that the empty space around him involuntarily trembled. "How is the investigation going?" Not the slightest emotion could be heard from his calm voice. However, it was sufficient to cause the empty space to tremble until it was on the verge of collapsing. Clan Head, this subordinate's investigation is exactly the same as what Clan Head had predicted. These two people came from the east. Based on the time, they arrived here from Sulan City 2 days ago. We can be certain that the two people that Ancestor has mentioned are them. Creak, as the soft voice sounded, the pair of white hands under the sleeves of the middle-aged man suddenly tightened. An uncontrollable killing intent crazily surged out from his eyes. "Clan Head, do you want to withdraw? This is the territory of the Tianyun auction house. In this place, even the people from the 4 great sects cannot easily attack, much less us. Wait. Once the auction is over, this clan head will personally meet this rank 3 alchemist." Chapter 536. The fiery atmosphere of the auction continued. After the blazing flame flower was auctioned off, Xiao Yang in the private room rarely called out a price. Xiao Yang's main objective for this trip had been completed after obtaining the blazing flame flower. Xiao Yang was not interested in anything else. Secondly, he did not have much capital left. It was not easy to catalyze 2,000 fan leaves. Moreover, it was all thanks to Guu. If it was possible, Xiao Yang hoped to keep the remaining 1,000 fan leaf so that he could use it to refine pills in the future. Even with Xiao Yang's mental strength, he could not help but feel shocked at the large scale of the auction this time around as the dazzling auction items flowed out one by one from the auction stage. The rarity of some of the auction items during this auction caused Xiao Yang to involuntarily feel a rush of excitement. However, after a struggle in his heart, he finally became quiet. Originally, Xiao Yang wanted to try his luck and see if some of the medicinal ingredients that he needed would appear. Unfortunately, the heavens did not allow Xiao Yang to do as he wished despite his good intentions. The blazing flame flower was an extremely rare medicinal ingredient. Being able to get Xiao Yang to bid for it in this auction could already be considered extremely lucky. However, Xiao Yang's thoughts at this moment were a little greedy. The auction gradually approached its end while Xiao Yang waited in anticipation. At the same time, the value of the auction items that appeared on the auction stage became increasingly high. They had even reached the point where they could be called priceless treasures. At the very least, these things could be called priceless in the eyes of everyone in the auction ground. At this moment, the many elite DI in the private rooms had also taken out their true capital. Round after round of intense competition was carried out in an intense manner. Tens of millions of spirit coins, various precious medicinal ingredients, medicinal pills, and high-class chi methods and do skills were swiftly being traded like many ordinary goods. Xiao Yang softly sighed. He saw that the auction was nearing its end. However, there was still no item that could move him. Xiao Yang felt a little dissatisfied in his heart. This place is really boring. Can we leave? Murong Qianqian pouted her small mouth. Her pretty face was listless as she leaned on the armrest. She asked Xiao Yang in a bored manner. Let's wait a little longer. The auction is about to end. Moreover, the blazing flame flower is still in the auction house. I will only be able to obtain it after the auction is over. You should just endure a little longer for now. Xiao Yang could only bitterly smile and shake his head when he heard this. Xiao Yang comforted Murong Qianqian. At the same time, his eyes once again. At this moment, on the auction stage, the tempo was rapidly approaching the end. Therefore, all the items that were brought out were some important items. For example, right now, a scroll of high human rank cultivation method was being pushed to the peak by the crowd like stars surrounding the moon. This chi method was called Devouring Shadow Skill. It was a darkness affinity chi method. The darkness affinity was relatively rare among all the cultivator affinity. It was also because of this that its value was even more valuable. Within a short moment, this Devouring Shadow Skill scroll had already been raised to a high price. Its value had already reached the level of tens of millions of spirit coins. Compared to a Do technique of the same class, the value of a chi method was slightly higher in the eyes of a cultivator. After all, the strength of a Do technique ultimately originated from the foundation of a cultivator. A good chi method was able to raise the overall strength of a cultivator. Compared to a Do technique, this would undoubtedly cause a cultivator to be more interested. Hence, even though the value of this Devouring Shadow Skill scroll had already been raised to the level of 50 million spirit coins, from the looks of it, it did not seem to have any intention of stopping. This also caused Xiao Yang, who was currently in the private room, to involuntarily let out an exclamation of surprise. Tens of millions of spirit coins. Xiao Yang admitted that he would definitely not be able to exchange for so many spirit coins even if he sold all the things he had on him. Yet, those elite Do Di were able to randomly raise such a sky-high price for a scroll of a chi method. It must be said that this could really be called a heroic spirit that reached the cloud. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yang did not have much interest in this so-called Devouring Shadow Skill. Compared to the former, from the way Xiao Yang saw it, his flame mantra was only superior. Although the current flame mantra could only be called a low human class chi method, its growth ability was something that no chi method in this world could compare with. As long as Xiao Yang was able to obtain a sufficient amount of heavenly flame, the flame mantra could similarly reach the high human class or even the Sheng class chi method. Of course, the precondition was that Xiao Yang needed to possess a sufficient amount of heavenly flame to raise the level of the flame mantra. Xiao Yang involuntarily nodded violently in his heart when he thought of this. He knew that the only way to allow the flame mantra to evolve was to quickly find the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the ice spirit pill, refine the medicinal pill, and swallow the bone-chilling flame. Although Xiao Yang was extremely unwilling in his heart, he also understood that Jiuyu's intentions were here. If he did not accept it, it would only cause Jiuyu to feel a chill in his heart. At the same time, it would be even more dangerous for him to face the so-called Ghost Hall. Ever since he had met the first Hall Master of the Ghost Hall, Xiao Yang had become increasingly aware of the importance of strength. With the strength of that group, they could easily deal with him. The reason why Xiao Yang was able to survive until now was merely because of Jiuyu within his body. If he wanted to truly protect himself, Xiao Yang needed an even greater strength. The source of this strength was the heavenly flame. Looks like I need to speed up the search for medicinal ingredients. Currently, I am still lacking 6 medicinal ingredients to refine the ice spirit pill and the ice spirit cold liquid. These 6 medicinal ingredients will be quite troublesome. Xiao Yang frowned slightly. He could not help but feel a pressure in his heart. This was especially so now that he was in the Shilin region. The 4 great sects had once again begun to covet him. It was likely that the entire western region would become his enemy. If he did not possess sufficient strength, it would be impossible for him to survive in front of the 4 great sects. Just by relying on Jiuyu, Xiao Yang no longer had any hope. When he thought that even the spiritual strength that he was so proud of had been borrowed from Jiuyu, Xiao Yang felt ashamed of himself in his heart. Xiao Yang calmed his mind. He had just withdrawn his thoughts when Fang Qian, whose face was filled with smiles, once again took out a silver plate on the auction stage in the outside world. Under the cover of the cloth, no one could see what was placed on the silver plate. However, one could roughly see the outline of the thing. The auction item appeared to be square in shape. One could roughly guess that it was a box. The true auction item was likely within that box. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the elite Do Di in each of the private rooms gradually became solemn. Finally, the thing that they had been waiting for since the beginning had finally appeared. A lovely figure wrapped in a red dress slowly stood up from the chair in a private room. Her pretty eyes revealed an anxious expression. In the other private rooms, the middle-aged man, who had been seated without moving, also slowly stood up at this moment. A glint overflowed from deep within his eyes. Ha ha, everyone, the next auction item will be the final auction item of this auction. After this auction item is auctioned, this auction will officially end. The old me sincerely hopes that everyone present will be able to return with satisfaction. Hence, everyone must not miss this final auction item. Fang Qian chuckled as he spoke. At the same time, his shriveled hand slowly removed the cloth covering the silver plate. Soon after, a completely white jade box that emitted a sparkling treasure light appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 537. Following the removal of the cloth, a completely white square jade box was slowly exposed in the air. At the same time, the gazes of everyone in the auction ground were attracted by the jade box that had appeared in front of them. Soon after, however, everyone in the auction ground involuntarily frowned. Although they could see that the material of this jade box was extraordinary, at the same time, they also knew that this thing was not the true auction item. This so-called final item should be the thing that was placed within this jade box. Fang Qian's old face once again revealed a kind smile in front of the numerous gazes in the auction ground. Immediately, his deep gaze slowly swept over the few private rooms above. His turbid old eyes overflowed with a glow. He knew that the reason why this group of people had come to participate in this auction was most likely because of the thing within this jade box. Currently, the auction had already reached its final moments. This group of people would definitely take out their true capital to fight for the item within this jade box. At the same time, Xiao Yang, who was currently standing within the private room, also involuntarily knit his brows. With the current Xiao Yang's spiritual strength, he naturally sensed the unusual movements of the auras within the other few private rooms. Immediately, Xiao Yang's expression involuntarily solidified. His heart was surprised. The thing within this jade box was actually able to cause these elite Do Di's expressions to involuntarily change. By being able to be auctioned as the final item in an auction of this level, It was likely that this item was not ordinary. Cuckoo, everyone, the final auction item is within this jade box. Now, the old me can clearly tell everyone that this auction item is a medicinal pill. Fang Qian's hand gently stroked his white beard as he stood on the auction stage. At the same time, his mouth laughed as he spoke. The moment Fang Qian's words left his mouth, the expressions on everyone's faces involuntarily became slightly startled. Immediately, they looked at Fang Qian with strange expressions. They did not expect that the final item would actually be a medicinal pill. At the same time, Xiao Yang, who was in the private room, could not help but feel astonished. He had also not expected that the final auction item would actually be an elixir. Of course, Xiao Yang would not treat this medicinal pill as an ordinary DI-tier medicinal pill. After all, how could this medicinal pill be an ordinary item if it could be used as the final item of the auction? It was likely that this medicinal pill had at the very least reached the level of a Tier 3 medicinal pill. A stern expression involuntarily flashed across Xiao Yang's dark black eyes when he thought of this. It seemed that the ultimate goal of these elite Do Di in this auction was this medicinal pill. A Tier 3 medicinal pill was something that was truly worthy of an elite Do Di taking action. It was no wonder that the aura of these fellows had soared when they saw this jade box. Soon after, under the suspicious gazes of the crowd, Fang Qian, who was on the auction stage, extended his shriveled hand once again and slowly covered the jade box. After which, he carefully opened it. When a crack line was gradually widened along the edge of the jade box, threads of cloud-like pill fragrance seeped out from within the jade box. The dense pill fragrance swiftly filled the entire auction ground. After everyone present smelled this pill fragrance, the expressions on their faces instantly became shocked. After the pill fragrance entered their bodies, they could actually clearly sense the Do Qi within their bodies faintly showing signs of rising under the influence of this pill fragrance. This kind of change was something that they would not be able to see even after training for an entire year. Even some of the elite Ban Di experts present, who were originally on the verge of breaking through, felt their Do Qi, which had been stagnant, suddenly appear as though a tightly shut door had been opened at this moment. The aura within their bodies instantly became violent. Clearly, it was time for them to break through. What kind of medicinal pill is this? It is actually able to trigger my cultivation. At this moment, numerous exclamations that were filled with shock sounded one after another in the auction ground. Shock was written all over everyone's faces. At the same time, as they looked at the jade box that was being slowly opened on the auction stage, a deep greed involuntarily surged from the deep regions of their eyes. There were even some people who had already raised the Do Qi within their bodies, appearing as though they were accumulating strength and waiting to attack. However, at a certain moment, a thunder-like cold snort suddenly sounded within this enormous auction ground, causing everyone present to instantly recover. Everyone, please abide by the rules of my auction ground. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. Dong Chuan's figure slowly surfaced on the auction stage after this indifferent voice was emitted. Both of his hands were crossed over his chest. His face was overbearing as he stood by the side of the crystal pillar. His sharp and overbearing gaze slowly swept over everyone present. This was especially the case when his gaze swept over those private rooms above the auction ground. The expression in his eyes became even sharper. Noticing Dong Chuan's gaze, a low snort with different tones was emitted from within those few private rooms. Immediately, they quickly became silent. Only Xiao Yang and Murong Qianqian by his side in the private room had their eyes widened. Both of their eyes stared intently at the round medicinal pill that was slowly being exposed in the air. The entire medicinal pill was the size of a longan fruit. Its entire body was mainly icy blue in color. There were also some dense white lines that were like flowing water mixed within it. The two intertwined with each other, causing the entire medicinal pill to appear extremely beautiful. The medicinal pill was indeed beautiful. However, at the same time, Xiao Yang was also able to sense the frightening medicinal strength contained within it with his naked eye. That medicinal strength was definitely not something that an ordinary Tier 2 medicinal pill could compare with. Is this a Tier 3 medicinal pill? Xiao Yang's pupils shrunk slightly as he involuntarily exclaimed in surprise in his heart. However, in the next moment, Fang Qian on the auction stage once again opened his mouth. Haha, everyone, this medicinal pill is called the Extreme Change Pill. May I know if anyone here recognizes it? Narrowing his eyes, Fang Qian had a bright smile on his face as he surveyed his surroundings. However, after one round, the gazes of everyone present involuntarily turned away when they came into contact with him. Clearly, no one present knew anything about this so-called extreme transformation pill. Haha, it's fine if you don't recognize it. As long as this old man introduces it, I believe that everyone will recognize it. With a faint smile, Fang Qian's turbid old eyes once again slowly swept over everyone present. He glanced at those private rooms before opening his mouth to speak with a smile. Extreme Change Pill, Tier 4 Medicinal Pill.